This is the third game of Mage Knight Solo Conquest. I hope that the last two games gave me enough practice again so that I can try more challenging setups. So we are back with another 11-11 attempt. So after playing Brevla last time, I rolled randomly between the other 6 Mage Knights and then put Brevla in a space and rolled again. So it came up with Goldyx and Tovak. So these are the two that I decide between, and I decided to go with Goldyx this game. So Tovak will again be the dummy player. The setup is quite interesting. The advanced action offer is showing 3 movement cards. Steady tempo I do not like that much. It's just stamina that, well, you can play several times in a round, which is good, but again, it does not do anything for you right now. It doesn't reduce movement costs, for example. Refreshing Walk, I think already said in one of the last games, it's just such a nice and efficient card after a battle when you level up to pick it up, move away to the next goal and heal on the way. That's just so nice. So it doubles as a healing card and a movement card. But Song of Wind really is something else. It reduces movement cost up to 0, which is huge. Moving through planes without cost is a big deal. If you combine that with space spending, you can do some insane stuff. And the powered version also allows you to move over lakes, again for movement cost 0, which is so nice. And you should really pick up one of the movement cards that allows you to deal with wastelands, with lakes, maybe even mountains. Song of Wind, of course, only helps you with the flat land types like plains, desert, and wastelands. But then again, that's a huge deal already. So I will probably try to pick that up, to be honest. The only sad thing about this is that this will leave steady tempo for Tovak, which already has 2 blue crystals. So that's not a good decision when it comes to the dummy deck. The spell offer also has Wings of Wind, which again is another nice movement skill. But from the starting map, I'm not sure I'm picking up a spell on day 1. The Mage Tower is on a tile with desert terrain, so in day, this is really nothing you want to traverse through. 5 movement already to approach the tower, another 5 to assault it. That's 10 movement just to assault the tower. And then with a mountain space as well facing me, I'm playing with random tile orientation again. That really means that I probably won't even touch that tile, to be honest. So the town is really far off, and orcs on that tile also would not even make me level. So yeah, again, so it's nothing that I would like to fight. But back to the spell offer, we have Cure again, which is a good heal skill because it can replace your wounds. And Disease, well, I've fallen into this trap again in the first game. If you don't plan on going heavy on block, it's hard to pull off, and you have to get this spell at night with black mana, with a lot of blocking to make it work. There's so many conditions attached to it. Whirlwind, on the other hand, it's just a plain good spell. Having one enemy not attack can be huge, and Tornado, just the ability to destroy an enemy, and only Arcane Immunity would save it because it's a white spell. That's just solid. The unit offer with the Savage Monks, I absolutely adore, and I'm very happy to see Monastery on the starting tile, so I can pick them up. Siege attack 4 is huge, especially if you want to succeed with any of the scenarios where you are attacking a fortified site. So against Volcar, it's still good, but again, with the city scenarios, that's huge. And picking them up so early could mean that I can take some mage towers or keeps or whatever just with them. And Goldyx even has freezing power, so without any further help, you would already muster a siege attack of 5, which often enough is enough to kill an enemy. The peasants, of course, are good, they're versatile, but yeah, nothing too fancy. And the shock troops we have already seen in the other 2 games, they are good, they are solid, but there's no keep currently on the map, so you would have to explore to get them. The monastery has the Spellforge advanced action. It's good. You get 1 or 2 crystals, so that's a good ramping skill, I would say, to build up your inventory for the assaults. So on the other map tile that I probably have to focus on, seeing that the other one is just desert, has the Orc Summoners, which in one of the prior games we already discussed that taking them on without the ability to just kill them at range is dangerous because of the summoning. But this time I'm not sure I can avoid that, so there's really no way, well, literally no way around them. So probably I would have to go with the option that I would have had in this other game, that I just go past them to the glade to then take wounds but heal one of them immediately. But you can get unlucky if you draw Manticore, for example, with swiftness and poison, then you would get a lot of wounds with a level 1 character, and 2 in the discard pile, you would have to stay at the glade to really fully heal them. But they do make me level, and the glade will make me start with an extra mana. That's huge. So my thoughts immediately jump to getting to the monastery. They want to pick up the Savage Monks. Probably on level up take the Songs of Wind or the Song of Wind to reduce the movement cost of Wasteland by 2 and then just cross over to the Monastery. I would need white mana for that. Looking at the source, we currently have green, red and a black die unfortunately, so it's already depleted so to speak. But then again, if I defeat the orcs standing on the glade, healing a wound, starting with a gold token on the next turn, I can power Song of Wind. So this is a guarantee. But there's also a dungeon which is really interesting. So depending on my hand, when I sitting at the glade, if I do have like 2 movement points and a powered swiftness, and this time I'm playing Goldyx, so I will have range attack 6, and this is really huge for the dungeon. So if I have this combination, I'm probably leaning towards going to the dungeon first, then to the monastery. So learning from the other games, I do focus more on units, on hiring them, and with this offer currently, I do want to pick up the Savage Monks. Since I do have the monastery, there is no village in sight and currently no keep. But also learning from the last games, I do have to focus much more on progress, so on revealing. So if I'm going to the dungeon, I should reveal that tile before going to the monastery. But I'm not sure if I have that much time in day 1, we will see. If I can level, take the dungeon and hire the monastery and reveal a tile, that would be huge. Yeah, but this is, you can't count on something like that. Looking at the starting hand, I have a lot of movement cards, Stamina and March, Improvisation, okay. But unfortunately I also do have Promise and Threaten. So cards I really want to see in the monastery, and I'm not near the monastery. And this is exactly why I, in the last 2 games, also said that I tend towards rethink for my day 1 tactic, because it means that you have a 4-to-1 chance to have 1 more turn in a dummy and you can repair your starting hand. Because this is no good. What would I do with this? There is nothing I can move to also spread my influence. If I would want to circle around the orcs, it's just no, it just doesn't work. So this tactic is really huge to fix that. If you take something like Great Start, then, or as I said that a lot already, then you put up your hand to 7 cards, and if you then play only, for example, 2 or 3, you either draw nothing or just 1 card. If these 2 cards help you, for example, to kill the orcs, then you will still be stuck with Promise and Threaten, and you don't have a way to exchange them unless you discard them, which is highly inefficient. There's also no way to battle the orcs with this kind of hand. The movement would be good to reach the glade, obviously, because I can produce 6 movement easily with the source by powering March, but then I would provoke the summoner. I could easily kill them with Improvisation and Promise, for example, or Improvisation and Threaten, but I would even have to play the other card sideways, so I could move there, play everything I have, and then, but I would have to take the attack into the face and get the wounds and see how many I get and how long healing will take. And I would have played all the 5 cards. That's a possibility, definitely. But then again, why not rethink and look at what cards I get so that I will have my influence cards later. Right, Moment and Early Bird, I put them together because they are, well, the same tactic for solo game, and I don't see the great advantage over rethink because you will most likely go first anyway. Mana Steal, I could take the red die with Mana Steal for this laid out first plan. With the green mana I could power March, use the stamina, go to the glade, use the improvisation with the red die I stole, and then I only need to discard 1 of the cards, so I could, for example, keep Promise. I could then level up, take the gold die from the glade with Song of Wind to go to the monastery with Promise in hand. So that's something to think about, because Rethink of course has a random component, and this is a bit like gambling. You can't draw even worse cards that you can't use now or don't want to use now, and then you have to discard those. So if you want to play consistently, you probably should prioritize things that, well, do not depend on luck, obviously. Planning would be good if there would be some kind of approach turn where you could move, for example, to a glade without provoking and using Crystallize, something like that, and then draw up a lot of cards with a hand limit of 6, then you have much more options. I don't see it with this setup, unfortunately, because if I, as I said, move to the glade, I'm provoking already, so I would have to fight. So planning, what would I even do with that? Because I can't play enough cards and I will still be stuck with 2 influence cards in my hand. I think that leaves Rethink and Mana Steal. These are the best options here. And from what I explained, I'm actually tempted to not go with Rethink, but Mana Steal, because it is a plan that does not depend on luck as much, but I do have to take an attack from the summoned enemy into the face. And this can go wrong quite badly if the enemy, for example, has paralyzed. So this is a time where looking through the tokens really makes sense to not be like really surprised at what happens. One of the best tokens you can probably draw would be a Shadow. because it would, with armor 2, just give you 2 wounds. Manticore is 2 wounds to the hand, 2 to the discard. Hydra would be 3 wounds. Minotaur with the brutal attack gives you 5 wounds. That would be really bad. Gargoyle gives you 3 wounds. Medusa has paralyze, so that completely wrecks you. The Crypt one gives you 3 wounds, and the Werewolf 4. Just taking the attack to the face will set you back probably, well, several turns. And if you don't have a plan for the Medusa, then you're just screwed. Because then you can probably just block her attack with improved improvisation. So instead of killing the enemy, you go with 6 block. But what good does that do? So you would accomplish nothing, basically. You would have to attack it again. But then you would be on the glade with a fresh hand and a mana token. So maybe it's not the worst possible outcome, to be honest. And there's always the option to level and take Refreshing Walk. This would completely screw over my plan with the Songs of Wind, but it would mean that you can heal 2 wounds when moving on. So the game hasn't even started yet, and we are already at a pivotal point on how to tackle this. And just for the record, circling around the forest to not provoke the orcs when approaching the glade would mean planes for 2, desert for 5, that's 7 movement, and another 3 movement for the forest, so that's 10 movement. And we do not even have the colors in the source to, even with Mana Steel, to power both Stamina and March, and we would even have to play 2 cards sideways. We could use Improvisation with Mana Steel and discarding 1 card, so this brings up to 9, so 1 more card sideways, which means that you have to discard either the Stamina or the Promise as well. Again, doesn't sound that efficient. On level up, Goldyx can get a healing skill, but that would be lucky, of course, to count on that. But the question really is a bit what Rethink will give you. If it gives you Concentrated Swiftness, it would be huge, of course. But that would just be luck, insanely lucky to get both. Just having the Swiftness doesn't do much for you. We could get a Determination, but wouldn't have a mana to power it. And we would not have a second mana to just go to the glade in one go. So we would have to take it much slower, approaching the forest first. For example, by powering March, we could take Planning then, but it would mean we draw 2 cards in addition to all the influence we have. What I do like about the Mana Steel plan is that I will come out with a Promise card in hand. And we will be done with the Orc after the first turn. Taking it a bit slower than to heal or rest even might not be the worst thing in the world. And then we can take Song of Wind. Unless we are taking like 5 wounds or so, then a Refreshing Walk might be the better choice. And we are so fast that we would probably not need to go for the monastery right away. So we could circle around the wasteland. If it's a Medusa, we have a plan to not get paralyzed, but it would take our full hand. But we would be at a glade with a mana token, so we could even leave the Orc Summoners be and just take the dungeon and then move to the monastery from there. So we would bypass the Orcs even then. Alright, so we have to decide something, and I think I talked myself into Mana Steel and just taking this insanely fast approach in the first turn, where we do play one of the influence cards sideways, but we come out with a Promise on the other side. That's not enough to hire the Savage Monks, unfortunately. We would need both of the cards, and even that is only enough if I power the Threaten. And Improvisation we will have played as well, so there's really no way to get much influence only by playing cards sideways, which will be inefficient. So maybe that's something to think about if I really want to pick them up. With 7 influence cost requirement, that's not that good. Killing the Orc will bring us to 0, but to the +1 direction, but it doesn't help. I normally would just repair the hand with Rethink. It's really unlucky that my starting hand has all the influence cards that are in the deck. Threaten, Promise, and Improvisation. Improvisation does make me, flexible. That's the whole point of the card. And with not knowing the summoned enemy, that's good to have. So would I even replace it? Having 2 movement cards is good, having 2 movement cards is good, because otherwise I would not even be able to reach the glade in 1 turn at least. With another look at the tokens, I think I have to plan with at least having 3 wounds, and there are worse cases of 5, for example, or the Medusa. And there's stuff like the Manticore where it's in total 4, but 2 are in a discard pile. So I could heal 1 wound from hand and deal with the discarded wounds later. And then there's stuff like the Shadow where I only get 2 wounds, of course. But most likely it will be 3 wounds. Letting go of Song of Wind might be a plan here, or might be the play. That would mean I can get rid of Steady Tempo at the end of the first day. So I'm playing with the Control of the Office variant as well from Lost Legion. The dummy would pick up Song of Wind, which is a white card, and he doesn't even have a Wise Crystal yet. And I can't just take Refreshing Walk to heal in the turn after killing the enemies. And I will probably then circle around the wasteland because there are, well, plains, so dungeon might be my next stop. I think I have to try it. Is there an argument to be had for Great Start? Because I do have a plan already, but having 2 more cards would give me more options, obviously. And I could come out the other side with more influence cards left, but I would have a turn less, most likely. And if I stick with the plan to power to the glade in 1 turn, provoke the enemy, I would have no mana left because I can't take mana steal. No, let's take mana steal. So it's decided, let's take mana steal. The question is it green I'm picking up or is it red? I will have to play the green die anyway to reach the glade, but the red depends really on what we get there. I think it doesn't matter too much. If I, for some reason, would not use the mana steal die, then green would be better to have for concentrated swiftness later. Let's take the red because I will power March anyway. So that's a given. And dummy player goes for rethink. Okay, that's unfortunate. So we do have 1 turn less. Could as well have gone with the Great Start then. Okay, so the dummy goes first. And he's playing a red card, a blue card, and a green card. So a slow start. That's nice of him at least for going first and then taking it slow. Goldyx steps through the portal. I then play the powered march and the regular stamina for 6 movement. Goldyx moves to the first forest and then through to the glade, provoking these summoners. And we will see how many wounds we get. So I've shuffled the dungeon tokens again and we will now pick one at random from the pile from within. And the choice will determine how well the first day goes, unfortunately. So we didn't even really get started and we are already gambling, unfortunately. Okay, so the enemy, the Orc Summoner summons is a Crypt Worm. Okay, so just exactly happened what was the most likely outcome, that we get 3 wounds. Because we have armor of 2, 6 attack means 3 wounds to the hand. The Crypt Worm will then vanish. And then it's time for our revenge. So as planned, I could defeat the enemy with just playing all our cards, but that would leave us without any influence to hire the Savage Monk. So this is not advisable. So we would use our mana that we placed exactly for this reason on Mana Steal, which brings our attack up to 5, and I have to discard either Promise or Threaten. From the reasoning I had a few minutes ago that we don't have that much influence in our deck, Improvisation and Promise or Threaten will be gone, so there will be only 1 left. We need to come up with 7. I think I will actually go with Threaten because it's just 1 more influence. I know it's a big penalty, but 1 influence will be 1 card, the way we are currently playing. There's no preference yet on if we have white or red mana, at least I don't see any. So yeah, I think I will go with Threaten. That's unusual for me, but I think it's the better choice in this case. So I will discard Promise to power the Improvisation, and the 5 attack will kill the Orc Summoners, which brings our Fame up to 4. We do also get a Reputation bonus, which we can then just undo with Threaten, but yeah, why not? And we will level up, and that's a very important level up. Let's first return the dice. They come up as green and blue, at least they are not exhausted, but it would neither be white or red, luckily. So let's discard these cards and see what skill choice we have. So the choice is between the red Crystal Craft or the green Crystal Craft. Okay, so 2 Crystal Craft, so the choice is easy at least. So that's 2 of 3 Goldyx Crystal Craft skills that always give you a blue crystal and 1 mana token. And since I discarded this to Threaten. That was stupid. So this was the movement, this was the attack, and we kept the threat. We can't even make it through the first turn without screwing up. Okay, so I kept the Threaten exactly because I wanted to have the 5 influence, as I argued, which makes the red Crystal Craft the skill of choice here, because then I can definitely power it. I do even have green mana in the source currently. In general, I would really like me a green mana for stuff like Concentration or the Savage Monks later once I've picked them up. But it doesn't do me any good if I just can't get the mana I need to hire the Savage Monks in the first place. So I will take this because of the rule of thumb that things that give something to you now are more often than not more valuable than things that might give you something later. And I vary a lot in solo game because I've experienced this a lot in the past, that the source can screw you over. So getting the mana you need is really important. All right, so it's red Crystal Craft. This goes to the offer, and we add a skill from Tovak, which is double time, so a nice movement skill that might come in handy later. The advanced action, I think I argued a lot already for Refreshing Walk, because it means that we can get rid of all the wounds that we just gathered and can just continue on to the dungeon. And the dummy will pick up a white card. I can get rid of Steady Tempo at the end of round. Yeah, I don't want to rest now and just put them into my discard pile. So let's do that. and the replacement card is Training. So at the end of my turn, since I'm on a Glade, I will heal a wound, which is thrown away, which means I have 3 cards in my hand now, and I'm only drawing up 2 to my hand limit of 5, which of course will give me the Refreshing Walk and the Swiftness. Okay, that's already the first part of the kit that I need for the dungeon, so interesting. So let's rearrange that a bit here. That was my first turn. Then let's see what the dummy is up to. A red card, a green card, and a blue card. So that's unfortunate, another green and another green. Which means that he has played 8 cards now, so exactly half of its deck already. At the start of our second turn, we are getting a gold token from the Glade that we can use now. I think the question now is, do we stay at the Glade to get another gold token at the beginning of the next turn? But if we do that, then Refreshing Walk will be the wrong pick actually, because then we will heal another wound. And I think it's much more efficient to power Refreshing Walk now, heal both wounds, and then move 4, 2 to the dungeon and 2 to reveal. That will be highly efficient. And we will probably use the gold token for that because we do not want to power anything else this turn. We could use the movement 4 together with the swiftness to go to the monastery. And then we would have the token... No, we would get rid of all the cards in our hand, draw 4 replacement cards and could then hire next turn. But I don't think it's the right play here because we would move over the dungeon and would have to backtrack later to get there, which is inefficient and we wouldn't reveal anything. Maybe in the reveal tile there's even another monastery, so we could move forward to hire the Savage Monks instead of just rushing for them. Dummy is not playing that slow in the second turn at least, but I feel like there should be enough time to kill the dungeon. If we pull concentration, that would be huge. And we can still just move on. There's nothing holding us back with this regard. So yeah, let's reveal. So we're playing the Refreshing Walk with the gold token, as said, because we want to keep the green die in the source to have it available later. And there's nothing else we want to power this turn. We will move 4 and heal 2. Heal 2 will discard these 2 wounds. And Goldyx will move with 2 movement points to the dungeon. And with the other 2 movement points, we will reveal this center tile here. The compass rose gave us black, which means a 180-degree turning of the tile. So that's the regular orientation. You would turn it once, twice, 3 times. So the directly adjacent keep, we see the defenders right away because we are adjacent and it's day, so it's guarding golems. That's not good currently. We'll see if we can solve this somehow later. Then there's a deep mine with red and white crystals. There's a maze and a village. And unfortunately there's a desert tile, so just walking past the keep currently is not that efficient. So overall I think it doesn't change the plan at all. The one question we have is, do we play the swiftness now to move on, or do we stick with the dungeon? And I think the answer would be that we look at the next 3 cards and then decide how to proceed. I don't think rushing here will be the right choice. So we discard the token and Refreshing Walk, and then we draw 3 cards. And these cards are the Tranquility, a Rage, and another Swiftness. So no concentration. The Tranquility doesn't really help unless we want to do the same thing again. Going to the dungeon, taking 1 attack to the face and just killing the enemy token. Although this time it's more risky because killing can be hard as well, depending on the token. We do not have a single white mana for the swiftnesses yet, so that's not good. And we also do not have a movement card to just go on. So let's see how fast the dummy is playing. First card is white, then another white and another blue, which means another red and another blue. So unfortunately this leaves only 3 cards in the deck, so it doesn't matter what cards are left, we will have 3 turns now. So the turn now, then after he exhausts his deck, and then after he announces end of round. So taking on a dungeon token with the current hand is kind of insane, to be honest. There are tokens that we couldn't even defeat. For example, if we have to come up with 8 attack, the only attack we can currently muster is Rage with the token from the Red Crystal Mastery. And we do not even have a blue card to power, so the crystal would just go to the inventory. So 4 attack and, well, the rest of attack would have to come from sideways. And if we encounter Medusa, we don't even have a way to block that. Well, we do, but just playing all the cards sideways, except Rage. But then we can just be paralyzed as well. It doesn't do anything. So we either have to stall here, and this is why I'm wanting to see how many cards I still have in the deck. So this is 7 cards. Concentration might be at the bottom of the deck. If we pick up a mana draw, that would help with powering 2 swiftness. So we could also get to range attack 6, but we would need a might mana first. So we either have to crystallize first or at least reroll something in the source and be lucky. So another 3 turns means that we have to play cards. We can't just stall indefinitely here. So I feel like we have to move on. And moving on probably means that we play a swiftness for movement, Goldyx could then move to the plains here, and we would have to play another move card to reach the monastery. And I do not want to play the other swiftness now, because with concentration we can still get range attack 6. If I just drop that, then range attack is out of the question completely, which will be bad for both the dungeon and the monastery. We could just burn down a monastery this day and return to the dungeon later, or see what else we get with this tile. So I do think we play the Tranquility and the Rage sideways. There will be another one anyway, and the Rage is not as good currently, because both battles we would not know what to defeat or what to battle against, and the Rage is just the last resort in this case anyway. So this would give us 4 movement, so the 2 are already played, so we reach the monastery. This unfortunately means that we can't really hire the Savage Monks now, because the threaten only brings us to 5, so we need another 2. So 2 cards, and we only have 1, and we want to keep 1, so that's not good. My hope is that we draw a Crystallize now, so that we can crystallize with the blue mana from the source and use the red crystal mastery to hire. That would mean we pick up 2 crystals, hire, and then have a last turn. Yeah, I think that's all we can do currently, because interacting here will not work currently. So these 3 cards are discarded, and the next 3 cards we draw are a Stamina, Will Focus, yeah, there's the concentration, and a Determination. Nice. The dummy player exhausts his deck, so we have 2 turns left. So sticking with the original plan, we would have to use Threaten and use the red crystal mastery. This gives us a blue crystal to the inventory and a red token that we use for Threaten. I want to keep Will Focus and Swiftness, and I need to play 2 cards sideways, so unfortunately these are these 2 cards. But what can you do? Picking up the Savage Monks still seems like the best option here. So this is 7 influence, and we get a reputation penalty. But then we can pick up the Savage Monks in the monastery. They will go to waste at the first day, unfortunately, but yeah, there's always something to complain about, I guess. So the token is discarded, as are these cards. And we unfortunately only draw 3 cards of the remaining 4, which is the Mana Draw, the Crystal Joy, and the Rage. That unfortunately leaves the movement card I was waiting for, the March. Without the March, there's no way to reach the dungeon now. With Mana Draw, we could have made it work. For example, by taking the Crystal Joy with the blue mana, turning it white into white crystal, powering Mana Draw, turning the black die to green, powering the March and the Will Focus. Or just take Mana Draw to take another die from the source, take the green for Will Focus, and take the blue one to turn it green as well. Doesn't matter too much. Unfortunately, the monks will not participate anyway if I burn the monastery or the dungeon, so that's useless. And I think if I have the Will Focus Swiftness combination in hand, I have to use it. That's just to go to pass on. It will not automatically defeat any enemy, but it does defeat almost all Mage Tower units except the 2 Golems and the Magic Familiars, because they just have 7. So with any luck, I can just kill them from ranged and get an artifact turn 1, which will mean my reputation goes down to -1, and I won't have the monastery to hire next turn. And I can't learn an advanced action, of course. But I think it's worth it. What would be the alternative? Without movement, I can't really explore and just go on. And I've skipped the dungeon already, and I probably want to backtrack there. So I think the course of action here really is to burn down the monastery. So the dummy announces end of round, and I'm in my last turn now. And I will burn it down, which gives me a 3 reputation penalty. And I'm randomly drawing a defender token, which is Ice Mages. Nice. So that's the power of Goldyx. Because of Will Focus, you can get to range attack 6 using the green die from the source, and they're just dead. So I do get 5 fame from them, which brings my fame total to 9. And I get my 3rd armor point and my 2nd command slot. Before the end of turn, I will use the Mana Draw to get another die from the source, using it for Crystal Joy to pick up a crystal. And the only card that goes to waste is Rage, and unfortunately the March. And this is really unlucky, I think. Although taking Mana Steal meant I had a 3-2, so yeah, not that much better than a coin flip to go first. Yeah, if I have taken Rethink, I might have had a turn more, but then I couldn't do the turn 1 player did, so it's hard to, yeah. But if the dummy would have taken any other tactic, planning, great start, whatever, then we would have exactly 1 turn more now. We could use the artifact, yeah, further revealed, go to the dungeon. But let's not dwell on that. Sometimes you will get lucky, sometimes you will get unlucky. I think both token draws that we had in the game, I consider lucky. The dungeon was just like the expected outcome. Expecting anything else is just hoping for a miracle. But this time here with the mage unit, the odds are in my favor, but it's not a guarantee. If I pick a golem, for example, then I would have to adjust my plans. I think I will kill them with Will Focus and range and so on, but I will take wounds, for example, so it's not a given they're just so smooth. So lucky to have this draw, unlucky with the tactic draw, so hopefully this cancels out. And I do not want to rely on luck or play so many games that I always abort when there's something unlucky happening. To get a perfect run, for example, I value consistency much more than having one really good game and then just aborting lots of other games. Alright, so I can still pick a crystal from using Crystal Joy. That's still in my turn. And I think I will just pick green to power the monks or will focus. I will have use of green mana. Blue I don't need because of my skill. For the same reasoning, actually, I don't need red because I get a token from my skill. So I think the only valid other option would be white. Let's take a green crystal. Alright, so the dice are re-rolled. Not that it matters. Would come up red and black. All these are discarded. So let's do the combat reward. Is a guaranteed artifact for the monastery. And the choice is between the Book of Wisdom and the Banner of Glory. So the Book of Wisdom is pretty much training, but you don't have to pay anything and you just get it to your hand, like with the powered version of training. But the powered version that breaks the artifact actually gives you a spell with a crystal of that color. That's huge. That's really huge. The Banner of Glory, on the other hand, gives you +1 armor and +1 to any attacks. That would be really nice on the Savage Monks, which would give them siege attack 5 and an armor of 5. And whenever the unit is used for attacking or blocking, you get 1 fame. And if you break it, then you can give all your units armor +1 and +1 to any attacks, +1 fame for each unit that attacks or blocks. So it's just for every unit instead. That's a tough choice actually, because the Banner of Glory on the Savage Monks is really tempting. It's just +1, but as we have just seen from the range attack example with willpower, these +1s, they make a difference. They more often than not is exactly the difference between having the ability to kill an enemy or not, and having 5 armor also means it can absorb much more damage. But it doesn't have any resistances, so as a level 2 unit I would need to heal it with 2 heal 2. But I did pick up Refreshing Walk, so that could be a play to have an armor 5 unit that absorbs damage for me. Especially since siege attack always comes before, I can activate it, assign another unit to them and just heal them with Refreshing Walk without having them clutter up my hand. I can do that anyway, but armor 5 again is this +1 that might make a huge difference. But the Book of Wisdom could give me access to more spells, if that's the problem, or just have me learn really nice action cards. So pretty much whenever I draw it, I could just play it to, well, I have to replace one of my cards with the same color. That's a hard choice. So I'm pondering this several minutes now already, but I think I will just go with the Banner of Glory. I just like that too much. And in the last night, it might even be a play, depending on what units we pick up, to then give everything +1 attack and +1 armor. That might be huge. So yeah, let's just pick that. We then also mark the monastery as burned down by us. And unfortunately, we won't be able to play these cards. And this is the end of day 1. So let's do it in the proper order this time. So let's deal with the dummy first. Unfortunately, he picks up a white card and a white crystal. So this is something we we could not prevent. So there's the white crystal from Song of Wind. No, it's actually from Wings of Wind. Songs of Wind he will also pick up in his deck. So let's shuffle that deck. We can then decide if we want to toss Steady Tempo and Cure as well. For Steady Tempo, I will definitely get rid of it. Let's also get rid of Spellforge, of course, from the monastery. And the second decision is if we want to keep Cure in the offer or not. If I don't pick up Training, the dummy will pick up a green card, which is excellent. So if I leave Cure and don't pick it up, he will get a green card. If I toss that, he might get Whirlwind unless I pick it up. And this I can't guarantee, of course, because I don't know if I will have access to spells. And depending on what replacement spells there are, I might want to pick up one of them over Whirlwind. So do I want to leave a combo again where he gets a card and the crystal at the same time? He already picked up a white card, so Whirlwind would not be that optimal. But I think I have to cycle through the spells, and giving him a green card and a white crystal I think is better than a green card and a green crystal. But it makes it more luck dependent. Let's just get rid of Cure. After all, I want to see Mass Expose, Underground Attack, Demolish, stuff like that. So the advanced actions refresh to Magic Talent and Swift Bolt. Magic Talent can also be interesting for a said reason that if there is Demolish something in the offer, it's enough if I can just cast it, but it will mean I have to play Magic Talent and discard another card. And Swift Bolt is range attack, that's always nice to have. So the spell offer refreshes to Flame Wall again. So this is kind of haunting me, this spell, which is a scaling spell as I always say, but it's hard to use, and it makes more sense with the scenarios like Volcar or Megalopolis cities where there's just many more tokens with like weaker tokens, where the ratio of like the scaling effect per token comes into play much more than with the contrast of very few very high level tokens. Offering is a really interesting spell. So the offering part gives you the ability to get a lot of crystals just by discarding cards, and the sacrifice then means you can do an insane attack. And you can even get siege attack if you time it correctly. The unit offer unfortunately is nothing to write home about. Again, another peasant card. The thugs, I don't know about them. I don't like them too much. And then the swordsmen, these are nice. These are always nice to have. I do need access to keeps to pick them up, or a village, but then I can only choose the peasants or the thugs. So that's a sad round when it comes to hiring actually. I'm refreshing my skill and then shuffling my deck. The 2 tactics are removed from the game, and we flip to the knight side, and the first source is blue, and white. Our starting hand, with still a limit of 5, will be the Rage, Stamina, Crystal Joy, Will Focus, and a Tranquility. Having Crystal Joy so early is actually quite good, and having a Stamina I like, especially with blue mana in the source, so I can just power on, reveal, and then decide if I want to go to the dungeon or just want to go on. So the next decision is about a tactic. From Dusk, I think, well, it's not that important that I have one more turn. I would rather take Long Night, because the chances are then in my favor. And with a longer night and Crystal Joy, for example, I might be able to ramp up some crystals. Mana Surge is not that important currently, I feel, because we have a good source. And I do have a skill that gives me mana tokens and a crystal. And we do already have 2 crystals. So there might be other opportunities for that. Midnight Meditation would be the counterpart to Rethink, but it doesn't have the same number, so it's more likely to go second. Sparring Power, I feel, would be better used for City Assault and Preparation. Well, what card is so important at the first night that you would take that and go after the dummy? Again, that's something that you really want to have to pick up a spell from your deck in the second or the third night for a big assault. So I feel like it's a decision between Long Night and Midnight Meditation. If I have a plan that involves repairing my hand or later on getting rid of wounds, for example. But then again, why would I take a late tactic if I want to get the snowballing going? I think I will just go with the Long Night, go first and hope for the dummy playing really slow. So let's take Long Night and see what the dummy decides to do. If he takes the 1 against 4 card, that makes me go after him. So the dummy plays from the Tusk. That's so unlucky. So the dummy again goes before me, and his first turn is a March, a Rage, a Cold Toughness, which is blue. So 2 more cards, which is a green and another blue. He has 17 cards in his deck and he has played 5. Fortunately, he has played already 2 of his blue cards. So maybe he slows down a bit. We can hope at least. Alright, so my feeling is that we start with Stamina, with a blue die from the source to get 4 movement. It's always good to power it before revealing if you do not plan to stay there. I don't see any reason to stay actually, unless there's an orc and I would provoke it by moving. But then again, we have Savage Monks, so we will see if this is a problem or not. I do want to play the Crystal Joy as well, so I'm tempted to use my skill actually and just crystallize the red crystal and then, for example, discard the Tranquility to keep Crystal Joy instead, because we still have blue mana in the source. Will Focus gives a crystal if you like, but then again, it's more often than not much more better played to power another card and increase its effect by 3. So let's see what tile we get here. So the rose comes up red, which means that we will rotate a tile from its gold orientation to red. So this is the regular orientation like this, and we are oriented towards red. It's a quite uneventful tile. So there's a village. That would mean I could hire. That's the only plus side here, but it would be at the coastline. There's a white crystal mine and a keep with unknown defenders. Picking up a keep at some point in time, I think I would prefer. But then again, I think I would rather backtrack to the dungeon seeing this. So I have 2 movement left after revealing, and I don't see a reason why I would go towards the forest. If I want to assault a keep, I can do it from the northern direction as well. And this gives me the option to visit the dungeon as well. So I just move here. And I think I do want to use the Crystal Joy. So I'm flipping my skill. Get a blue crystal, which I just take to the inventory, and a red token. The token I can crystallize. And at the end of the turn I can discard another non-wound card instead to take this back. So I think I will get rid of the Tranquility, because currently nothing is injured. I do have Refreshing Walk anyway, so that's a good card to discard instead of Crystal Joy. So this would stay in my hand, and I would reroll the die, because I think there's nothing else to do. It's not the fastest first turn. Yeah, let's reroll this. Unfortunately comes up black, and I will draw 2 replacement cards, which are the Refreshing Walk, unfortunately, and the Swiftness. So there's our combo again. So this was our first turn. Let's see what the dummy does, and if he slows down a bit. White, red, red, which means another card, which is white. So unfortunately no other blue cards yet, so we still are in danger of hitting them. So this is 9 out of 17 cards. All right, so we should look at the big picture here. Where do we want to go? We could take a keep where we are already at, but without knowing the defenders, but we do have Savage Monks, so that's nice. Doesn't mean that we can just kill the defenders, but it will help. We could go for the dungeon, pick up another artifact or spell. I think I prefer that, and this would also push us towards the center of the map. But now it's nighttime and we still have the Mage Tower ahead. So there might be a play where after the dungeon we actually go to the Mage Tower. The Orc will be a bit annoying, but it would mean that we can pick up a spell at last. And the desert movement will then just be much easier. We could take the dungeon, then the keep in the center, and with any luck, well, we can actually see the defenders. So these are still a problem with the physical resistance. My thinking was that after the dungeon we can take the keep and get rid of the orcs maybe in the same turn. For example, taking the Savage Monks to kill them, then move on to the Mage Tower. But it would mean backtracking a little bit. So there would always be an option to just move forward. For example, after the dungeon we can cross the desert to the deep mine, stock up on crystals, and then start revealing another tile. But picking up a keep now would allow us to hire. I think with Will Focus Swiftness in hand, I want to go for the dungeon now and then look at what we get. For example, if we get a spell, there might even be a reason to pick up Flame Wall after all for the Fire Attack 5 to just kill the golems, and then pick up the keep and then plan from there. If it's an artifact, depends on the artifact of course. The only unfortunate part is that we now have to use the Refreshing Walk to enter the dungeon. So hopefully we are not getting wounded, but I don't think playing 2 cards sideways with Crystal Joy and Rage makes any sense here. So let's take the move 2 to go to the dungeon. The Savage Monks won't help us, of course. So the defenders of the dungeon are a Manticore. Again, Goldyx shines with his Will Focus because he can pick up range attack 6, which just kills the Manticore and we don't have to deal with anything of his Swift Assassinate Poison attack. We do need a green token for that we can't get from the source, unfortunately, so we do have to use the crystal. Main reason why we picked that up in the first place. But it does mean that we can pick up the blue die from the source with Crystal Joy and gain any crystal that we want. So we can get the green crystal back if we like to, or any other color. We did play Refreshing Walk and Will Focus already, but we do have the Savage Monks left. So I think I will stick with the green crystal so we can definitely power them as well this night. We can then think about if we want to discard the Rage or Crystal Joy. But I think at that point I'd rather keep the Rage because we will do some fighting and this might be necessary to progress. So I think I don't want to get rid of that card. Instead, I think I want to get rid of Crystal Joy. Okay, so we moved there, entered, encountered a Manticore, used the green crystal with Will Focus, but got it back with Crystal Joy. So all these cards are used, and I will not keep Crystal Joy. I will just discard that. We reroll that die. Comes up green. Cool. And the Manticore gives us 5 fame, which brings us up to 14, unfortunately. Token is discarded, and we get our reward. So let's roll. Comes up blue, so we do get another artifact. Nice. So the choice is between the Horn of Wrath, very nice, and the Tome of All Spells. Okay, so the Horn of Wrath is just a City Assault MVP here with Siege Deck 5, which we can ramp up to 10. Insanely good, will be hard to pass on that. It can give us wounds, but we do play Goldyx, so there's a chance we get the healing. We picked up Refreshing Walk, although it's already in discard pile. But if we plan to take the Mage Tower, for example, Horn of Wrath, with the Savage Monks is just insanely good. Tome of Spells is pretty much the same as Magic Talent again, that we can use a spell from the offer. But if you break it, you can also use the stronger part of a spell from the offer. And you don't even have to pay, and you can do so even during the day, which is, what can I say, if there's Mass Expose or Underground Attack, something like that. This will come in handy, but the Horn of Wrath is just here and now There's an argument to be had that I can use it to defeat the golems in the city by using Flame Wall without picking it up. I do have a rage in hand, so I can, in the next turn, assault the keep, which is even in planes. They just have an attack of 2, so it will be easy to block. The Tome of Spells will just give him the keep, whereas the Horn of Wrath actually does not give him the keep, even with the Savage Monks, because I do not have the banner on them yet. Do we actually pass on the Horn of Wrath? Well, turning another card into a spell without paying it, that's good. That's really good. I mean, it's a card more. It's the same as with the last artifact. Card-wise, it's more expensive, but it makes you extremely flexible. And having the stronger power of a spell from the offer without paying its cost, even a day, no black mana, that's huge. That can make all the difference in the world. And especially means that in the third day, we can even make a good assault with one of the special or stronger spell powers. I think I will take the tome. Interesting. I pass on the Horn of Wrath. Let's do that. So we marked the dungeon as well with a shield. We unfortunately did not level up yet, but I think I have the play right in front of me to just take the keep in the next turn. Let's draw up, still to 5 cards. So no surprise with the Tome of All Spells, where I have the exact color I need already. Threaten, oh, I can also discard that maybe. Promise, and a Banner of Glory. So let's look if the dummy slows down a bit. A green card, a blue card, that's nice. And a white card, so that's one more. And it's a green one. Okay. So unless we hit a green one, he will exhaust his deck next turn. That's unfortunate. And we just played 2 green cards. And he played all his green cards already. So which means I have 3 turns left. So I'm thinking here that I want to take the keep to level up. Then probably higher, because I'm in a keep then. And I have my influence cards right here. Although I will be at -2, so that will be a bit hard. And then with the last turn, move on to the tower maybe. There are 4 countryside tiles of 7 currently, so there's no way to get through to the core tiles to have a better offer next turn. If I skip the hiring, I could go for a spell now. I feel like with the Tome of All Spells and with Whirlwind and Flame Wall, even maybe offering, I have a lot of flexibility to take the Mage Tower, especially with the Savage Monks. I would have to deal with the Orcs though, and I do not have much movement, to be honest. I think movement is my biggest problem currently. I think I will first attach the banner to the monks. Let's move them to the other slot. That shouldn't matter at all. Maybe taking the keep and not hiring is the option here, because I do level. And if I just spend the monks, I can get rid of the orcs as well. That would at least leave me at -1. Not that it matters too much. And it would be 1 turn. And I could even do it now, because I have to go through my deck. So I'd have 2 turns left, but I would not hire because I play all my influence cards, and I would have spent the monks. So I would probably not stumble into a Mage Tower at night. Yeah, so there's no way to the tower now, and just stalling is not an option for me, I think. And I will have a larger hand limit by taking the keep now. So I think I will play these 2 cards sideways to move into the keep, but I won't even be able to block the golems. Because if I want to use the Tome of Spells for Flame Wall, I have to discard another card. This would block them, but I would have no card left. I guess the question is, do I really attach the banner? That's unfortunate to not attach the banner. But if I do it like this, I can move into the keep, block the golem, then with the Tome of All Spells, using Flame Wall, just kill it, and use the Savage Monks to also get rid of the Orcs, because they are just annoying. I think that's the play here. That's efficient. We have 2 more turns, and we do have a long night, and we are not even through the deck yet. So we can't hold back with the cards. Yeah, let's do that. So 2 movement brings me to the keep. I get a reputation penalty. Fortunately enough, this keep is in plains. Then I'm fighting the golem, but will also provoke the orcs. The rage will block the golems. And in the rage attack phase before that, the siege attack will kill the orcs. This will need a green mana from the source. And then I'm discarding Threaten, which is a red card for the Tome of All Spells. Use the basic effect of a spell of the same color, so I'm using Flame Wall Fire Attack 6, which exactly kills the golems. So these 2 are defeated, everything is discarded, we reroll the die, comes up depleted as gold. We get a combined total of 6 fame, which brings us to 20 and makes us level up. And the orcs also gives us +1 reputation, so we had -1 again. So these 2 are discarded. We mark the keep with our shield, and now the level up. So the skill choice is between potion making, so our healing skill, nice, and the motivation of Goldyx. That gives me 2 cards and a green token. I think the choice is quite clear here. There would be, of course, Tovak's choice, but no thanks, because I don't want to pick up training anyway. And seeing that I have Long Night, The dummy is really pressing on and he's going before me, so he was really not nice to me. I'm not wounded anyway, no unit is wounded. I have to take motivation, so I get more mana, more cards. This will be helpful in assaults as well, so there's really no choice here. Torvald puts his motivation skill into the middle, so we pick up another card, and we should think about what to do with it right now. Picking up Magic Talent would mean I could play even more spells. We could even play it, because it's Knight with the powered version, for example Tornado, and just kill whatever is in the Mage Tower. We would have my white and black mana in the source if we have mana draw still available. Yeah, we do. Because with motivation and with the keep supply range, we will have 8 cards. And with these cards we could take on the Mage Tower, and with Magic Talent we would again be quite flexible with Flame Wall and Whirlwind, and Swiftbolt won't do much for us. And picking a blue card from the offer means the dummy won't pick it up. I like that a lot. And Magic Talent in the powered version could even mean we just pick up a spell if we don't need it. Yeah, let's do that. So we are picking Magic Talent, and the replacement is Temporal Portal. What I in particular like is that I just picked up a blue card, and Goldyx with his skills really always produces blue crystals, so there's something useful to power, and I'm actually already eyeing the Temporal Portal for later on for the same reason, and I just love the card anyway. So that was the level up, so now we are drawing, and since we are sitting right on the keep, we will have a hand limit of 6 now. There's the Magic Talent, a Rage, Stamina, an Improvisation, a Determination, and a Mana Draw. So there's only 3 cards left, so Motivation would already draw us 2. Yeah, I like that. So the dummy will probably exhaust the stack if we did not miscount. So white, red, white, and blue. Yeah, due to the white one, we draw 1 more. Anything but green would be the same result anyway. So we have 2 turns now. So let's see, if we use motivation, we will get all but 1 card of our deck. And then we have Long Night for the last turn to even draw more cards. What green cards do we have to power with this token? Because in solo we are always the one with the least fame, so we will get a green token as well. I think we have 2 marches left. Yeah, so we will draw 1, definitely, and we can power that. That's nice. That's good. That's exactly what we need. So I am eyeing the Mage Tower to finally pick up a spell, and then with the last turn we can probably go ahead and move into this unexplored tile or go back to the maze. Maybe we should think about for a second that we are still at the keep and could hire. So we could, for example, pick up the swordsman. We do have the improvisation and we do have a crystal. The improvisation would bring us to 5, -1 is 4. So 2 more would give us the swordsman, for example. Or I'm using my bad reputation to pick up the thugs. Maybe they are, well, they have this downside that you need influence to activate them. No, to assign damage. So they have a good armor, but they won't just block for me without persuasion. Okay. They do have the upside that later I can use them for influence 4. It comes with a penalty, of course. With a reputation penalty, but it would mean that I can even replace them with something better. Or yeah, and currently I'm at -1. So this would be inverted. So I'm at +1. Which means that 4 would actually enough to hire them. So take the Mage Tower now and go on then, or hire and then take the Mage Tower, which would mean I'm slower with regard to exploring, and I have like these marches left. What's the last card in the deck? It has to be another Swiftness. So that's probably just movement 2. I think picking up the Whirlwind will be the best choice here, so the dummy gets more red cards, unless I want to play Offering. I feel like picking up Whirlwind will be better now, but I might pick up Offering later. I really should fill up this command slot because I will get another one quite soon. Yeah, I think that settles it. I should play the improvisation. And if I pick up the thugs, it would be enough to discard 2 cards. Well, discard 1, play 1 sideways to get 4. And the reputation bonus is inverted, so I'm at +1. That's already 5. If I powered, it would cost me a crystal, but I would spend 1 card less. So I think I'd rather keep the crystal, seeing that I have Long Night anyway. Next turn, if I assault the Mage Tower, I need movement 6, which I can do with a March and any other 2 movement. And seeing that there's another movement card and a Swiftness, I will have enough movement anyway. So I think I will get rid of the Stamina now for 3 influence. And then the question is between Determination and Rage. I should think about the color of card to keep. That's tricky. Well, actually it's not, because blue won't help me, because there's no blue spell in the offer. So I will keep the Rage so I can use the Flame Wall. Yeah, so this is, I think, the right play here. So this is influence 4, which gives me the thugs. And I do have the ability to block without complaining. So it's okay that I play play the determination, I think. And I think there's nothing else to do here unless I want to play offering. Now I'm actually getting out of cards because I'm already drawing the rest of the deck and I do need Long Night already to play motivation. So let's leave it at that. So that's improvisation, discarding stamina, and the determination sideways for 4 influence. 50 inverted reputation, I'm picking up the thugs. That's it. I'm drawing up to 6 cards because I'm still in the keep, which gives me exactly the cards I inferred I still have. The dummy announces end of round. Then I will use the Long Night to shuffle my discard pile and get a new deck of 3 cards. So I'm not going to infer that, but I will use the motivation, which gives me a green token to draw 2 of these cards. And my additional cards are another threaten and an improvisation. Okay. Yeah, I think I have to go to the Mage Tower now. I should really do that. And with any luck, in the next day, I can hire something from the Mage Tower, which is really good. So that would be a march. And since I can't move anywhere else, well, I could think about approaching it from the hills and revealing, like on passing through. That would mean I need 8 movement instead of 6 to assault the tower. So if I powered the march, I can actually do that. I think that's quite efficient. It would cost me a crystal, unless I'm involving mana draw somehow. But I think mana draw is spent well for improvisation. This threaten is probably useless. Not probably, it's useless because I can't interact anyway. Which means I have these 2 cards to play with. I would have Magic Talent to either use the Whirlwind right now or use the Flame Wall. So I would have to block. So I could discard, for example, the Swiftness to use Whirlwind and use the mana draw to get white and black to power Tornado. And then I would have block 5, for example. I think I'm willing to spend a crystal to explore because this will give me much more information for the coming day. If I want to go there at all, if I want to backtrack for, no, not backtrack, but progress via the labyrinth, for example, or the maze. Because I would be in the range of the keep when I'm standing on the maze and I could pick up another artifact or spell. That sounds quite good. But I would need to know if this tile is interesting or not and to get out more tiles now. I think that's worth it. I want to keep the swiftness so I can drop it with Magic Talent and still have mana draw. That's the reason why I'm not playing just this for movement. Yeah, I should do that. The only other option would be to use the mana draw to, for example, produce 2 green, but then what am I doing with the motivation token? So that's not a good plan. And using improvisation for movement, it sounds inefficient as well, and it means I have less options left. So I'm just using the crystal to get 8 movement, so 3 movement to go here, so I have 5 left. Then I'm paying 2 to explore, and with the other 3 I will take on the Mage Tower during night in the desert. Yeah, so let's pick the tile. Compass Rose die comes up black, so it will be rotated 180 degrees. So the orientation, the regular one is this one. So it's 1, 2, 3. It might be an interesting tile depending on what the runes are. We can't see that yet, but it will be revealed at the start of the next day. The village, I don't care too much about it. The orcs are reputation and 4 fame. That's solid. If it's easy to defeat, why not? There's a glade as well. So there might be a world where we go, for example, via the glade, kill the orcs, then go to the maze, or just go on. Or if the ruins are any good, we might move there, kill the orcs, then enter the ruins. Yeah, so I think it depends on what the ruins are and what the situation is after the Mage Tower. But currently there's a wall of forest, which all costs move 5, so going there instead of the Mage Tower, even though the Mage Tower makes us backtrack a little bit, is I think not a good idea. So I will assault the Mage Tower to pick up a spell, pick up Whirlwind. Yeah, I like that a lot. So let's use the last 3 movement to enter the tower, get another reputation hit. Goldyx moves to the tower, and the defenders are the illusionists. So I can't catch a break from all these dungeon enemies that are being summoned. I could spend Magic Talent to just not make them attack. That's probably the easiest way to do it, and I need 6 attack, which is, well, easy to come up with. Then you don't have to take a chance again. So if there's any way to do that right now, it's the last turn anyway, so we don't have to hold back with any cards. So let's plan for that, which would mean that we discard the swiftness to play Whirlwind, and then use the white mana from the die to have target enemy not attack. It's not arcane immune, so this works. And then we need to come up with 6 attack, and we have a rage for 2, an improvisation for 3, and a mana draw sideways then, funnily enough, and it would already be enough. Another option would be to use the thugs for block 3 for whatever it's summoning. Then with improvisation and rage we probably have enough block, and then use the mana draw together with Magic Talent and the Swiftness to play Tornado and just destroy it. But why? I think it doesn't matter. So it's the last turn anyway. We are not using crystals. If we can do it without a spell, there might be a world where we can actually pick up a spell. But it sounds risky because it involves something we cannot plan for. We have to draw. And we still have to come up with 6 attack, and we have to block whatever is attacking. No, I don't think it's worth it. But we do have the Thugs. Well, to pick up a spell, we would have to play this with a blue mana and pay another mana, which probably means that we have to use the mana draw. Well, we could use the mana draw with the white die to generate 2 red. That would mean we can either empower Improvisation or Rage and have a red token to pay for a red spell. Because, let's be honest, that's probably what we pick up after taking Whirlwind. The Improvisation with the Thugs, for example, would kill the Illusionist, but probably Rage won't be enough to block it. So where does the 6 attack come from? That could be Rage and the Thugs, but then I will probably not be able to block it. So is it worth to pick up another spell? I don't think I want to chance it, to be honest. No, let's stick to the original plan. So we had 8 movement, moved to the hills, explored, moved to the Mage Tower, already took the penalty. We are currently facing the Illusionist. We're using Magic Talent with the Swiftness and a white mana die to play Whirlwind to have them not attack, so we don't even need to draw a token. And then we play Improvisation, Rage, and a mana, draw sideways to come up with 6 inefficient attack. So it's 3 and the token is defeated. Our fame goes to 24, so we level up. So we will start the next day with a hand limit of 6 again, even though we are not at a keep. And we get our 3rd command token, so we can start with hiring. Very nice. We will mark the Mage Tower with a shield. The token and the crystal are discarded, as are all these cards. This is from the offer, and our reward will be a spell. And I think I don't want to give the dummy a white crystal, so I think I will take Whirlwind. That's a good spell. Offering just means you have to do much more planning to get it off. Will be siege attack 4 per pair. You can have up to 3 pairs, so it's 12 siege attack or 18 range attack. But you do not have a way to circumvent fortifications yet. So at best, I think it's a 12 siege attack, which is either cold or fire, depending on the colors you choose. And Whirlwind could just destroy one of these nasty enemies with like lots of armor and so on. We can still pick up Offering later. It's just the first night. So I think I will take Whirlwind as a reward. And we refresh the offer. And there is the Mist Form. So a good movement spell that also gives all my units or resistances. Very nice. Die stays white, not that it matters. Let's see what we would have had. Will Focus would have been in my deck. Nice. Okay. So that's the end of the first night. Let's get rid of the tactics first this time. The dummy picks up training. So a green card without having a crystal. Very nice. And he will get a red crystal from Flame Wall. I will not get rid of Offering because I might want to pick it up. And if not, he will get another red crystal. And we haven't added any red cards yet. Do I want to give him a white card? Well, it's better than a blue. And I will try to pick up Temporal Portal, maybe. I think I will just stick with the offer as it is. Swiftball is not a bad card. So the advanced actions refresh to Intimidate. Interesting. I'm not that popular anyway. So maybe at some point I will just... Well, I do want to hire still. So I can't just go all out with bad reputation. And there's the answer, actually. There's Call to Glory. So I can recruit just at night or in a dungeon any unit from the offer without checking my reputation. That's interesting. Let's ready the Savage Monks. And we are nowhere near the core tile, so we'll have 3 silver units still. Not the highest level units, but interesting. Scouts are always welcome. Herbalists, interesting. Green mana token is good. Crossbowmen, well, they are nice. They are solid. Unfortunately, no good Mage Tower units. Well, we can pick up the Scouts. Maybe we do that. We had -2, so we'll just take 6 influence, in quotes just. And we are at day 2, and the initial source is red, and gold. Shuffling the dummy deck. So while shuffling, I'm looking at the spell offer and looking at the map, and I think I have to really get going. I have to go to the core tiles. So we have 2 countryside and 1 core tile to go, so that at the next night we can have a better offer. And so I'm looking at this Mist Form and having 2 cards in my deck with the artifact and the advanced action that can play spells from the offer. I think Mist Form will come in really handy. Moving through all terrain for cost 2, but you can't cross through anything elevated, so no hills or mountains. That sounds like something that we might want to use to progress. So I'm refreshing my skills. I have picked up a lot of mana skills already and shuffling our deck. And we draw our initial hand. Since we have a hand limit of 6 now, that's Rage, Crystal Joy, the Ban of Glory, Promise, determination and will focus. Okay. Since the dummy picked rethink, that's unfortunately not available for us. Looking at my current hand, I'm not sure if I would have picked that. I think we'll just attach the banner now. Maybe stay another turn to use the promise. We would have a gold die to power it. But with the reputation penalty, that's really not good. Let's reveal the site here, the ruins. It's an altar. Okay, for 3 blue mana tokens, we get 7 fame. So our opening hand does not contain any movement, so that's a bit of a problem. It means that we should maybe stay here and use our influence to hire the scouts. That's the only thing we can hire here. And with a penalty of -2, it's hard enough already to get even those. So learning a spell for 7 here is out of the question. With the starting hand, we can assign a banner. We might be able to use Crystal Joy, but only we also activate either Motivation or the Crystal Mastery, because we need a gold die from the source and we can't take a second die from the source. We might be using Will Focus with Promise actually to get 7 influence, -2 is 5. But do I want to spend Will Focus on hiring a level 1 unit? Probably not. If we are not staying here, the only way to get movement would either be Great Start or flipping Motivation or both. It is tempting to take Planning, since the dummy took Rethink. There's only Early Bird that's even earlier. So there's a 2 in 3 chance that we do have one more turn, finally, maybe. If he's taking Early Bird, then I'm really unlucky. And we can take Planning, which means 7 card or 8 in the vicinity of the keep. And that sounds really good to go to the maze and then to continue onwards, because on the maze we will then have a hand limit of 8. And we can take a unit into the maze, which will probably be the Savage Monks. So drawing here seems like a good idea, even if I'm pulling up Threaten or Improvisation, because it would make hiring so much easier. Taking Great Start, I don't like it too much. With Motivation I could draw 4 cards, but then I would have to, well, get along with these cards for probably 2 turns, because I probably won't play that many, so I probably won't even redraw. And I think I'd rather take the hand limit and a higher chance to get 1 more turn than a dummy. Yeah, I think I can't justify taking Great Start. If I take Planning now, I will probably get Great Start later on day 3. If I'm unlucky, then there's just 1 and 6 left, which then doesn't matter for day 3. I will have 1 more turn anyway. I think I will go with Planning here. So let's see what the dummy is picking. And he goes with Great Start. That's so unfortunate. So I can't really say that the tactics are lucky, the tactic selection. So if we succeed with this mission, it's in spite of the tactic selection of the dummy, not because of it. Nevertheless, I am going before the dummy for this round. And, well, I will go before the dummy in day 3 as well. And I think I really want to do Motivation now, because I probably will use a die for something else instead of Crystal Joy, I mean. So having this extra token to crystallize to get a green crystal will be very welcome. And I'm not sure that at this day I will have any big assault or something like that where I actually need these cards. And with Planning and the keep, I do have a larger hand limit anyway. So I'm flipping Motivation right away. That is already exhausted. I get a green token. And the 2 extra cards I have are Stamina, that's this is movement already, and a Rage. Okay. One option would be to move to the keep to hire there. So I would be able to pick up the Crossbowman instead of the Scouts. But I'm actually not sure if this is even better in my case, because the Scouts give us also Siege attack. Yeah, well, but it's just 1 point. And how would I even hire the Crossbowman without any influence cards except for Promise? To be honest, I'm thinking about just going through the village, picking up the Herbalists instead, which are even easier to pick up right after the maze. And from there I can plunder then and reveal new tiles. So I don't need any influence now and I can just get going. I think that's more like it. So I will probably assign the banner to the monks. I will use Crystal Joy to crystallize the green token. And I would need 7 movement to even get to the maze. I could do this with Will Focus on Stamina, which would leave 2 Rage and a Determination for the fight, as well as a unit. It's never nice to play Will Focus on anything else but range attack. And in the maze, since the enemies are unfortified, that's huge as well. But I do have the monks that are now at siege attack 5, so there's that at least. And the source has a lot of red mana, which can be used to power Rage. The thugs don't help me at all currently. And I will probably toss the Promise for Crystal Joy to keep that. Well, it's a plan. Is it a good one? I think I need to keep moving. And lingering here, hiring the Scouts, on -2 with only a promise. That means I have to play 2 cards sideways. That doesn't sound good for just a level 1 unit. I'd rather pick up the Herbalist, get the green mana production or the healing or the redding, for example, of the Savage Monks, which is insanely good combo. Yeah, let's move to the maze and into the village. Alright, so we are powering Will Focus. Together with Stamina, we get 7 movement, 3 for entering the hills, 4 for the wasteland. Actually, what's this terrain actually called? So I'm not actually sure that the types are actually named in the rulebook or in the walkthrough. But this I always called swamp, and it seems that like this is swamp, and the rough terrain, how I called it, is then the wasteland, which probably means that the advanced action card in the beginning of the game was mentioning this tile and not the swamp tile. So good that we didn't walk through that. Alright, so this moved us to the maze. The Crystal Joy uses the green token from Motivation to get us a green crystal, but we will keep the card and discard Promise instead. So these are also discarded after the turn. And there's nothing else I want to do, I think. We need to refresh our cards. And since we do have planning and are in the vicinity of our keep, we will draw 4 cards. That was the whole plan. Hopefully getting some good movement and then entering the maze. So we reroll the gold die. Let's hope for something good. Comes up blue. Could be worse, of course. And that's the first turn. So we draw up to 8 now. There's a whirlwind. Very interesting. A mana draw. Nice. A stamina movement. Okay. And a refreshing walk also movement. Good. And the dummy, for the first time moving after our turn, plays a green card, a blue card, nice, and another blue. Okay, so 2 more, white and red. So overall, that's actually not that bad. Blue and red are really bad cards. White is also not. So yeah, he has a lot of green cards left. It's 5 cards, but he already has a deck of 18 now. So yeah, I'm not too worried yet. This brings us to our second turn. So one problem we are facing is that there's no white mana to be found anywhere. So if we want to power Whirlwind to prevent an attack, we would need to use Mana Draw together with Crystal Joy. No, we can just use Crystal Joy to turn a blue source die or a crystal to a white crystal, so we can power that. And the Mana Draw we will most likely use to use 2 source dies, because powering Stamina is important. If we want to go for an artifact, we would have to play Refreshing Walk as well. I guess that's the important decision now. Do I want to go for a spell or do I want to go for an artifact? I would be somewhat interested in the Call to Glory, but without another dungeon or tomb, I would not be able to cast it this day. I would have to cast it next night. But if I get to the core tiles, and I really should, this would allow me to pick up any unit from the offer. Well, not all are eligible, but many good level 3 or 4 units I can just recruit without having to look at my reputation. And since I have picked up the thugs, stands to reason that I will get less popular over time, so that might be important. The mist form might be interesting as well to pick up. I already have 2 artifacts. One that actually lets me cast spells, so there's that. And there's always the idea to still play with offering. But I'm not sure I want to get into that, because if you do not use the offering part once or twice at least and discard a lot of cards to get these crystals, then this will fall flat completely. Veil of Mist would be good for city assaults, because it means I can run a lot of enemies into my units, especially if I have these kinds of high armor units as I currently have. But should I really turn down an artifact if I can get one? So we will at least play the Stamina with move 4 to get a spell. And the question really is, do we want to play the Refreshing Walk too? And I guess, yes, if you can get an artifact, then you should take it. So this brings our movement to 6, and we would enter the maze at the 6th route, and we would take the Savage Monks with us. I think that's also clear, because there is a chance that we can just kill the enemy with just the Savage Monks. We do not have white mana, as said, to power Mana Draw, and making a mana white through Crystal Joy doesn't sound like a good idea. I'd rather use Mana Draw to crystallize one of the remaining dice. I think I will just enter and see what happens here. So we are entering with the artifact route. And the enemy we find in the maze is a Minotaur. How fitting. And this is extremely lucky, of course, but that's the point of trying, that you can get lucky. With the Banner of Glory, Savage Monks now have a siege attack of 5, which just kills them. I could think about preserving the monks, because they will be spent otherwise for the rest of the day. Although I plan to pick up the Herbalist, which could ready them. If I preserve them, for example, I could prevent the attack with Whirlwind, and then would need to muster attack of 5, which for example would be a Powered Rage and any card, basically, no matter if it's another Rage, Determination, any other card sideways. Doesn't matter too much. Powering the Rage would be possible with mana draw. But again, we have the problem with the white mana for Whirlwind. So we would need to play Crystal Joy with a blue crystal, for example, turn it white. We could use our skill here to get the red token for Rage. And the blue crystal we turn white by Crystal Joy. That would, for example, be an option. And there's also the option just to block the Minotaur with the Determination, because we have it in hand already. So we would not even need to spend the Whirlwind. So the question is, do we spend units or do we rather spend cards? I am at a maze currently where I will have to move away from, and then the next idea is to use movement and influence to reveal the other tiles and to hire. So having all these Rage and Determination cards in hand and the Whirlwind does not help me much. So there's nothing in the vicinity there where I can even use these cards. So I should probably rather preserve the monks, even though it's so perfect, because then I can draw other cards and still have them available. And how would I even proceed with these kinds of cards clogging up my hand? So maybe I'm not using a Whirlwind at all and rather play the Determination, because I have so many blue mana tokens anyway, or crystals. We would then not use Crystallize unless we are crystallizing a red token. So I'm tempted to just spend all my combat cards here with the reasoning that I won't need them right now. I'd rather need movement and influence going forward, and I would need to power them both. So the Determination would block the Minotaur, and the powered Rage with a Rage sideways, or even without powering them, so it's even 1 point more, but it doesn't matter, to come up with the 6 attack. Unless I'm not even powering the Rage, I'm playing some other card sideways, and I would only need blue, so I could keep my skill. Or I could use Crystal Joy to crystallize the red token I get from the skill. So this is the decision between keeping the skill or crystallizing more. But I want to keep Whirlwind and mana draw, so I would not be able to discard another card for Crystal Joy. Yeah, so not powering Rage would mean playing another card, unless I do play mana draw. But mana draw is my only way to fix the source. I think what I will do is I will spend the skill, get a red and a blue. So this will power the Determination and the Rage, and we are done with the Minotaur. And I will spend a blue crystal on Crystal Joy to get a white crystal. So this broadly widens our options later on to power Whirlwind and or mana draw. And we don't need to keep the card, so it's free to redraw something else. But I will hold on to mana draw for now. Alright, so we use Stamina with a Source die and Refreshing Walk for movement 6 to enter the artifact route. Pull the Minotaur, which we blocked with a Determination with a crystal that we got from our Crystal Mastery. And with the red token we power the Rage. Together with another Rage we have 6 attack, which kills the Minotaur. And we use the Crystal Joy to get a white crystal, which leaves these 2 cards in hand. All this stuff is discarded. The die will be re-rolled. All these cards are also discarded. So let's do that. Die first. And it comes up golden. That's lucky. So then the Minotaur is discarded. It gives us 4 fame, which brings the fame up to 28. And that's the end of the turn 2. And we get our reward from the maze. Let's first put our shield on the 6 route. And then we have another artifact choice. This time we can even use it right away, because it's so early in our round. So the choice is between the Banner of Courage, another banner, and the Endless Bag of Gold. So the Banner of Courage would be really interesting with the monks to ready them again, but the Endless Bag of Gold, in my current situation with this -2, this is just exactly what I need to hire. So without relying on either Threaten or an Improvisation, the Endless Bag of Gold would already almost hire me the Herbalists, where I exactly want to go now. So this is a classic case of I can use it now, and later on I might be interested in the Influence 9 just to get a very good unit, because I can't rely on Call to Arms. I didn't even pick up the spell yet. So how do I even hire the units with such a bad reputation? So an Influence card will really help, and the Fame 2 might add up as well. Because, for example, I'm missing 7 now to level, and if I find an enemy with, for example, 5 Fame, then this will exactly put me over the edge to level. So I'm not sure picking up another banner currently is the right idea. It might come in handy later on, of course. If I attach that to the Altar Mages or something other insane unit, this will be very good. And sacrificing it to ready all the units I control would also be nice. But I think I will again go with something that I can use right away. Pick the Endless Bag of Gold. Okay, this was the reward. There's no level up to process, so we draw. Again, I have two cards in my hand, so planning kicks in. And I'm in the vicinity of my keep still, so we are drawing up to 8 cards. The Endless Bag of Gold, of course, Tranquility, a March. There's the Tome of All Spells, nice. And another March, so a lot of movement. That's nice. And I'm missing yet another card, and that's the Improvisation. Okay, Then it's the dummy's turn, so his second turn. And he's playing white, blue, nice, and another white, which is one more card, which is white. So 4 cards, and we already played 5 last turn, that's 9 out of a deck of 18, so half the deck. So we have used all our skills, unfortunately, but I think it was worth it, and now we are moving on. So we have to be a bit strategic with the reveals. There are 2 countryside tiles, and then we are down to the core tiles. So if I'm exploring here and here, I can only place the core tile here because the rest will be coastline. So I should rather go to a coastline tile first, then go inwards for the other tile, so I can place a core tile here. But that's a lot of movement. Fortunately, we do have the Tome of All Spells, so with Mist Form, we can move through lakes and just have to avoid hills and mountains. And we do have a lot of movement here. With the mana draw, we can muster 8 movement. Mist Form will give us another 4. That's 12, so pretty much 6 spaces. We could use Mist Form to go north through the woods and the swamps, because it's all reduced to 2. Then reveal the tile, the coast tile there, and then move inwards. I think that's probably the best idea here. The only problem I just realized is that I can't even discard a blue card because I don't have one to even cast a spell. So maybe we just do move to the village, reveal a tile here, but then just try to reveal a tile at the coastline and then go over here for the first core tile. I think that's probably the better way then. We want to use our Endless Bag of Gold now in the village. Tranquility is kind of useless currently, so I'm tempted to play it like this, to use it sideways, because we need 3 movement for the village, for the hills. So without using mana draw, we'll probably use the gold die, but I have to think about it. We could use this opportunity to put a die, one of the red dice green, and power both marches. This would only allow us to reveal the 2 center tiles, which I do not want to do. So I think I have to keep 1 march, and then this mana draw play is out of the question. And we would need to use the gold die, and then to hire, this would put us at influence 2, due to the -2 from reputation. So we would need 1 more influence for the herbalists. We could even pick up the crossbowmen here, but I think I like the herbalists more. The crossbowmen do give range attack, I always like that a lot, but it's better if you pick them up quite early. The herbalists are a mana source, a ready source, and a heal source, so they give you a lot of versatility, even though they're just level 1. So which card do I play sideways to get another influence? I could use the improvisation, but I don't like that too much because the source is showing so much red that it might come in handy. The march doesn't make much sense, and the other cards I want to hold on to as well. Using the Mist Form would have been such a nice play, but without a blue card it doesn't work. Another play would be to pick up the crossbowman and the herbalist at the same time. This might sound insane due to my reputation issues, but if I do it in the same interaction, the -1 only applies, the -2 only applies once. So I need to get to 11 influence. This is 4, which means I need 7. And if I use the thugs, I only need 3. And this is exactly what improvisation gives me. And then I can replace the thugs with the crossbowman and hire the herbalist. And I like that a lot because the thugs really weigh me down. But again, I would need to decide what card to toss. If I power that, I'm only at 9. And I need 11. But not even using the thugs would be inefficient as well. Unfortunately, I've played a lot of movement cards already, so the staminas are gone, the refreshing walk is gone. So it's really these 2 marches and the improvisation, and I'm out of movement cards. And I do want to reveal a lot, so I should really play these 2 cards for movement. I have to, I think, if I want to get to the core tiles. I still have the swiftness, or 2 of them, to move, that's good. So after this move, I will need to move 2 spaces to reveal, and then I have to move back through the tile to reveal again. But maybe I can do it with Mist Form, so that's another movement card, if I have another blue card at least. And if I did not pick up any, well I did. Magic Talent is blue. I'm not sure where Whirlwind fits in this whole plan, so maybe I'm keeping the march. I could even power that with the herbalists after picking them up. Do I waste improvisation now? If I don't hire the crossbowman, but nevertheless use the thugs for their influence, I would be at 2, I would be at 6. That would be the crossbowman, and it would be complete overkill for the herbalist. But for 7, I could pick up the scouts. That could, for example, mean I'm playing the Whirlwind sideways, and the scouts will actually help immensely with scouting. Who would have thought? I like that. I think that's what I'm going to do. So these are the cards I keep, so a lot of movement, potential movement card, and a card that fixes my mana issues, at least helps with that. Okay, so let's play the march with the gold die from the source. For movement 4, tranquility sideways for 5. I've been using 3 to enter the village, and 2 to explore here, because I have to do that before interaction. And I do not want to have these, I do not want to waste these points. So that's the second to last countryside tile. And the die for the rose comes up golden, so it stays in the original orientation. Okay, so it's the lake mage tower tile, tile 11. The standard orientation is like this. The orcs I'm facing directly are the trackers. And then there's a mage tower with an yet unknown defender, and then there's the big altar that gives me 10 fame. The tile is really bad for me to put it bluntly, because even with the scouts, I would need to move, well, into the forest or the lake or just conquer the tower to even reveal that tile. And I do not want to place another countryside tile here. So does the trackers change anything? Well, even with the banner, I cannot just kill them, and that would probably be stupid before revealing the defender of the mage tower. So do I have enough time to kill the trackers, conquer the mage tower, reveal the tile, and then go back and reveal this other tile? And do I even have the cards for that? Probably I do actually, well, not for this plan, but I'm still thinking about Mistform, because with Mistform I can just move to the lake for 2, or even to the forest, doesn't matter that much. Then use the scouts to reveal and just move back. Well, I can't move back because of all these hills, because I'm not allowed to enter again. That's quite a tile puzzle here. But let's stick to the original plan with the interaction first, because I do not, well, I can't kill the trackers now. I probably don't want to. So I'm playing the Endless Bag of Gold, which give me 2 fame. So I'm at 30. And I have, due to interaction, I have influence 4 minus 2 is 2. This brings me up to 3. And the thugs with their influence 4 cost me a reputation, but it's not relevant for this turn. And it brings my influence up to 7, which means I can hire both the herbalists and the scouts, which are both available in the village. So we put the herbalists here and then replace the thugs. And I think that's it for this turn, because you can't go on moving, and we probably want to play that for moving, and mana draw doesn't help as well. So let's discard these 4 cards, which I will all replace, because I'm still at the... No, I'm not. I moved away from the keep. So due to planning, I will still replace 3 of them, because I'm at head limit of 7. So let's reroll the gold die first. Comes up green. And I do only have 4 cards left in my deck. So the 3 cards I'm drawing are a Swiftness, a Threaten, and another Swiftness. Which means that the remaining card is the Magic Talent. That is unfortunate because it's the blue card I would need to play the Mistform with the Tome of All Spells. Alright, so to reveal the coast tile here, we would need to move to this mine. And we are at day, so this desert is a big obstacle. So that would be 11, 13 movement. That doesn't sound like a good plan. The forest at day is just 3. So if we move there, another 2 would give us the tile of the scouts, which the scouts themselves give us. So we just need 3 movement. For example, the Threaten and the Swiftness. And then we would be at the forest. So we would need to move back through the hills, the plains, and then we are at the core tile already. But let's first see what the dummy does with his 3rd turn. So a red card, a green card, and another red card. So that's not good. So it's green and white. And he has 4 cards in his deck. And again, unless this is a green card, we now have 3 turns. And he did play 2 now. This is one we added. Alright, so this actually means there are 2 cards in the last 4. So it's a 50-50 chance. So either 3 or 4 turns. Yeah, it's interesting. So this brings us to turn 4. And I really want to reveal a core tile. So what about these trackers? Do we want to kill them? To help with planning, I've rearranged the map a bit and add these placeholder tiles for the spaces that I need to reveal before the end of the day. I need to explore this coastline tile first, because I can place the last countryside tile there. Then I can place the first core tile here. The idea could really be to move to the forest with these 3 movement, and then use the scouts on range 2 to explore the countryside tile, and then ready them. And if I then take the mage tower by crossing the water with Mistform, but I have to take out the trackers then as well, I can then use them in the turn after to explore the core tile at range 2 again. And I think I have to try something like this to get the momentum going. Take the mage tower, get another spell. By assaulting the mage tower, I will also drop down to -5 influence. So the call to glory sounds more and more promising. So I should probably just take that and in the coming night and use it to hire something. The nice thing about this is that I can do this outside of combat. So not all stars have to align. I just need black mana from the source and then I can just use it. I am sitting on a village, so I could plunder now to draw the last card, which would put me on -5 reputation already, and taking the mage tower would then put me on X. But I'm not sure it's worth it. I still have 3 turns, so if I move to the forest now and explore, then just end the turn, I can then draw my last card. Then with Mist Form, with the Tome of All Spells, assault the tower. Mist Form gives me 4 movement and all terrain cost are 2, including lakes, so this would just exactly match me assaulting the tower. So this would mean the Tome of All Spells is bound with the last card, with Magic Talent, to cast Mist Form. I would not need any mana for that, but I would have used this already, so I would have to assault the Mage Tower with these cards. And since I'm not planning actually to move away from the tower, maybe using the march for this movement to the forest now is more advisable, so I keep these cards here. Especially the 2 swiftness might come in handy. With mana draw I can actually power them both if I need to. This would, for example, just kill the trackers. I do have the monks as well then with an attack 4 or a siege attack 5, but herbalists and the scouts would be in use, so I must not use them. So really the only unknown factor here is the defenders of the tower. Those could potentially screw me over. If I don't care too much about wounds from the Mage Tower unit, then I think the worst case is actually that I need to come up with a 8 against the golems. There's some other tokens with 7 armor, for example. But with improvisation and the swiftness, I would already reach 8. Then the monks could, for example, block the trackers, so their armor goes down to 3, and another swiftness will then kill them. So I should be fine, especially if I do not use a swiftness now to move. So I would have to power the march with the green die, which means that I probably do not have green mana from the source, but I do have a crystal to activate the monks if that's cutting it in the tower. But the problem really is that usually range attack 5, or in this case siege attack 5, for the Mage Tower units is often not enough. This is why Goldyx is so nice, because it can also kill the armor 6 units. And I do not really want to use the scout, or I will not even have it available with the plan as laid out. Because if I spend all my movement now, I have to use the scouts twice to reveal these 2 tiles. That would be an argument to keep the march, because I can then use it in the last turn to exit the tower and reveal the tile normally. But I think that's not advisable. So plundering would plunge me into -5 already and then X, just to have 1 more turn. And I don't think that's necessary here, because we already have 3 turns. So moving into the forest and scouting, next turn taking the tower, and then we even have another turn after leveling up to do whatever. For example, healing, something like this. Well, we do need to ready and activate the scouts in the next turn in the movement phase. The dummy might even give us 4 turns. It's a 50-50. That's even more of an argument to not waste 1 reputation just to execute this plan now. Because moving, well, actually, now that I'm using March, I need the mana die. And with the old strategy of Swiftness and Threaten, I would not even have used the mana die, so I could have just continued on right away without any penalty. But now that I'm powering March, I think doing this in a separate turn is the preferred way to do it. And I think I will execute that, but just to point that out, there are completely different plays that one could take. For example, I could use the Tome of All Spells now with Threaten to play Offering, and then dump pretty much my complete hand into getting crystals, and then with the Magic Talent, take Offering and Sacrifice out of the row into my discard pile by powering it. So I would stock up on crystals and add Offering or Sacrifice to my deck, and then just call it a day, literally. But I think getting to the core tiles now is more important. This will mean that Offering vanishes unless I'm taking it as a reward. But I have to discuss this after taking tower, I think. Since I do have my eye on Call to Glory, since I do have these huge reputation problems and I really want to stock up on good units. But I do not even have an open command slot, so I would have to replace, for example, the scouts. Alright, let's move on. So I'm playing March with the green mana die. This gives me 4 movement. So Goldyx moves to the forest, and we are activating the scouts for another move 2. So this brings me to move 3. And you may reveal a new tile at a distance of 2 space instead of 1. So I'm revealing this countryside tile, this last one. The orientation comes up golden, so it will stay in the usual orientation, which is this one. So there's a mountain range, as well as a keep, a mage tower, and the other dungeon. That's actually highly interesting, because that means if I explore a core tile here, I will have a keep right adjacent to maybe one of the cities. So that's huge. If I take that keep, this will help me immensely with assaulting the city. So I could even think about exploring this core tile first instead of this one. And once this is placed, I can even circle around like in this direction. That's very interesting. It's a good orientation. Alright, but I think that's it for the turn. We'll keep everything else. So we reroll the green die. And it stays green. So this is discarded. And I do have a hand limit of 6. But with planning it's even 7. So I'm drawing Magic Talent as a replacement. And then we see how many turns the dummy gives us. So there's a blue card. So the chances just went up. And it's a green card. Okay, so one more card, which is also green. So we do still have 3 turns. I'm not sure that we actually need them. But once we take the tower with the level up, for example, if we take Swift Bolt or something like that, then we could actually get a crystal still. Yeah, let's see. Mist Form would also allow us to move to the keep. To assault it, we would need movement 8. So 4 more movement in addition to Mist Form. But then we would not have to fight the trackers as well. But I think spending another 4 movement points is just inefficient at that point. I'm content with revealing a core tile, again, which I can do with the scouts, by readying them with the herbalist first. I'm really tempted to go for the mage tower. I have a really central position then. I can reveal another tile, and at the beginning of the night I can use the scouts right away to even reveal another tile. So we will have 2 core tiles. Hopefully one of them is a city, so we can go on and scout what the defenders are and then try to prepare for that. And I feel like we have a lot of firepower lying here. And if we get any wounds, we do have the herbalists ready at the next night. So I don't feel that threatened by the mage tower yet. And I don't think it's possible that we can't take the mage tower and have to do forced withdrawal. That would be extremely bad, obviously, because then we are stuck at the wrong side of the lake with a swamp on one side, hills on the other. Yeah, I don't think that's possible. I might take a lot of beating. That's true. Yeah, so let's execute that. So I'm using Tome of All Spells to discard a card of any color. Use the basic effect of a spell of the same color from the spell offer without paying its mana cost. So I'm now using Mist Form, getting move 4. The move cost of all terrains, including lakes, is 2. You can enter hills and mountains for the rest of this turn, so I don't plan to. Mage Tower is in plains, so I'm using the move 4 to provoke the trackers and assault the Mage Tower. This gives us a reputation penalty, so we are at -5 now. And we did provoke the trackers while moving into the Mage Tower, so we have to fight them. And the defending enemy is Ice Mages. So unfortunately they have armor 6, so the monks, even with the Banner of Glory, can just kill them. I would need the scouts for that. But I did decide to not ready them right away, because I thought it might make me more flexible and I would rely on this movement. Now, if I had readied them, I could use them together with the monks to just kill them, then use the swiftness with the mana draw to kill the trackers at range, and then next turn use the improvisation with threaten to move to the tile and explore it manually, which probably would be preferable. But then again, I did not want to chance that I can definitely scout another tile. So I'm not regretting that, although it seems like this would be a bit more efficient. But what about the plan to use the Savage Monks to just block the trackers, which would mean their armor goes down to 3. We then could even assign the Ice Mages to the monks as well, because they have 5 armor due to the Banner of Glory. They will get wounded, but to heal them I need heal 2, which I would also need to heal myself. So, and then the wounds do not clog up my deck. So blocking the trackers with block 4 due to the Banner of Glory. This would also give me a fame. And then I would assign the mages to the monks as well, the 5 damage, because they have armor 5, which does not give me fame. But then all attacks are handled, and heal 2 I need are just not clogging up my deck. I liked it a lot, because then I might even come out with some cards left. But I still have to come up with attack 9 then. So probably I don't have any cards left, to be honest. Because if I don't use the Savage Monks for attacking, attack 9 is really the 2 swiftnesses and improvisation by discarding threaten. And I will need the mana draw to power these 2 swiftnesses. And unfortunately I have to use a crystal for that, since the source does not have white mana. So using a crystal, I could turn one of these red die white, get 2 white tokens, which then powers the swiftness. Powering improvisation instead does not work, because if I'm not powering the swiftnesses, they are just not doing any damage. So yeah, I won't have any cards left, and the monks will be wounded. So I can just use the herbalists, for example, to immediately heal them at the beginning of the next night, because I don't have to wait for the wounds to draw them actually. I won't have much to do in the next turns, but I will have a card from level up. So there's that. So I will have a card in hand, because I have to play a card, and then I can use the herbalists to ready the scouts and to reveal the core tile. And we can see what his skill brings us. I don't see any other way to organize this. Only if I would have ready the scouts, which is too late now because we are in combat, then we could have taken out the Ice Mages with siege damage and then use the 2 swiftness for the trackers, which would leave us with the improvisation and the threaten. That would have been nice. So we can count it as a misplay. I don't think what I expected to ready or use the herbalist for instead. So why not execute it right away? Did not openly discuss that. Reading the monks doesn't seem like it does much. I could have used the heal if it's too annoying with the wounds. But then again, how would I scout? I probably should have readied the scouts, to be honest. I also did not discuss using the scout's ability to look at the token, so we know what we are getting into. But I think exploring this countryside type of the scouts was a really good play, and so using any other ability would have been worse. I think it's actually fine. Let's just execute as planned. So we used Tome of All Spells with Magic Talent to use Mist Form to glide over the lake and assault the tower, took the penalty, revealed the defender of the Ice Mages, used the Savage Monks to block the trackers because they have block 4 due to the Ban of Glory. We get a fame for that. We had 31. And then we assign the Ice Mages to the Savage Monks as well because they have an armor of 5, so they get 1 wound. And we'll need to heal 2 to heal them because they are level 2. And then we can strike back. And since we blocked the trackers, they are now at armor 3. So the mana draw with a crystal and turning a red die white with 2 crystals. 1 swiftness will just kill the trackers with range attack 3. Doesn't matter that it's range attack. And then the Ice Mages are killed by another swiftness and improvisation without mana by discarding threaten. This is 6 damage. They are not physical resistant, so they are dead as well. Which does mean that I get 8 fame. That brings me up to 39, and I do get a reputation bonus, so I'm at -3 only. The tokens are discarded. All these tokens are cleaned up, and all these cards are discarded as well. The die is actually just placed into the source as white, because we turned it white. And the next step is processing the reward. So we take a spell. Taking Offering, I think, is too late now, because if I cast it now, I will just get 1 crystal, and I could discard only 1 card of the advanced action. So due to the level up, I will get a spell, advanced action, and a skill, so I can plan around that. And the 2 cards, the spell and advanced action, will be exactly the 2 cards I'm having in my hand then. I am thinking about taking Intimidate, actually, because it would allow me to get Influence 8 right now, while still being in the tower. And with -3, I'm at +5, which is not enough to get a spell, so I would need 2 more Influence, which I can't get anywhere. And then I would definitely be at Act. To just embrace that I'm hated, and then have Intimidate in my deck for an attack 7. The Temporal Portal I like a lot, but it would not do much for me now unless I already progress, which I can actually do. But I don't have blue mana, it's the only one that's missing in the source. This is also an argument against Mist Form. I'm contemplating taking that just to move on. After scouting with the scouts, I can bring myself into position for the next night, but I can't even cast it without spending a crystal. But Call to Arms, of course, is useless as well currently, because there's only 1 unit in the offer, and using the crossbowman for what? Yeah, so to what end? But it might be worthwhile to use a blue crystal. So I will have 2 other turns. So I could play the scouts in the first, and then play, for example, Mist Form with a crystal. And if I take Swift Bolt, I can at least get a white crystal. But it would give the dummy a blue card, and Temporal Portal is a movement skill. Maybe I do take Offering after all. That would give the dummy a blue crystal, unfortunately. But we haven't added a blue card yet. So we have added a white one and a green one. Because I definitely can cast Offering, and I will get a crystal. And there will be more time to maybe do a nice Offering round. It might not give me that much, but it does give me something. So I think I will take either Mist Form or Temporal Portal to move on. Both can move me to spaces. Temporal Portal is even more flexible with moving. And it will be a good advanced action for City Assault as well, because it can boost my hand limit. As the game is currently going, I'm not sure about Swift Bolt. The range attack does not do that much for me if I can't get rid of Fortification. Okay, so I think I will go with Offering now. I am, after all, Goldyx with the improved Crystal Lies, so the Crystal Joy. That does allow me to get a lot of crystals. And Offering itself, of course, even though it's only, well, it's 3 rounds left. There's time. But what about the Call to Glory? I can try to learn it in the tower. I'm still sitting there. Let's try that. So I'm taking Offering as the reward from the Mage Tower. So I'm putting that on the deck, but I will draw it anyway. So let's just put it here. The dummy will get the blue crystal. So I will take the Temporal Portal out of the offer. So he gets the white card. So I am taking the temporary portal as well. So I will draw that as well. So this was refreshed first before I have to decide that. And there's restoration, but it also doesn't help me with assaulting a city. And before I decide it, I actually can look at the skills I will get. And the choices between universal power. Yes, that's so nice. Okay, so any card played sideways with a mana gives 3 instead of 1. If it matches the mana, it will even get me a +4. That's huge. That's for attack, that's for block, that's for move, whatever I need every single turn. But it does cost a lot of mana. But maybe even just using Offering for that would already be a good pick. And the other choice is the last Crystal Craft, in this case for the white mana. That does also give me mana and crystals, but passing on universal power for that when I already have one, that does sound stupid. Especially after picking up Offering. No, I think I can't take that over universal power. And I already argued that I don't want the Swift Bolt, so taking another motivation skill. No, I will just use universal power. That would technically even allow me with the red die of the source to play the Offering sideways in the next turn. So yeah, I will take the temporary portal as planned. And that's the level up. And the advanced action offer refreshes with Frostbridge. So I'm marking this Mage Tower as mine as well. And that's the turn. So the dummy will play his last card, which is a Rage. And I will have 2 turns left. I'm drawing these cards now technically. So I have to play at least 1 card every turn. But first I will ready, well, do I? Let's discuss the options here. If I use the Offering with universal power, well, I will lack 1 movement to actually explore. Yeah, so these both hillsides, so I can't do this with, because I'm thinking about using the Herbalist to heal the Savage Monks right away, but then I could not ready the Scouts. And I think readying the Scouts now is just far too good. So I will use the Herbalist to ready a level 1 or 2 unit. The Scouts are level 1, so I ready them. Then I use them right away for movement 2 and revealing a new tile at distance 2. The question now is, do I stick with revealing this tile, do I reveal this one? And I think the answer is quite clear, because there is a keep, and this is an opportunity that I should not just let go. I already have a keep, so by taking this I would have a hand limit increase of 2. So I'm already at 8, I have a motivation spell, so if there's a city I will have a huge assault next night. If not, that's sad, but then again I can circle around like this. So yes, let's explore this one. So we are drawing our first core tile and put it here at range 2 with the Scouts. This is not a coastline tile, so the core tiles are really these here. Green, so we will rotate the tile from gold to green. It's a city, that's the regular orientation. So we rotate it twice to green. There's rough terrain there, so it's swampland, but I think it's extremely lucky that it's adjacent to the keep. So this makes me feel really good. Let's roll the color of the city. And it comes up green, so it stays green. There's also a glade, a village, and 2 orcs. Unfortunately, these are, well, 2 fame orcs, so nothing too fancy. I have to take care of them, but then there we have a clear approach way to the city. This is really good. And then we can go on via the glade to this core section here. I like that a lot. And I will probably just use the temporary portal. Well, no, going to the village is not the best approach, I guess. We should really go to the... So I could use the temporary portal to go here. Then we will see both garrisons. That's actually quite nice. So we have all the opportunities. Take the altar, take the tower, take the keep, whatever you want to do. We could even temporary portal to the dungeon first, but then there's no way we can get around that unless, no, yeah. Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's see what a green city does. So on level 11, it has 2 dungeon enemies and 3 white. And all physical attacks are poisonous. And once it's conquered, I can learn advanced actions for 6 influence, which seems more and more unlikely. But then again, I'm at -3 only. But I'm planning other assaults already. Well, there is an orc to cancel out taking the keep. Maybe that's the preferred way to do it then, because after taking the city I will have 5 shields there, so I'm at net +2, which does help a lot with interaction, of course. So this was the Herbalists and the Scouts working as a team to reveal this core tile, but I do have to play a card, and since we do not have blue mana in the source, I will play the Offering now. I could do it with universal power as said, but there's no way to even defeat these measly orcs here, because my units are all spent, and universal power would just take me there, but then there's nothing else to do. Using it for influence doesn't do much for me either. No, I will just cast Offering, gain a red crystal to your inventory, and I could discard up to 3 non-wound cards, so I could discard a temporary portal to get a blue crystal as well. But I think I want to play it, but that would cost me a crystal. I think I want to chance it. If I reroll blue or gold, that's a 1 in 3 chance. I can power it. If not, I can think about using a crystal, but that would set me down 2 crystals compared to just discarding it now. And where would I even go? I could instead use any mana from the source to get a 3 movement and then just move to the keep to reveal the defenders and be in position for the next turn. So I couldn't, for example, start to just take the keep as a first action. And I think I like that backup plan. It gives me something more to do, potentially, and it will not be squandered, and I will still have my crystal. That's the important part. Yeah, so I got my crystal from E-Offering. Let's re-roll. So it comes up white, so it did not work out for blue. And I think I will just take a mana together with Universal Power, because I don't need to jump 2 spaces, because I do not want to go here. These spaces I can't jump to anyway, and I wouldn't want to. And jumping to the altar doesn't make much sense. Jumping here, it would reveal the Mage Tower, but then again the Mage Tower is so far off that it seems like a huge detour and I should not get tempted from that. So I think I will just use the movement 3, because it's not the matching color, for Goldyx to move into the hills. And since we are at day, we are revealing the defenders here. Because I really like to have this information. I've spent too many combats this game already due to summoning and so on with running into unknown tokens, and that makes you inefficient. So the defenders are crossbowmen. So the monks will just kill them, and I can use the herbalists to refresh them if I get them healed in any other way. But I do have refreshing walk and the herbalists. But the herbalists I would like to use to refresh them. Okay, but that's the end of the day 2, and I feel quite happy about how it all worked out. Now the die would come up blue, but it doesn't help. So the dummy announced end of round between my 2 turns, so this was my last turn anyway. Okay, let's do the dummy first again. So Mist Form gives him a blue crystal, as unfortunately planned. Well, we did not give him any blue cards yet, so that's good. And he will pick up the Swift Bolt, so a white card, and he has 1 white crystal, so that's okay. I can then think about getting rid of Intimidate. And that's it's not a good situation to be in actually, because if I do not get rid of it, he will get a card where he already has 2 crystals for. And if I pick it up, he will probably get a card that he has 3 crystals for, which pretty much means that I should probably get rid of it anyway if I don't plan to pick that up for some reason. And contrary to what I said before, Intimidate at a current stage would really plunge me into X territory. It does give a lot of attack, but I should manage my reputation a bit more here, so that do not drop on X, because even in the -5 case, a Conquered City will just balance this, because I have 5 tokens there that all give me +1 influence. So I want to get rid of it. Frostbridge I'm not too keen about. It could be useful because it does set the move cost of swamps and lakes to 1, and there's a lot of this territory here, so it could make me quite flexible. So I might be able to pick that up and take it out of the dummy's hands, and then he will get whatever's after that. So I like that a lot more. Let's get rid of Intimidate. The Call to Arms I'm not ready yet to let go. And if I don't pick it up, the dummy will get a white crystal, which leaves the green cards without a crystal, and he has already 5 green cards. If I pick that up now, I will not pick up Restoration, I think, which would mean he would get a green crystal instead. Let's just leave the spells as they are, even though I'm not digging then for Demolish, Spell, Mass, Expose, or Underground Attack. I still feel that if I can pick that up or use the strong effect, because I have cards and artifact and advanced action that let me use the spell offer. So there's still a world where I can use Call to Glory to pick something up without having to come up with over 10 influence or something like that. So the replacement spell is Meditation and Trance, and the advanced actions are Mana Storm and Agility. Wow, that really means I should pick up Call to Arms to not add a crystal, and then he gets a white card later. Mana Storm without multiplayer or blitz rules, you just have too few dice. I learned it the hard way. Agility is interesting, yeah, but again, from this offer I would probably even go with Frostbridge, even though I do need some mana source. But it's not it's not Mana Storm. Let's refresh the skills and refresh the units. We're getting rid of the tactics cards, and then we will have to pick from these one, because the dummy really went before me from the dusk. We refresh the unit offer, and there's just 1 silver unit now, which are Guardian Golems, nice. And the 2 gold units are heroes, the green heroes, and the Autumn Guardians. So we have to move the map a little bit. Giving all units you control all resistances as a huge benefit. These are all quite interesting. But at the tower I'm currently at, I can only hire the Guardian Golems, but it would not matter if I'm using Call to Glory. And the heroes with this kind of reputation I could not hire anyway, because it counts double, the influence bonus. So I had to re-roll the source 3 times because of gold and black dice, but it finally came up as red, red, green. We shuffle the dummy deck. So I may not actually at the Mage Tower anymore, but the golems can also be higher than the keep I just want to attack now. And the reputation won't change because of the orcs there. And finally we have to shuffle our deck. And we draw our first hand. So we are down to 6 again, because we are not in the vicinity of our keep supply line. And we do not have planning obviously anymore. So the starting hand is Stamina, Threaten, March, Determination, Swiftness, and a Will Focus. So my thoughts to the tactic cards are that Mana Surge is not urgent with the current source, although I'm lacking white, and it can go downhill quite quickly. And if I want to power a spell, then Mana Surge might help with getting a black mana actually. Mid-end Meditation I'm not too keen on. Preparation, I would need to think about what card would help me that much. Current plan is still to take the keep. That does just give me 5 fame, so I do not level. And getting that next command slot would be nice, especially the armor 4 as well. So I should think about if I can take the keep and these orcs without any help of preparation, and then there's sparring power. And that might be what I'm going for here. I will be after the dummy, but then again, if I take the keep, kill these 2 tokens, and then approach the city with the supply of the keep and motivation, I don't need that long of a night. I need all the power I can muster, and with hand limit of 6, keep is +2, motivation is +2, so I'm already at 10. And sparring power, let's say if I accumulate cards for 3 turns, I would be already at 13 cards. That's the better part of my deck. What I should think about is if I take the altar first, then the keep, and I can then kill the orcs anyway in the same turn, because this would make me level, and I feel like trying to hire something with the Guardian Golems in the keep would be a good idea. If I get the Endless Bag of Gold, I can just break that to overcome the penalty. I think it's almost already, well, it depends on what cards I have. I have Threaten already, but I do not want to power that probably. So altar, keep, hiring, getting into position, assaulting the city, it's like 5 turns or something like this, 4 or 5 turns. And I've groomed the dummy deck, so it might give me these turns even though the dummy is going before me. Taking the altar without any mana generation and advanced action is probably not a good idea. I could use my skill for a red token. There's a green in the source, so I would need a white and a blue. I'm just not too keen on replacing a unit already. On the other hand, even if I get another command slot, I will replace something anyway if I get any chance to use Call to Glory. Maybe I should just use the scouts to put a tile here, for example, and then replace them. It's just siege attack 1. And I feel like the herbalists are much more versatile with readying the savage monks, for example. Because I feel like I should heal them, well then they are already used. Don't have a healing card already in hand. So let's think about what I need to take the keep. The savage monks would just kill the defenders. So I should really heal them and do that. But that would mean I have used these 2 troops already and I can't use them in the sword. Maybe Rebirth is a good spell. And the Swiftness will just kill the other orcs. But I would need a mana for that. Maybe it is Mana Surge after all. So if I take Mana Surge and I get a white mana, but it's gambling again, I have an extra turn compared to the dummy, which I could spend to just kill the orcs, get my reputation bonus, and then draw up cards and see what happens. No, I think I should, even if it exhausts most of my units, I should really take the keep and clear up this mess here. This orc and crossbowman situation. Then I will have a higher hand limit, 2 higher hand limit, so I will see more of my deck and can prepare more for the city. If I then go to the altar, that would be a detour. That's the only thing that I don't like about that plan. But going there now, well, I could take mana draw of preparation. So I only spend the blue crystal, but I would have to spend will focus to resolve the altar. I think I have to do without leveling. If I spend my units, I can replace them anyway. But I do need white mana. If I play it like planned, I will use a green mana for the savage monks. No, I will use a green mana for the herbalists now to reroll that. Okay, so I think I have to decide if I want to use sparring power now to increase the chance of taking the first level 11 city, which probably snowballs me, so I don't need it later. But the argument against that is that now I have to keep supply line. So I will have 2 more cards here already, and if I take Mana Surge now I have more time, maybe more options with the source, and then can take sparring power later for the other city, or preparation, whatever the dummy does not toss. But it's a big gamble because it means I have less cards for this city now. But as I already said, with the motivation, maybe I get the temporary portal as well. And then my hand limit would even be at 12 without sparring power. I think that settles it. Let's take Mana Search. And the dummy plays sparring power, unfortunately. Okay. So in the last night I can take preparation, but I will have one less turn. Yeah, well, what can you do? This game was not the luckiest when it comes to tactic selection. So I will go before the dummy, and it's my first turn now. I think I should use Mana Search right now. I don't need red at all. And I have a lot of need for green. The only red card I have is Threaten. There's no units that need it, and I have 2 crystals, so let's reroll the 2 reds. And they come up as green and gold, unfortunately. So this might be a controversial play, but I feel like I have to do that. I think I will play the Stamina to move into the altar here, which is in Plains. So just a regular Stamina. And then this skill here will give me blue and red. Will Focus will give me white. And the Source will give me green. This sets me back a Will Focus, which is a huge card, of course. But I will get 10 fame. And it sets me back this skill, which I won't have. But again, I have still crystals available. And I can reroll 1 die now. And I will just level up. And I think that's just too good to pass on. So flipping this gives me blue and red. And Will Focus will give me a white token. So I have all the mana tokens I need to resolve this altar and get 10 fame. This will be discarded. These are discarded. So I'm going up to 49, which will give me my 4th armor point in another command slot. The movement card is discarded. And do I hold on to Threaten? That's the question. But I think yes, because I do want to hire after the keep. I'm only drawing 2 cards, but I will need a good movement card to approach the keep. But I do have universal power, so it doesn't matter too much. Let's see, I'm re-rolling this die. Comes up blue, so nice, another color. And I will draw 2 cards now because I'm, again, not in any supply line. So the replacements are Tranquility. I think that's good because I can then heal without using a unit and another March. So I do play a bit slow, or at least I want to play a bit slow. Let's see how the dummy reacts to this. So a white card, a red card, and a green card. Okay, so it already paid off that we added training. And he's only playing 3 cards, nice. And I forgot to add my shield token to this adventure side. So I think I will play the green die to power the Tranquility and just heal the Savage Monks. That would be the plan. So we have the Herbalists open, so to refresh the Savage Monks after just killing the Crossbowmen. But I think I can't do anything else in this turn because I need white mana for the Swiftness. So I should use the Mana Search now and see if we can roll white. And I do need movement 4 to even attack the keep. So without any dice, and since I also need a die for the Savage Monks, I don't think I have any mana to spare to actually power march. So I think I will assault the keep with the 2 marches and then use the Savage Monks and the Swiftness if possible. This will cost me a crystal, so I pretty much need white mana, otherwise it won't work. If I don't have green mana from the source, I could also just block the orcs, but I would still need to kill them somehow. I'm playing so slow that the Threaten now is really not helping me, but I will need 7 influence to hire them on a -3. That's 10. So if I don't draw the Endless Bag of Gold and something like Threaten, it's hard to actually hire them. But my deck is far too huge to hold on to Threaten, I think. So I think I will make another preparation round, use the Tranquility to throw away the wound from the Savage Monks. This means the Tranquility is played, and I will toss the Threaten now. I can't wait on that. I should have done it the turn earlier. So if I want to use Mana Search, and I should really reroll these 2. Comes up white and gold. Okay, white is really nice, but the gold obviously not. And then we reroll the other die. Comes up white as well. Okay, so now I have white mana. We draw 2 cards. There's the Endless Bag of Gold, very nice. And Whirlwind. Yeah, this is something I will probably want to use on any of these white tokens. But we do need black mana. So I think I feel really good about taking Mana Search after all. That ends our second turn. So what does the dummy do? Blue, excellent. Blue, even more excellent. And white, another card we added, which is 1 more card, which is green. So very nice. 7 cards played only from a deck of 19. And now we can execute our plan. We unfortunately have to use a lot of movement without powering it to go through the wasteland here and assault the keep, which will give us a penalty and we will be set back down to -5. And the defenders are these crossbowmen, but I really want to also kill these orcs. Since we do not have any mana in the source for the Savage Monks, we would need to use the Herbalists anyway or use the Crystal, which leaves us with white for the Swiftness, I think. So we can just kill them, and we do use the Savage Monks with a green Crystal for Siege Attack 5 even, due to the Banner of Glory, and this will defeat them. So both in range attack, those are fortified, those are not, but it doesn't matter because it's siege damage. See any more efficient way. Unfortunately, it does cost me a crystal, but I will definitely not use motivation before assaulting the city. I think we are really on track here, so nothing to complain about. So let's just do that, which means the movement for the assault is discarded. The white die from the source with the swiftness kills these orcs, which means 2 fame and a reputation. So back at -3. And then these here give me 3 fame. Brings me up to 54. There's nothing else I want to play now. I could argue the determination, but no, I think I want to keep or hold on to my combat cards. And since I'm in a keep now, I have my hand limit of 8. So let's reroll the die. First, Mana Surge again. I think I want to keep a white die actually. So I will only, because I do have crystals for the other colors except green. And I can get green for motivation. I really want to keep a white one, so let's reroll the gold. And it comes up green, okay. And then use the reroll at the end of the turn. And this comes up blue. Okay, so we have a lot of options, but we still want this black mana. We draw up to 8, which means 5 cards. And I should have added my shield again to this keep we just conquered. So there's an improvisation. There's offering. There's a Tome of All Spells, there's a Stamina, and there's a Rage. This was our 3rd turn already. The dummy plays a white card, another white card, and a green card. Lucky. So I think 10 in total, of a deck of 19, so that's roughly halfway through. This gives us plenty of time, which is good. So what do we do with the Tome of All Spells? Currently we would have Meditation and Trance to pick, Restoration and Rebirth, and I think both are not good options. And then there's Call to Arms. We could use it in the battle against the city by discarding a white card to use the ability of any unit in the offer. So for example, the Autumn Guardians or the Heroes. But then again, is that so strong? The Autumn Guardians, for example, if you use it to give all units or resistances, then you would want them in your offer. So you want to assign something to them, which you can't. You can't assign damage to them. So this might be an argument to break the Tome of All Spells, as sad as it is, to use Call to Glory now to fill this new command slot with the Autumn Guardians. Or even the Heroes, but I think the green Heroes with Heal, I don't like it too much. I think the Autumn Guardians are just far too good to pass on. Block 8 against Swiftness, giving your units all resistances. We would then have an armor 5 and armor 7 unit with all resistances. That sounds really strong, because most likely 2 tokens I can just ignore. That's insane. And this would mean I would have to cast it before going into the battle, but I do not have a green card, and I would have to discard Whirlwind now unless I'm waiting for something else. We also have the Endless Bag of Gold, and we can hire the Guardian Golems, and we can try to hire them regularly. So we had -3, they take 10 influence to hire. So breaking the Endless Bag of Gold is, again, it's breaking another artifact, but I feel like influence 4 at that point doesn't cut it. It would mean that we are at +1, and we need 6 more, which would be the improvisation. So 2 more cards, 1 to discard for improvisation and 1 to get the final point. And is that worth it? If I just take the Endless Bag of Gold and break it, I get influence 9, -3 is 6, so I need just 1 more to hire the Guardian Golems. And I'm really tempted to hire them and then use the Tome of All Spells to also hire the Autumn Guardians. And then we have really ramped out our army for this coming assault. It would mean breaking 2 artifacts though. And I must not forget I have Universal Power. That's huge. That's really huge because it gives me influence 4 just for any card if it matches the color of the mana. I don't have a red die in the source. That could mean I'm playing a blue one with Determination or Stamina. And then I would already be at 8 with the Endless Bag of Gold, but -3 brings me to 5. So that's, again, it's just not enough. One thing to consider is, unfortunately, that all the units in the offer are quite defensive. Even the heroes, even though they are not like specifically giving you a block or focus on block, they are focused on healing. So the best I can hope for from the offer is currently attack 5, and no range, no siege, no other effects. And I do have to come up with damage. If I'm all going defensively here, this won't work either. But what can you do? The offer is as it is, but I should maybe think about how do I even kill stuff. But I do have Tornado, but I would need black mana. So I'm still on the search for that. All right, so I think I want to even slim down the deck using this endless bag of gold now to break it, to get the Guardian Golems. That gives me 9 influence. -3 is 6. So I need one more card. And what about the movement? I need 5 to even enter the swampland. I've already played too much in the stamina, so that's my last movement card, my last regular one. I have refreshing walk still. I should not... Well, I should probably get rid of determination because I will pick up a lot of defense with the Guardian Golems and the Autumn Guardians. So I think I'd rather keep my rage. I'd rather keep the stamina and improvisation. So breaking the endless bag of gold and determination sideways. Well, I could power it, but it doesn't do anything because it's 3 more. This is 5 more. So I'm still missing a lot of influence. That's just 8. It's 5, so I'm missing 2. That doesn't work. Yeah, so let's get the 3 fame from breaking it. So it's 57 and 9 influence. -3 is 6, +1 is 7. And I'm hiring the Guardian Golems. And I feel like that's all I can do in the keep. So it's time to move on, actually. This is good because it frees up the stamina from the hand. We did not use a mana die yet, so we can bump that up to 4. But I do have to play another card. I feel like the offering I can't really use offensively, so we will probably thin out other cards that we don't need for the assault and turn them into crystals. So this will be for preparation. This I hope to actually use. This I want to use to pick up the Autumn Guardsman. This is really versatile. But I'm not planning to move anywhere else, so I would not need to move, I would not need the influence. Maybe the block, but it would cost me a card. Should I just take the rage instead of the improvisation? I will have lots of cards, and maybe not all of them are useful. And this gives me 1 point, well, any card side just gives me a point. Well, with the universal power, if I have just one useless card, I can turn everything pretty much into improvisation. Let's keep the rage. So that's 5 movement. Well, I can't. Ah, that's unfortunate. I just hired, so that's my interaction, so I can't move on this turn. That's sad, so I have to think about if I can do something else. I can't use the Tome of All Spells yet because I would have to toss Whirlwind and I really don't want that. Let's quickly think about that. I have applied my penalty once, so if I would get to even more influence, there is no more penalty. But I would need 9 more to hire the heroes. And if I hired them, then my bonus would have been applied twice, so it's pointless. Okay, that was quick. I think I just have then to draw 2 replacement cards and suck it up that it's so slow. And we draw another Rage and the Temporal Portal. Very nice. We should have rerolled the source in the search for black. Sorry, I will do that. And it's white and red. So I even lost the blue mana I could need later. I really need to use Mana Search to search for a black die here to even be able to cast Tornado. So let's hope the dummy does not speed up too much. White, red, red. Okay, so it's 2 cards more. There's a green and a blue. Okay. This brings it up to 15, so he should have 4 cards left. Yes. And again, unless it's a green one, we will have 3 turns now. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4. There's 1 left. So it's only a 1 in 4 chance for 4 turns, and otherwise we have 3. If we can take a big stab at this city, even if we don't take it, I'm content. If there's something left over, we will be able to take it the next day, at the start of the next day, and then have a lot of time to prepare for the second city. So I did not draw any white cards, unfortunately, to do the call to arms plan. I can do that in the combat, but is it wise to do that? Well, it just cost me cards that I could replace otherwise, so that's why I don't like it. I think what we should do now is move to the city to explore it. But if we want to use the Temporal Portal, this is actually the only space that works. Because I need to increase the hand limit by 2 with the portal, by just going 1 step, and then still be in the vicinity of the keep to also get that bonus. So if we move there now, that's kind of pointless. Which I think means that I will approach the city with the Temporal Portal anyway. So that's already locked in. Maybe that's the time to just play the offering. I will have lots of red crystals, that's good. So all these cards I can power later. But what do I actually then discard? Am I hellbent on using Tornado? Well, as laid out, these white tokens can have a lot of armor and I don't have that much attack, so just destroying an enemy will be huge for me. I should try that. And the sacrifice is currently quite pointless. So I should use Mana Search again to see if we can come up with black mana. And no, it's gold and green. So I feel like I have to play the offering, even though I just rerolled my red mana. So it would cost me a red crystal. That doesn't do anything then. and would get rid of the stamina. I have to take care how many cards I even have left, because there are only 6. So if I want to draw up to 6, 8, 10, 12, and I have only 6 here, so if I have 6 cards left, then I can actually do that. So this I will not have anymore. I think I'm running out of cards. I think it's a given that I want to use the Herbalist, but I usually tend to not rush it. But I cannot do it in the combat, so I have to do it before. But I want to see the defenders before deciding that. But I don't think there's a large chance that I do not want to use Siege Attack 5. Well, if it doesn't kill anything, well, maybe with the scouts it does. Alright, so maybe using the Temple Portal now and using the Offering and tossing Stamina. So I only have 5 cards left. Yeah, I'm running out of cards too fast. And I need to get going anyway. So I should really make my move now. But playing the Offering now does not... It's unfortunate that I rewrote this in the Surge of a black mana, but yeah, what can you do? If I play the Tome now, it doesn't do anything, because I will have so few cards left that it doesn't matter at all. Okay, so I'm using a red crystal for Offering, get the red crystal back, and I'm tossing the Stamina to get a blue crystal, so that only nets me 1 crystal. And I do have to play it with a crystal as well. Maybe I don't actually. If I just use it unpowered, I can just move 1 space and my hand limit is 1 higher. And that's actually enough, I think. Because with the keep I'm at 9 then. If I have 5 cards left, I can draw 4 of the 6 cards and then the motivation will draw me the rest. Yeah, so I don't even need to power that. I think that's the play here. So I played Offering with the crystal, toss Stamina to get another blue. And then I play the Temporal Portal as my action of the round to step through the portal onto the swamp. And if I reveal the defenders now, it will be locked in. But I think that's the way to do it. Also worth pointing out is that I can use the Tome of All Spells still to use Trance to pick 2 cards from my discard pile if I want specific cards for the Assault. But I think it's more useful to have something like the Autumn Guardians. Let's reveal the defenders and see what we are up against. So let's start with the more harmless dungeon enemies. There's a Minotaur, so it's a prime target for the monks actually. Just Siege Attack 5. Then there's a Crypt Worm, which is not a good target for the monks. Then we have the Autumn Mages. Then we have the Autumn Guardians. And we have Gunners. So none of them is arcane immune, so Tornado will just kill 1. If we get that damn black mana. I think it should be fine. Let's see. You have to remember that these 3 tokens are poisonous as well. So there's 4 poisonous tokens. Alright, so this is the next time I'm drawing cards. So my hand limit is at 7 plus the keep supply land is 9. I have 5 cards left, so I'm drawing 4. That's the mana draw I need. Nice. The Promise, which is much better for the Tome of All Spells. Nice. There's the Swiftness and the Refreshing Walk. That's probably good to clean up afterwards. I will leave these cards here because I will use motivation anyway. But let's see what the dummy does. If we hit the green card or not. No, there's the green card. Okay, so it's 1 more or even 2 more. Well, he exhausts his deck, which means that we have 2 turns. So I will flip motivation now to exhaust my deck and get a green token. That will be quite helpful. And the other 2 cards are the Magic Talent that we are missing and the Crystal Joy. Okay, so the first thing I do is I ready the Savage Monks with the Herbalists, because the Siege Attack 5 will just kill this enemy, which is brutal, poisonous, so 10 damage poisonous is nothing I want to deal with. Let's use Mana Surge last time. And unfortunately I have to think it through completely now if I want to reroll any of these dice, because if I screw that up, I can screw the whole combat. For example, the white mana is the only source I currently have, and I will use it for mana draw, I think. This could generate me black mana, but then again I don't have another... Well, Crystal Joy can give me white mana, so if I use mana draw to get black, I can get a white one with Crystal Joy from a blue crystal. That would power Tornado. All the blue... The red crystals then would be used to power Rage to kill something. Unfortunately, there are tokens that are physically resistant, so I would kill the Cryptborn or the Gunners, probably the Gunners. Is there any point in taking a green this should have been discarded long ago, I think. Is there any point in taking the green die from the source? I have a green token here, and I have only Refreshing Walk. Well, I will have the Autumn Guardians that I should really think about. And the Savage Monks, of course, so I will probably need 2 greens. If I use Mana Draw to get black, then the second black token is useless. Unless I'm using Magic Talent. I think I do probably want to use Magic Talent to still pick up Call to Glory. I'm not sure. I can't really pass on Tornado because these resistant enemies are far too hard to kill otherwise. But if I do not use Tornado, I will have the mana draw open to, for example, create 2 green tokens to power the Savage Monks and the Ultimate Guardians, which I hire with this. Problem really is that all these tokens are brutal, but a Crypt Worm, for example, I can just run into the Guardians because they have physical resistance and have 7 armor. The Savage Monks have 5, so I can run the Ultimate Guardians into them, and they will kill the Minotaurs, so these are taken care of. And that's actually exactly the poisonous attacks. Well, those that are poisonous because of the city, which leaves these 2 tokens. They do hurt because of brutal. This will be 2 wounds and this will be 3 wounds, which will not knock me out. And I do have a refreshing walk here. But I will have killed only 1 token at that point, so the Minotaur with the range attack. If I spent the scouts to get to siege attack 6 as well, I could kill the gunners instead of the Minotaur. That sounds good at first, but then again, the Minotaur is poisonous. And I will have to replace 1 unit now anyway if I am picking up the Ultimate Guardians. So what does it mean for re-rolling the dice? I think leaving the white mana is a given. If I roll black as well, I can use mana draw just to power Tornado, but it would leave only 1 green token. Let's put that here because I want to do that anyway. It's far too good to just kill something. If I leave the green token, I might use mana draw to pull that and use the white, for example, just on Whirlwind to cancel an attack. I think I should not gamble too much on getting black anyway. With 2 dice, that's not that high of a chance. So let's just reroll the gold one so we don't regret it later. And it comes up red. Okay. We would have to come up with 2 movement to even start this. So this could be the swiftness or the refreshing walk, but I feel like I will get some wounds. So this might be a card I want to just hold back on, unless it makes a huge difference. And I think there are far too many attacks to not just hire the Ultimate Guardians. So we'll probably break the Tome of All Spells, discard a card of any color. So I would discard a Promise, use the stronger effect of a spell of the same color from the spells offer without paying its mana cost. You may do so even during the day. So I would use Call to Glory to recruit any unit from the units offer for free. So I would hire the Ultimate Guardians. And I would replace a unit. If I keep the scouts for now, then at the beginning of the next night, I can, for example, kill the gunners with the Savage Monks. So now I would kill the Minotaur because of the poisonous. As already laid out, it's only 10 attack instead of 12. So this is 3 wounds. But 10 is also, if I take, it's also 3. And since it's poisonous, whatever wounds I get or the units get, they will be doubled. So that's really not good. So I really want to use the Savage Monks to kill the Minotaur. This might be an attack I want to cancel with Whirlwind. And these 2 attacks I already planned to absorb with physical resistance with the Guardians and the Monks, which really only leaves this, and this is then not much damage, because this is just 2. It's poisonous, yes, it's 4 wounds, but a 2 in hand, at least I can heal in the next turn. So I do break this, discard the Promise, and I'm picking up the Ultimate Guardians. It's a bit sad to replace the Herbalists, but this play with the Scouts is just too good to pass on, I think. So I have to let go of the Herbalists. I then need a green token for the Guardians. So this is something I could produce with Crystal Joy. So if I put that here and put a blue crystal on this. No, actually we can use the source for that. If we use the mana draw to get 2 mana dice. Since we do not have black anyway. We can get these 2 due to mana draw, which then means all units have all resistances. So the Crypt Worm can be assigned to the Guardians. And due to physical resistance, they won't do much. And these can be assigned, so I have to spend them, of course, for the Minotaur. And after that, in the block phase, I can assign them to the Monks due to the Banner of Glory, and it won't do anything as well. I could then use the other die to say target enemy does not attack, so the Gunners just do not attack. That's 3 wounds less, which leaves me with the Ultimate Mages. And if I take the attack, I have an armor of 4, but they are brutal. I would get 2 wounds to the discard pile and 2 wounds to my hand. This would deal with all the attacks. This token is already dead, and now I can retaliate. These 2 I can't really retaliate against, unfortunately. That's the problem with not having Tornado. 2 rage cards with crystals would bring us up to 8 attack. And I'm already planning to use the Scouts next turn with the Savage Monks to kill the Gunners, so these can just live. I should really kill other tokens. So can I get up to 16 attack to kill the Ultimate Guardsman? With Crystal Joy I can come up with 1 more red crystal for improvisation. It's another 5. That would cost Crystal Joy and another card. And then there would be 3 missing, which would be the swiftness if I can come up with another. Well, we can use universal power with a blue crystal. So if you put that here, we can put a red crystal here, but we then have to discard another card, which could be Magic Talent, and then put this crystal here together with universal power. That would unfortunately mean that we only defeat the Minotaur now and the Autumn Mages, and in the next assault the Gunners are just dead. And then we have these tokens to deal with, and it will be day, so I can't use Tornado to just kill them. That was the whole point of picking up Tornado. But it would be 8, 13, 16, and efficient 8. And I have to kill one of them without using Tornado, definitely. But I just don't have any elemental damage. It will use all my resources, but I'm taking a bit chunk out of the city. So let's talk one more time about using mana draw for black mana. As it is, I think I would have to use Crystal Joy then to come up with white to even power Tornado. And that would mean I don't have the other die for the Autumn Guardians, which could mean that I'm not recruiting them at all. And instead use the Tome of All Spells to just use one of their abilities, for example the block 8. That could also block the Crypt Worm, for example. Could not assign this without wounding the Savage Monks, but it's maybe not too bad, since they only need to heal 2, and the attack would still be dealt with. Well, it would be poison, so they would have 2 wounds. That's really, that's not good. And I can't use Crystal Joy then to power the Improvisation, but it probably just means that I kill other tokens instead. I would still have attack 8, and with Universal Power probably also attack 11. If I get up to 12, I could actually kill 2 tokens. 1 in range, 2 tokens in the counter attack, and Tornado to kill, for example, a Guardsman. That would leave this token, but it's just 1 token. And I would not need to leave the Scouts, but I would not have the Autumn Guardians. That really makes my army a bit worse, and I would have to deal with lots of wounds. But taking 4 tokens out of the city instead of just 2 is a huge difference. I think I want to play that through, so I will rewind that here. I'm not using any... Well, this can stay actually, but we won't use Crystal Joy, so we won't produce a red crystal. These 2 dice I will put into the source for the moment. Let's put back the wounds and get the Tome of All Spells back together with the Promise for the moment, which means that we do not have the Guardians and we still have the used Herbalists instead. The nice thing about using the Tome of All Spells for a regular spell effect is that we still keep it, of course, and then we can do something nice next time. But we don't have this nice unit. That's the problem. But again, if it almost takes us the city, then I think that's worth it. So we could use this with Promise to use Call to Arms for the Autumn Guardians block 8, for example, or the Heroes block. Well, no, the block 8. This could block the Crypt Worm. This would still be killed, and if we assign that, it would get 2 wounds, which would need heal 4. But the Gunners then would attack, because we don't have Whirlwind to prevent their attack. So this would be blocked by the Guardians. Let's put it here. So blocked by the Guardians. We could still give all our units or resistances, but it's a bit less effective here. We haven't used the Guardian Golems yet. Unfortunately, they do not generate enough block for the Gunners, and everything else is not that interesting to block, because we don't have a Coldfire block. It's inefficient anyway. Well, we could think about generating... It costs so much mana. Maybe they are better spent to just for attack 2 if they help in killing something. Let's rearrange that a bit here. So these rages come later. And I might use the mana draw to power Tornado, but it would need the Crystal Joy as well. I do have the Magic Talent, and if I play that for the regular effect, I could use the other black mana maybe to get a better effect of one of these cards. That's actually interesting, because it would not break the card, and I have to pay for it. But still, my problem is the white mana. So this would mean I use the white die for this, generating 2 black tokens, where I use 1 for Tornado. Let's put the other one here, you can actually see it. And then use a blue crystal to generate a white token or white crystal, so I can actually play Tornado. You want to keep the Refreshing Walk. I could still discard... Well, I'm lacking mana. I think that's not plausible. I should think about keeping this actually to maybe pick up a spell with the advanced power. I'm leveling, so I'm getting a card, which could be white, so I could pick up Call to Arms. That's something I should think about maybe at least. So I don't think I have a plan for these yet, so maybe I do pick up these 4 wounds. 2 will come into the discard pile, but let's put them there. As good as place as any. We have just to keep track of what we are doing here. So that would leave the Gunners that are not currently handled. And we did not give all our units or resistances. I could use this ability of the Autumn Guardians, which would not block them, but then I can just assign this token to the Savage Monks without them being hurt. And we do have the Guardian Golems, which have a physical resistance of 3, so they could absorb the attack, even though they're then heavily wounded. And these 2 units would even be enough. No, there's just absorbing 8 then. 2 with resistance, 2 normally, so it's 8 damage, so that would leave 1 more for me. I could even use this card here. If I can't pick up a green one, and this heals in itself. I was thinking about using a Restoration with Magic Talent in the next turn, because we do have a green die and it would heal us for 3, but we can't pick one up. And I still have to move into the city. I must not forget that. Okay, so I think I will not be knocked out if I do it like this. If we block this, kill this, assign this here. 2 wounds to hand, 3 wounds to hand, that's 5. That doesn't knock me out. So what do I kill? The Minotaurs are dead. The Tornado kills the Guardsmen or the Guardians because they are really annoying with fortification or resistances. What attack do I have? I have 8 then, and I would need 12 to kill these 2 tokens. I can group them. So I need 4 more. 2 I could get from the Guardians, and the Scouts can actually just move me into the city. So I do have 3 here because I don't have the matching mana. But I just need 2, I think. So with the Guardian, so moving into the city, and these give me attack 2. I will have 5 wounds myself, and the Savage Monks will have another heal 4. But I do have the Herbalist next turn, and I have the Refreshing Walk now. Is paying this crystal actually worth it? Well, if I want to pick up Call to Arms, I think I'm lacking the mana after all, but if I want to pick up Call to Arms, I could use the Swiftness with Magic Talent next turn, but I would need a blue mana. This is why the crystal would be nice, because the green die can be used with Refreshing Walk, but with 8 and these 2 I have 12, and I need, with 8 and these 2 I have 10, and I need 12, so, and this means I'm lacking 2, and this is just 1. And with this is 3. But I should use the Scouts for movement. Otherwise they would just give me 1 point. I'm picking up the Mana Storm maybe. This will give me another crystal. The powered effect is just not useful for me, but it's still a card that rerolls the source and gives me a crystal. So that might be enough to power this. So maybe we should do it like this. Alright, so let's play that through and log it in. So I start the turn with activating the Scouts for movement 2, and Goldyx assaults the Green City. This means I get a reputation penalty, and I'm at -5 again. I will then activate the Savage Monks for 5 siege attack to just kill the Minotaur. So they will be used, and since I have a Banner of Glory, I get 1 fame. The Minotaur will give me 4 fame. So I'm at 62, almost leveling. Alright, so at that point, the range and siege attack phase is over, and I've used this, I've powered them with the token from the motivation. So this is discarded. And then I will use the Savage Monks with 5 armor to assign the Autumn Guardians to them, which means since they are poisonous, due to the Green City, they will get 2 wounds, so they need heal 4 to be healed. That's a bit unfortunate, but it prevents me from taking a lot of wounds. I will then use the Tome of All Spells. I'm discarding Promise to use the Call to Arms, and then I'm using the basic effect of a spell of the same color from the spell offer without paying its mana cost. So I'm using the Call to Arms. You may use an ability of 1 unit in the unit's offer, as if it were one of your recruits. You can assign damage to this unit. So I'm using the Autumn Guardians to get block 8 and block the Crypt Worm. I will then take 2 wounds, which I've already taken from the Autumn Mages. And since they're poisonous, they also go to the discard pile, and the other 2 go to the hand. And then there are the Gunners. These are brutal, so they have 12 attack. I have 4 armor, so I get another 3 wounds to my hand. But this means that I have dealt with all enemy tokens. So 1 is already dead, 1 was assigned here, 1 was blocked, and 2 I've taken to the face. Since none of my units have matching resistances, assigning them somewhere else is, I think, not useful, especially with these low armor values. This is why the pickup of the Autumn Guardians would be so huge. Now I can retaliate. I'm using Mana Draw with the white die to put another die. Let's pick up the red one to black, which generates 2 black tokens. And then use a blue crystal on Crystal Joy to get a crystal of any basic color. And then I will generate a white crystal with this to power Tornado. Play this only in the attack phase of combat, destroy target enemy. So I will destroy these annoying guardians, which gives me 8 fame. So I'm leveling up and I'm at 70 fame. I will then activate the Guardian Golems for attack 2, power 2 rages with 2 crystals for an combined attack of 8, so it's 10. And then I'm using a crystal of universal power with improvisation, which is not a matching color, to have another 3. So we are at 13. And this is enough to kill the Crypt Worm and the Gunners by grouping them. So these two are dead as well, which brings our fame up by 12, which is 82, and I'm leveling again. And the only token I can't really take care of currently are these Altar Mages. Also a very annoying token, but it's just a single token. So I'm leaving that at the city, and I'm putting 4 shield tokens on the city. And Goldyx has to retreat to the swampland, back to his keep, which is also quite nice. I did not use the second black mana, and I would still have cards here, but I can't, for the life of me, figure out how to get another mana. And I can't, well, I could play 1 card sideways instead of powering this. I could actually use Call to Glory. Damn it. No, I can't, because I have to pay the mana cost of the spell. So the black token is nice, but I can't have, well, I could pick it up. No, this doesn't work. Okay, I'm confused. So we'll keep these cards here to make the best of our last turn. I think we should clean up. So this was turn black. This we have to reroll. Comes up depleted. All this is then wiped out. All these tokens are all gone. Universal Power is back. We do still have our artifact. That is nice. And we use Tornado to kill one of these physical resistant enemies. Very huge, I think. We should talk about Crystal Joy, because we did power it with a blue crystal. So at the end of your turn, you may discard another card, including a wound, to take this card back to your hand. And there's no reason why we would not do that, because we probably cannot heal that much. So we do keep Crystal Joy. That might be interesting. All right, so we moved back. So the sword is finished. We are now at the end of the turn. And we did level twice. So let's look at the skill offer. So there's the cooperative skill, and there's freezing power. Freezing power will actually help to generate 1 attack that's efficient against the Altar Mages. We did not reveal a Tovak skill last time, because there are only 2 in the offer. And this is day sharpshooting. No, it's night sharpshooting. Okay, so what do we want to take here? The co-op skill doesn't do much for me now, because I will have only 1 turn. So I can activate it, but then I can't return it to me in my next turn. So I think that's out of the question, which really means I have to take freezing power, and I can take Frostbridge, Mana Storm, or Agility. My plan was to pick up Frostbridge, so the dummy doesn't get it, and I should really pick up Call to Arms now that we are talking about it, because then he will pick up a white card and a green crystal. So what do we want? Frostbridge would help us with navigating this rough terrain here, the swamplands. But then again, if you move to the city, there will be forests after that. So there's not a big deal with moving. And I think I will circle around here to reveal the tiles. And it's day, so I'm sure if this is a big deal. Mana Storm could give us a crystal now. And Agility, I think, no, I don't want to pick that up. It's white mana. We are lacking white mana all the time. So I think Mana Storm would be best, because we really want to get something here out of this. Mana Storm would give us a crystal, and Crystal Joy can give us a crystal, or fix the source to power Magic Talent, where we do want to power a Refreshing Walk now. So we'll take this green die from the source anyway, so it's kind of pointless. I think I want to pick up Call to Arms. A day it might even allow me to activate just a unit without picking it up, and it's good enough. If it makes me, for example, ignore the resistances of an enemy, that would be huge. If they are sorcerers, or if they are Altar Mages or something like that. I think I want that. So I would like to activate Magic Talent with a blue mana, which I do not have currently. So Mana Search comes in handy, and Mana Storm will also be able to reroll something. I would then add green crystals, but a blue card. That's not a good combination. If I pick up the Frostbridge, I can actually pick up Motivation from Tovak, which produces a blue mana. That's huge. I think that's better. That's better than Mana Storm. The sharpshooting doesn't do much for me, I think, without removal of fortification, and the movement skill is not that good, but the motivation skill is insane. I think I can't use 2 of them in the same turn, but I'm allowed to pick that up. And it gives me a mana as the same as Mana Storm, and I still have Crystal Joy in hand, so I'm not wasting that anyway. And I will be able to pick up Call to Arms. I think I take Tovak's motivation skill. So freezing power unfortunately goes here. I like that a lot, but I think having access to the mana I need now is much more important. I will reroll this with Mana Search. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I have to pick up Frostbridge first then. I can't take anything else. So we are still at the level up process. I took a skill, I took a card. I do get another command token and a hand limit of 7. We are refreshing the offer to reveal Crushing Bolt, so Siege Attack, nice. So we are not re-rolling these dice yet with Mana Search. Let's put them back for the moment. We are still in our turn with the Assault. We leveled up by picking a skill, This time I took Tovak's skill, so I needed to pick up Frostbridge, which is now in our deck. We've refreshed the offer, and I have my next command slot and a hand limit of 7. So that's the end of the turn where I retreated from the city. And Tovak will now announce the end of round, and so it's my last turn. I do have 8 cards in hand, but with the new hand limit of 7 and being in the range of the keep, so the hand limit of 9, I do actually draw the Frostbridge. And now I can think about re-rolling these dice, but let's see what we actually want to do here. We do have this new command slot. I have to think about how to rearrange that. So I think I can make it work like this. Moving the source over here, map here, place for my command slot. The city is here then. Nice, okay. And what do we do now? I think I do want to play Refreshing Walk, and you would have a green die in the source. But I also have, well, Frostbridge I probably do not want to play. Where would I even go with this? We can't take the city now. I do have this mana here, and I still want to use Magic Talent to pick up, for example, the Call to Arms. I could do this with the blue mana, power this, and then discard this card to pick up Call to Arms. But funnily enough, if I just play the regular effect, I can just cast Call to Arms, and I cast it as Call to Glory because I still have like mana in the source. That's huge. I think that's extremely huge. So I should make that work. So that means casting the discard a card of any color. You may play one spell card of the same color in a spell offer this turn as if it were in your hand. The card remains in your offer. So I play that and discard Swiftness, and now I can play a white spell. So I would play Call to Glory by picking up the black die, and I need a white one. But I can use the motivation I just picked up to power Crystal Joy. So the blue token goes on Crystal Joy to give me a white mana. And together I can cast Call to Glory because we are still at night. Oh, I love that. It does mean that we can't take another die from the source, but who cares if we can pick up the Autumn Guardians to our new command slot? Or the heroes. Actually, I should think a lot about these heroes because they have heal 4. They would completely heal this unit, and I have still 4 wounds in hand. If I only had 1 more mana. So maybe picking up Mana Storm would be better. Well, I got 1 from the skill. No, that wouldn't have helped. No. Okay. But I have to cast Call to Glory like this. This is too good. I just use mana draw inefficiently to produce a black mana for Tornado. So it goes back into the source without being rerolled. So I have it available after the fact, and I can use Magic Talent, Swiftness, so I don't have to pick it up. I can just use it now. I think that's better because we are going to day 3, where it would be hard to use anyway without a dungeon. I don't want to go there, basically. So what's the point? I can use a unit of a skill. Okay, that's true. But if I just have the Autumn Guardians, I think that's just better, so much better. The Autumn Guardians alone will just block this unit because they have block 8 and it's inefficient, it's 4. And they are not swift or anything, so I can just block them. That's so huge. So I will do it like this. Pick up the Autumn Guardians. So this is all used. And unfortunately I can then just... Well, I can create move 4, so I could go back to the keep, but I don't think I want to do that because I think I will just take the city with the beginning of the next day. I have to get going. So this is heal 1, so I can throw away 1 wound, and I would have movement 4, which is not enough in the swampland here to progress, not even to the village. That might be a good play, and it's also not enough to reveal anything. I could go back to the keep. I'm still in the supply line. And with -5 reputation, I'm not hiring anything anyway. So that feels kind of pointless. So I think that's it. Universal Power doesn't help me without any mana. That's my biggest issue I have to fix next day. Maybe I should play a big offering to get back some crystals, maybe some Crystal Joy, to build up offering for the sacrifice part for the last night. But I think that's it. So I ended up picking the Guardsman after all. I've played all these cards, but I have 3 wounds in hand and still, yeah, so... Even though the heroes can heal a lot, the guardsmen are just much better, especially for the final city assault. I have enough healing with Herbalist, Refreshing Walk, Tranquility. That should be enough, I hope so. And the final skills of Goldyx contains a heal 2 as well. We know that because we have seen all others. Yeah, it's okay. That's the end of night 2. And we've almost taken the first city. The spell is obviously returned. It didn't even leave the offer. I'm shuffling my deck. Alright, so it's shuffled very good. We removed the tactics card from the game. Let's do the dummy. Unfortunately, I managed to give him a white crystal and a white card. That's not my best choice, I think. And we already gave him a white card in the beginning with the Songs of Wind. Actually, we gave him a Song of Wind and a Swift Bolt. And now he's picking up a Mana Storm. So that's not very good. So we screwed up that by not thinking about this play. Maybe we should have taken the Mana Storm instead of the Frostbridge. I'm not sure. He does still have 3 blue crystals, so technically it's better to give him a white card, yeah. Nah, anyways, let's shuffle his deck. Let's be thorough about that and put it back. I think I will leave the restoration actually, because I might want to cast it because I will have access to forests, and that might be a way to just heal because I still have the artifact and magic talent, so I should leave that there, and then the dummy will pick up a green crystal. The agility, on the other hand, I think I would rather give him a green card, and I won't pick this up. I might pick up Crushing Bolt myself, but we'll see. I will get rid of the agility here. But the advanced action offer refreshes to Blood Ritual, and that settles it. I will take that over any card. This is my ticket to get any mana tokens in the battle, including black. So this is really the way to cast all the spells I want, and this is the mana card I desperately need. So I will pick that up once I level. And the spell offer shows Tremor and Earthquake. And that's huge. That's so huge. And I do have, as I just said, all these nice artifacts and spells that I can make this cast, and with Blood Ritual together, that is a huge combo. I'm really, really happy that I left Restoration there, so it will be there in the last night if I just remove Restoration. And I can, yeah, so it will be accessible. That's what I'm getting at. We flip back our skills and ready our units. We could think about letting go of the banner, but I think it's still the best unit to have it because it's just siege attack. So and it has a high armor value already, and this helps me a lot to get a 5 armor value. So I leave it there, and it's even more efficient to leave it there. Although I have to heal them, but I think it's worth it. The unit offer refreshes too. The enemy type freezes, nice. And the sorcerers, that's the kind of unit I want to see. And the remaining silver unit are the herbalists, nice. The only unit I can hire are the freezers in the city, but I'm fine with that. So we switch to the day side again for day 3. And the initial source comes up as white, red and gold. Very nice. And I think there's nothing else to prepare, so we draw our first hand. 7 plus 2 is 9 cards. March, Swiftness, Offering right away, Stamina, Mana Draw, Refreshing Walk, nice. Whirlwind already, and a wound card. That's actually 8, so one more, there's a rage. So this gives me opportunity to start healing, which is good, and offering right away to stock up back on crystals and burn a bit through our cards. For the tactics, that's really relevant since the dummy doesn't do anything, so these are both the same. To make it easier, I just take early bird, which is good, so I go before the dummy, so I will have a bit more time. But I do want to burn through the cards anyway, or at least I will, by using offering and healing. If I assault the city now, I will go back to X. So I would have to take on these orcs as well. Otherwise, I can't even interact with the locals. I don't have that much influence anyway, so I'm not sure if this is worth preserving. But why not pick up 4 fame as well? Tornado would be fine, would be perfect to kill them, but we are day, so this is not an issue. So this is not possible. The freezers would be nice, and I could have hired them in the keep. So I had the option to go back. This would have been exactly the advantage of going back, but how would I even pick them up with -5 influence? So I'm at 13. Yeah, so this is just not possible. So what do I need to kill these altar mages? The guardians, as said, can just block them, but it would still mean I need to come up with 16 attack. That's just so much attack that hurts. I do have a rage, I do have universal power. That's 8. Golems would contribute 2 if I like. That's 10. So it's 6 more I need. I think I should start with drawing more cards, to be honest. This might give me more wounds to heal. This might give me more cards for offering. And this also might give me more attack cards. Because I don't see the point to going back to the keep if I'm at that bad of reputation anyway. So if I kill the orcs, in the city I will be at 0 because of the 5 shields. And this gives me the opportunity to do anything with influence. And with universal power, then it's actually realistic to hire something, for example, the freezers. But I won't have them now. So my thinking is that I want to use mana draw to generate 2 green mana to then power the herbalists and the refreshing walk to get a heal of 4. That would heal, for example, the savage monks completely, or 1 wound here. If I draw another one, I would heal 1 of them and 2 from hand. So this would need a white mana. And I would have a green mana in the source, which is nice to have. I could then also play offering. For example, well, I would need a red mana from the source. So mana draw could draw me... Well, I should probably take the green one with refreshing walk to heal. Blue I don't need currently, so I will probably use this motivation here. Yeah, I will do that. I just need the mana now, and I want to have more cards to, as I said, to have more cards for offering wounds or to actually attack the city. So let's draw 2 cards and get a green token. There's an improvisation, that's a lot of damage. And a promise. That's what I need after the attack. So with Promise Powered and Universal Power, that's all taking mana, unfortunately. So all these movement cards might be something I want to do with Offering. It's easy to step into the city. Block them is also easy. Coming up with 16 attack is not easy. That would mean Rage, Universal Power, that's already 2 mana, but I do have a lot of mana here. And mana draw. So Improvisation would bring us up to 9. Universal Power with another die from the source. Or this mana, for example, would bring us up to 12. So this I will use anyway currently for Refreshing Walk. I'm tempting to just draw more. I'm using 2 skills in the first turn already, but then again I just need to take the city and get rid of the wounds, pick up crystals again. I can use this blue token for Universal Power. And I would love to see another Rage, for example, or even Will Focus. And that's the point with drawing many cards, for example, with Great Start or with Motivation. If you then take it slow afterwards, for example, I could use Offering now, get rid of some cards, but it would be 4 cards. And I currently have 11 cards, so I would draw 2. Playing 4 would bring me down. Well, I could heal 1 wound as well. I really want to draw a wound. So if I take it slow, that's what I mean, then I won't have much more cards. So there are not that many cards that will be replaced. But I will replace cards. So I probably shouldn't overdo it. And I would want to play them instead of the Herbalists, so I draw more cards, I think. Although I will probably toss these cards with Offering. And I don't want to be starved of movement, but I do have the scouts left. I could even use them now. No, let's put that here. Heal 2. Remove 1 of the wounds from the Savage Monks. These are thrown away. And then I will use the red die from the source to play Offering. And I think I will actually get rid of the Whirlwind. So I don't think that I need this. Might come in handy for these catapults, but it all costs mana, and I'm trying to get mana, not spend it. So I have to promise to hire the freezers, and I don't have influence cards. Well, I do have Universal Power. What am I talking about? Well, I do need Universal Power and an influence card. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. If I want to get enough, for example, for the freezers, that's 8. In the city, I'm at 0. That's Universal Power is 4 if it matches the color, and then I need a powered influence card, and I don't have that many influence cards. So yeah, let's toss that. It's day, so it's not... I think it's a good power, but again, I rather take the city now. So let's play Offering. I've already healed, so this is already... Let's clean it up. Unfortunately, I can't split the healing sensibly. I have to put the heal 2 to 1 wound here because we didn't draw any. This will keep me back a bit, but then I play Offering with the source die, and again a red crystal, a blue, a green, and a white, so 1 of each color. So even if I don't even use Sacrifice, that's such a huge thing. It hurts a bit to get rid of all these cards, but it's a huge relief to have 4 crystals again and have all the colors available. So these are all discarded too. I would reroll the die unless I want to do something else. And I would have 2, 4, 6 card in hand now, so I would actually draw 3 because I also played the Refreshing Walk. I think I'm okay with that. So let's reroll the red die. Stays red and draw up to 9 cards. So I'm at 6, 7 is Crystal Joy, 8 is Determination, and then we have another wound. I think that's actually quite good. Then it's the dummy's first turn. He's playing white, red, green. And we are at a turn 2. And I think I will play the Motivation now here because I can definitely use the blue token and we'll have much more options again. Yeah, so let's flip that and get a blue token that I might use with Crystal Joy. Let's see, and then 2 more cards, which is the Magic Talent, nice, and a Threaten. The Magic Talent is unfortunately quite useless because I don't have any green cards in hand, so I can't use it for Tremor, which would already reduce the armor of the Alter Mages by 3. That makes it much easier to kill. But again, I don't have any green cards. Let's put a Promise and a Threaten here. Alright, let's think about it. If I heal the Savage Monks with the Herbalists, I can use the Savage Monks to just kill the catapults because they are fortified and have physical resistance, but with a ranged siege attack of 4, they are just dead. That would be good because then this balances the assault penalty. So I would have to spend move 2 to actually get to the city. Then I would use the Altem Guardians to block their attack of the Altem Mages. And to then actually kill them, I would have to use the Swiftness for 3, Rage 4 is 7, Improvisation 5 brings us up to 12, and Universal Power with a matching mana color would bring it up to 16. That means 2 more cards, 1 for Improvisation, 1 for Universal Power. That would probably mean that I use the Determination with the blue mana and Universal Power to generate attack 4. I could use the mana draw to use white and red and use another red token here. And do I then get rid of Magic Talent or Crystal Joy? I think I want to hold on to Magic Talent for the time being. So that would mean, well, or I discard Threaten. That's better, yes. So I discard this for Improvisation. I need to move 2, which can again be the Scouts, but I would not be able to use them to reveal a tile then. But I think I have to live with that. And it all depends on healing the Savage Monks, so I would not heal the wounds in hand. And I need a green token for the Herbalist as well. So probably something like this. And I think I want to do this to get going. So I am using the Scouts, move 2. Goldyx attacks or assaults the Green City again. So we are at X, unfortunately. We are then attacking the Altar Mages and these Catapults. Both are fortified, but these are not double fortified. And before that, I'm using the Crystal for the Herbalists to heal 2 and finally heal the Savage Monks. I have to do that before getting into combat, so this is already taken care of, but I can't activate the Savage Monks. Yes, let's rewind that. Let's maybe also rewind then the movement and the penalty, and Goldyx goes back into the swamp. So I think what I rather do is use the white die from the source to generate with this die 2 green tokens. One of these green tokens are used to heal, and one of these green tokens will be used to activate the Savage Monks. So I'm throwing away this wound. Okay, so this is activated later, obviously. And then I would have to use these crystals here to activate these 2 cards. So I'm starting with mana draw, white die from the source, turning the red green, getting 2 tokens, using one with the Herbalist to heal 2 to heal the Savage Monks. Then I will activate the Scouts. Goldyx enters the city, gets the reputation penalty, fights these 2 enemies. I will then activate the Savage Monks with the other green token for Siege Attack 5. They are fortified, this is why I need Siege Attack, and they are resistant. This is why I need 4 attack or more. I have 5, so these are dead. I'm getting 1 fame from the Banner of Glory and 4 here, so this is 5. Brings me up to 87, and I'm back at -5, since I get a reputation bonus. Then in the block phase, I will activate the Autumn Guardians to block them. This is inefficient, but I just need 4. Brutal does not count. And I don't see any other way to deal with this attack. I would have to pay green mana for having all resistance, and it would be trivial. No, actually not, because they are brutal and they would have 8 attacks, so they would wound anything, even with poison. So this is really good. So they are just blocked. And now, unfortunately, I need to come up with 16 attack because I don't have any elemental attacks. So flipping this gives me a red token to power the improvisation and a crystal, which I think I already put there to mark this. I have to check that later. So this gives me 9 attack by discarding Threaten and having Universal Power. So this is 5 plus 4 is 9. So I'm missing 7. Taking Crystal for Rage means I'm needing 3. And unfortunately, Guardian Golems cannot even get me 3. So I'm using another Crystal with Swiftness for another 3. So this is 16 attack and Efficient 8, which kills the Auto Mages for 8 fame. So I'm at 95 already. This is flipped. And that's the assault, I think. So I would conquer the city, get another shield token. These are all discarded. Universal Power is put back. This was set to green, so we keep it at green. This is reroll. Comes up gold. Okay, nice. And now this is all used, but we did not use Crystal Joy or Promise. And we could think about using Crystal Joy in the powered version to get to discard a wound and then go to the Glade to heal that. I think that's efficient. And I hope I didn't cheat myself for a crystal. But I think I had a set of all colors. And I don't know where the second blue crystal or token would be coming from. Oh, it comes from the motivation. So it did not give me the crystal for also activating this skill here. We are drawing up. We have 5 cards already. And now we are in a city that we own where we are the leader. So we get a hand limit increase of 2, which is the same as for my keep supply line. So I'm at 9, 4 cards. There's another wound. There's the Temple Portal. There's the Tome of All Spells. That's very good now. And there's another wound. So this was our second turn only. Because of all the skills we used, especially the motivation, we could make that work so quickly. Let's see what the dummy does. Green, blue, red. That's 2 more cards, which are white and blue. That could be much worse. So I feel I have enough time with this third day. I quickly checked the footage and I did generate this token with the motivation, put it on Crystal Joy, but then later reassigned it to Universal Power for Determination. And I put this other skill as a marker that I want to use it for the red mana, but I did not activate it. This is why there was no red token. So on activation, it actually generates a blue crystal that I can then just use. I could have thought about using this crystal for Crystal Joy to discard a wound. So basically just to discard a wound, but I think that's too late now. And I think it's a lost opportunity, but it would just cycle the color of the crystal. It wouldn't do much more except putting one of my wounds in a discard pile. But maybe I do not even want that. If I can use Restoration in the Forest to heal 5, then all my wounds are gone anyway. But we are fine. We did not cheat. So we are at turn 3. So we are now faced with the situation that we have -5 influence penalty, but we do have 5 shields on the city, which cancels out. So we do have a base of 0, which means that we want, for example, to hire the freezers. We can do so with Promise and Universal Power. Currently we do not have any movement, but we do have Temporal Portal, so that's that. So we could Temporal Portal to the Glade, but I'm not sure this is good. I think we should rather do something here. We should probably just play, well, again, we do not have a green card to discard for Magic Talent, but we do have the Tome of All Spells, which also needs a card of the color. Yeah, so I'm not used to these 2 cards too much. I haven't played them that much, but it's really interesting because I can play so many spell cards. But both have the restriction that I need a card of that color first, so both are unusable currently. That's really bad. I could try to get up Influence 6 and use the power of the green city to just pick up the Crushing Bolt, for example. That would give us a green card. And I think it's a good card anyway. It gives us green crystal, gives us siege attack. With Goldyx that might be siege attack 6. And we do want to pick up the Blood Ritual, but we will do that on leveling anyway. So maybe that's the play here. But I am running out of mana. I can't just power everything. We still need Universal Power, Promise. Both would be 2/4 or 3/4. So unfortunately, if we use Promise as is and then Universal Power, we would have to... Well, we just have to match the color. And then we don't need 2 mana, that's good. Matching the color is not an issue with 2 gold dice. I want to hold on to Temporal Portal and I want to hold on to Magic Talent. But do I want to use this with Universal Power? I'd rather want to have 1 wound in the discard pile. But then again, if I just play the new card I'm getting in the forest on the Glade, for example, I can just heal 5 and it doesn't matter at all. But then again, I want to pick up the freezers, and so I should not leave the city. And I need to draw more cards so I can actually see movement cards and go through my deck. But I'm not resting now. This I definitely do not want to do. I should probably do it differently. I have to get rid of one of these cards. And then it probably has to be the Temporal Portal. That might come back to bite me if I'm discovering this tile here and it's really bad to traverse. This would really allow me to jump forward and to stick with a larger hand limit. But this card, I can use with a crystal to recolor it and get rid of a wound to keep it. So next time I can, with the Crushing Bolt I'm just learning, I'm just picking up. I can use this with Magic Talent to cast it, get rid of the other 3 wounds, but stay in the city. That's the point. And this only works with these 2 cards. If this is already a city, I don't need to traverse it anyway. And if it's rough terrain, I can even put the next tile here. I love Temporal Portal, but I do need to let it go, I think. Let's do that. So let's use Universal Power with a gold die from the source for 4 influence with Promise at 6. And in the green city, this allows me to learn an advanced action. I'm learning the Crushing Bolt, which is on the top of my deck now. And that's not all I do. I also use a blue crystal to power Crystal Joy, but discard at the end of round a wound instead of Crystal Joy. And I'm taking a crystal of a different color than blue. And I should take green looking at my units. I do have a problem with white as well, but yeah, there's so much green stuff I want to power. All right, so this we kept by discarding a wound. So these are discarded. Let's refresh the offer. So there's Pathfinding as a replacement and reroll the gold die. Comes up blue, which means that we are at 6 cards in hand with a limit of 9. So we are drawing 3 cards, which is of course the Crushing Bolt. There's another wound and another wound. That might actually be good. Well, I should probably have kept the Temporal Portal because I do have the Tome of All Spells. I didn't think that through enough. But then again, this might allow me to pick up another spell. So let's do it like this. But we would have to move first. So I think I will spend the Crystal Joy with a mana token from the source. Probably at this point, this should be discarded long time ago. So I need movement, so I have to let go of Crystal Joy. And it wouldn't need to match the color because the forest here has a movement cost of 3 in a day. I want to keep the gold. I want to use Magic Talent with the blue. I have 2 green crystals and I don't have any units currently that are not activated yet. Yeah, so I will take that because I don't need it to power the restoration. So I will use Crystal Joy with Universal Power and the green mana to have movement 3. Goldyx then leaves the city, goes to the Magical Glade. I will have a gold token anyway then. So that's that. And then I will use the Tome of All Spells by discarding the Crushing Bolt that we learned to cast Restoration without having to pay it. And it heals 5 when I'm in the forest. That heals my complete pile of wounds here. They are all thrown away. That's so huge. And I will hold on to Magic Talent. So let's remove that. These are all discarded. The die is re-rolled. Comes up gold again. So mana doesn't seem to be the problem. And at the end of turn, I can, since I'm on the glade, throw away a wound from my discard pile. That's the one we put there with Crystal Joy. So I feel like we have pretty much healed everything from this first assault. And this is the third turn, I think. So we prepared a turn, took the city, learned a card. So it should be the fourth turn. 1, 2. Did I skip the dummy? In the first turn, I was using motivation to prepare. Played Sacrifice, but I did not take the city. I did that with in the next turn with motivation. And after that, I got to 6 influence to interact and learn the Crushing Bolt. So this is my fourth turn. So I skipped the dummy. So that's his third turn. Green, white, and white, which is 2 more cards, white and green, unfortunately. And now I finished my fourth turn, but I will draw up first. Now that I've emptied my hand, I can start going through the deck faster, much quicker. So I'm still in the vicinity of the city, which brings me still up to 9. So there's the March, perfect. Swiftness, also movement. Tranquility, now it's useless. Stamina is more movement. Will Focus, Rage, and actually I do only have 8 cards in my deck, so there's the Frost Bridge. Okay, so the dummy plays blue, red, and white, which is 2 more cards, which is good, I think. So we have 3 turns now, and we already see the content of our full deck. And I do start the turn with a gold token from the Glade. So the plan of the turn really is to move a lot to find the next city. We might want to use Will Focus, and I do this error again, that we are not using Will Focus for what we need most pressing. We would have a Swiftness, of course. And I think I would like to level to pick up the Blood Ritual, but I have to level. Otherwise I have to go back to the city. Do I actually want to pick up the Tremor? That's a good question here. Because if I have it in hand, it will clog up my hand. I need to draw it. If it's in the offer and I have Magic Talent and or the artifact, I can just use it. That's actually a good argument against picking up a spell here. I could use Meditation, because I have 3 turns and not that many cards left. I think I should scout first and then decide. So I probably take a blue die from the source to power Stamina. There's no use in starting with anything else, and I still have the gold die left then. I think I just want to know if there's the city or not and how the layout is. I think I want to do that now. Yeah, let's reveal another core tile. In the worst case, I have to reveal 3 more tiles to actually find the city. Let's roll for the rose. Comes up green, so we rotate the gold position to green. And it's actually the city, it's the white city, but we have to roll that. So that's the usual orientation. So rotating it twice will mean it's placed like this. And now I'm regretting tossing Temporal Portal. That might be a huge misplay. Let's roll for the city color. And it comes up white. That's really unfortunate, because the white city sucks, to be honest. So on the tile there's a dragon, which is adjacent, which is nice. So I could use that to level up if I can defeat it somehow. There are spawning grounds and there's a keep. That's really interesting, of course. The white city tile has a keep on its own. So if I circle around here, I might be able to take the keep and then have the supply line to actually take the city. I think that's what I should do. With the Temporal Portal, I would probably just have jumped here, maybe revealed another tile here. But I think as it is, I will use another movement 2, which I still have, to just look at that tile here and see if this helps me somehow. So the next core tile will be placed here. Let's roll. Comes up blue, so we orientate the gold die to blue, so rotate it once. And there is actually a mine there, which we rotate away, unfortunately. And there will be a mage tower in our way. So on this tile we have another white mine. Then there's a tomb, mountain. Then the ruins with double artifact reward for a dungeon enemy and the dragon. That's huge. But it's a detour. And then there's a mage tower and a keep. So this is not the easiest way to traverse here, to be honest. Why did I toss the Temporal Portal? That was so stupid. Okay, so that's the stamina here. So that's played out. It's locked in. I do have the Frost Bridge. So I could... Well, I can't really, because I will proc the dragon. But if I kill the dragon, I might be able to Frost Bridge over to the keep. So probably there's a Frost Bridge play here. The dragon is pretty much impossible for me to kill, because it's physical resistant, and I still haven't picked up any elemental damage. And Tornado is yeah, well, it's day, it's already played, so that's not an issue. the freezers would really help to cancel the attack and reduce the armor by 3. So that's only 4 then, but I did not hire them. Frostbridge, if I power it, gives me move 4 and I can travel through lakes, and the move cost of lakes and swamps is 1. That would mean that I can go to the village for 1, but it already provoked them. But I was thinking about zigzagging around the dragon, because this is all movement 1, but the hills are 3 and the forest are 3. But I do have some movement left over and I have will focus still. Because I don't think I can kill the dragon, so I should bring myself into position, but I really have to take the keep. So another way is to go to the wasteland first, then go with Frostbridge here and then just attack the keep. That's 9 movement. And I hope that the keep is not much of a challenge. I do have rage, I do have swiftness, and then I would be in a really good position. I could even reveal another core tile, but I'm exactly where I want to be. I see the defenders. I have lots of other options in the vicinity. I think that's preferable to start the knight, and I will hopefully level by the keep. I should get fame 4. Yeah, that shouldn't be a big deal, actually, this keep. So I should probably do that. Do I wait a turn? Well, waiting doesn't make much sense with the gold token. Well, I could spend this on magic talent and wait a turn. I think that's preferable, because I will have another source die, and I can pick up 2 cards from my discard pile with meditation. I think that's the best thing I can do. Or I use the tremor on the dragon. I didn't think about that. Attack the dragon now, reduce its armor by 3 by using magic talent with tranquility. That's the most useless card anyway currently. Then it would have an armor of 4, and I can actually kill it, for example, with rage. But where does the mana come from? I don't need to pay the gold token. So if I discard this to play the spell, then the green crystal will do for tremor. So I have the gold die for example, or the gold token, for example, for the rage. And I need 4 more, which is any card with universal power. So I do need enough to take the keep. That's the problem. But I do have universal power left, and I have the golems left, and I might have will focus left, but I need this 9 movement. This is 7. It's too tempting to kill that dragon. Actually, I don't need 9 movement then. If I kill the dragon, Frostbridge will just need I can access it directly, and then 5 movement is actually enough. That's perfect. So I have to power that. That's already 4. So it's just 1 more. It's any card basically. So I don't need movement anymore. So I will probably spend this card here with universal power and another crystal. So this is really expensive what I'm doing here. But I do pick up Blood Ritual for my mana problems. Well, they don't solve them completely. Crystals are still important, but I probably will play Offering to just get crystals in the next night. So I have 3 turns. 1 would be killing the dragon, 1 would be assaulting the keep. And then I'm pretty much out of cards, unfortunately. So there's really no way to get the freezers, because I'm using my spell for tremor, not meditation. And I do have to kill whatever's in the keep with only... I still need the 1 movement, so there's one of these cards is gone as well. So I'm squeezing myself quite hard here. So this is probably movement 7 then. Is killing the dragon the right approach here? Actually, I haven't handled the attack yet. I'm so dumb. That would have been too easy, I think, yeah. So I should leave the dragon be, to be honest. If I move to the keep now, or in the next turn, I still have a turn to maybe hire something. That would be preferable. Think about that then. That would bring me back to using magic talent with meditation to actually pick up 2 cards, which I think is preferable. Although it would be helpful for the keep, but I don't think that I need that much help with the keep. Famous last words, probably. And then I will need these 9 movement to circle around the dragon to not provoke it on movement. But I will see the defenders, at least of the mage. Well, I would see them anyway. And that's 7 movement, so that's 9. So I would need all those to actually get to the keep. I can just use this. So with just 1 mana, that's 9 movement. I could even get to 11. And this is then 1, and these other 2 are 4. This doesn't help with this, but I can zigzag around to take the keep. Let's put back these crystals for now, because we still have this token. I have to decide if we want to take a slower turn. I think I want to do that. Play the meditation now. This is planned to be used. I just stay on the glade for 1 more turn, because then we have 2 more turns. 1 to take the keep and 1 to hire the freezers maybe. That would be nice. And these cards together with the 2 I get, I can use to kill the enemies and maybe hire. But I'm actually not sure this is realistic to hire anything. But I can pick up Heroic Tail. Maybe that's the play here. But I'm not in the city anymore, so I'm at -5. And without killing the dragon, I'm at X actually. I can't even interact. So killing the dragon would put me to -2, and I could even go back to the green city then to hire. Can I pick up the sorceress? Well, the sorcerers I can only hire in the monastery or the mage tower, so I would need a reputation. No matter if I have Heroic Tail or not. If Without killing the dragon, I will not be able to hire them. But they would be huge for the last city assault. Even better than the freezers. So I'm thinking about taking the mage tower, but this would put me at X, so I would have to kill the dragon first, then take the mage tower. That's all far too ambitious with what I have here. Can't even kill the dragon, so... Well, I could go back to the city, hire the freezers, and then use them to kill the dragon, because then he will not attack and have the armor reduced, so then my old plan will still work. But without another influence card and without leveling, this is all not working. No. I think I can't hire anything anymore if I move on. The chance to hire really is the city here, and I should pick up the freezers. So maybe the tranquility we do need to heal the wounds from the dragon. I do have 4 armor, it's just 2 wounds, I can just heal them. And then we are back to the original plan, to use Tremor to reduce its armor by 3. Maybe you shouldn't be too hasty. The problem is that at the beginning of the next night, we have to assault the city. There's really not much else we can do. And we then have not taken the keep yet, we have not crossed the water yet, and we haven't revealed the defenders yet, so this is all... I'm running out of time then. But I do have the Frost Bridge and Temporal Portal to cross. Crossing via the Mage Tower and the keep will be too painful. And I could hire something else in the city with the beginning of the next night. Especially if I've killed the dragon. So maybe it's killing the dragon, then going back to the city and trying to hire something. And if I can get the Frost Bridge out, I would actually only need move 5 to get to the forest space here. So I would have crossed already. That's the important part. This is really a pivotal point again. I'm sitting on a glade, actually. So I could even heal 1 wound from the glade and then just heal the other wound with tranquility. And I will have another mana token for the next day. So I think I should kill the dragon. So you would provoke it, take the 9 attack into the face, which is 3 wounds actually. Not a big deal yet. So that would be 3 wounds to hand. I would then use Magic Talent, discard the March, because I need the tranquility to cast Tremor. Target enemy gets armor -3. So he's at 4 armor. We would then use the Rage. Where's all the mana coming from? This was a crystal then we needed to use, so we can power the Rage here. And we would need a fitting card, because the Will Focus will not help with just +3. I really need 4 attack. I have 2 from the Guardian Golems, but that's 1 too few. I am at my limit here, so I could assign damage to a unit, because I want to replace it anyway. I think the scouts might have to go here actually. That would just mean I take 1 less wound myself, which is always good anyway to have it on a unit if it does not increase the healing I need due to the level. So if they absorb 2 damage, this is down to 7 and then I get 2 to the hand. So I still need 4 damage, and since I already used a die for all this exploration and I don't want to skip another turn, because then I would only have 2 turns left and 1 to kill the dragon, 1 to go to the city. I think I want another turn. So the Frost Bridge I would like to keep, but I do have only green or blue mana. Maybe the Tranquility won't be used to heal after all. Maybe the play is to heal 1 in the glade and even assign 1 to the herbalists with the same reasoning. Does it actually work? They have 4 armor combined, so that's 5. No, that doesn't even work. And using the golems with the physical resistance doesn't help at all. Using the savage monks would mean they have 2 wounds again. They reduce by 5 due to the Band of Glory, 4 armor, so this would mean I take 1 wound myself and they get 1, which comes up to the same thing that I need to heal 2 later. But I could get around 1 wound by assigning it to a unit that I then just toss. But I feel like that's better currently still, so they absorb 5 to the Band of Glory, then 4 with my armor means 1 wound here. I can then use another green crystal with universal power for 4 attack. So we explored, we then provoked the dragon, wounding the savage monks and getting 1 wound. We then played Magic Talent to discard the March with a green crystal to play Tremor. So this is essentially 6 attack for me by reducing the armor by 3. So it has armor 4, but it's still physical resistance. So we need the token from the glade for rage and universal power with another green crystal to produce another 4. So we would keep these cards here, which I think is important. This one I wouldn't need that much, but there's no white mana, so I can't use it for this. There's no white spell, so it's quite pointless. But I think that's it. And the Guardian Golems do not help at all, because 2 doesn't help. If I use another mana color, it's just 1 less. It could mean that I can get rid of the swiftness, but I think that's not that important. But then again, why would we not spend the Guardian Golems? Well, this is movement, but I'm running out of cards anyway. Well, I get a skill. Actually, we know what these skills are. Yeah, so we'll actually pick up flight. We know that. Either flight or the potion making to heal. And I think flight is just exactly what we need, to be honest. So the frost bridge alone combined with flight will make me cross the water. I will have to pay the crystal anyway, but I could use a blue one if I... Let's see. It all depends really on what happens later, but I think the swiftness... Well, it is move. And I can just fly... Well, if I reduce the move cost of swans to 1. Yeah, so without even powering, I can move to the village. And then I can fly across with 2 more move. But it will cost just 1 move to get there, so it's really not that important. I'm not sure what's better here. I think I will play this with the blue crystal instead of the green, because I need so much green that I rather keep the green crystal. So this is only 3 attack, so I have to use the guarding golems as well for attack 2. So this is attack 9 then, which is a little bit inefficient, but it will kill the dragon. So I got 8 fame. So I'm at 103 and level up. And I do get 2 reputation. That's the most important part here. Movement, provoking, playing tremor to reduce with the crystal. So these 2 are used. And this together with the golems kills it. So this is all taken care of. And the attack I assign to them and myself. So there's where the attack goes. Fame and reputation we already have. So this is also discarded. The dice re-rolled. Comes up black for a change. That doesn't matter too much anymore. I am at a glade at the end of the turn, so in the wound I will heal. I don't have any in the discard pile, I think. No. I'm throwing away that wound through to the glade, and I'm already taking the gold token for the next turn. But I'm not done with the turn yet. So I do level up, which gives me the skill choices we already talked about. Oh, I'm stupid. I forgot that we actually already passed on potion making. That's actually the reason why you should not stack them. Yeah, we passed on it quite early. That's not good. Okay. So there's the Glittering Fortune, which you haven't seen yet. I should have remembered that. So that's Goldyx influence skill that can give up to 4 influence, depending if you have all the crystals of all colors. But flight is, as I already discussed, is much too good. Well, I think we again skipped the Tovak skill. We took one last time as a motivation skill, but it was my first level, my 4th level up. So there should be a 4th one, which is Who Needs Magic, where you can play a sideways card for 2 instead of 1. And if you haven't used a die at all from the source, it's even 3. But I think that doesn't warrant. I have universal power. That doesn't warrant taking Blood Ritual. Well, I do need to pick up Blood Ritual. Because I need that. It can't be tossed away, and a dummy should not pick that up. But it doesn't matter if he picks up this or Heroic Tail. But I do not want to take this because I don't have any crystals, or just 1, so this is not much currently. So I think flight I will take anyway, no matter what card I take, because this really solves my positioning issues here. This is something we should have known much earlier. Well, we did know earlier, but yeah, much earlier, that by this leveling, this problem will be solved. And now I have to decide what to take. I have 2 turns left. So after this one, the dummy will exhaust his deck, obviously. So I have 2 turns left after this one. And the first starts with a gold token. And whatever I pick up, I will draw. There's nothing else to draw, unfortunately. So my plan is to move to the city. That actually costs move 2. So I'm a bit dumb here. That's so stupid. All right, so I think that's not a big deal because we do have Frostbridge left, which, okay. So maybe we should just spend 2 turns here. What happens if I pick up the Heroic Tail now? So my reasoning here is if I pick a Heroic Tail now, I can move back to the city and play the Heroic Tail. And I'm currently at -2, so in the city I'm already at +3. So with the Heroic Tail, which gives me another 6, I can pick up the freezers. My reputation goes even up 1 more. So then I would only need 5 influence due to the -1 penalty also learn the Blood Ritual. And 5 I can come up with easily with universal power. I could even use the Will Focus with the Heroic Tail. That would bump my influence I get from it by 2 9. Together with my city bonus in the -2, I'm already at 12. But I would need 14 to pick both up. I'm just thinking if I can even fit the Tranquility in somehow. Or if picking up Blood Ritual first makes any sense. So if I do it in 2 steps, I will have 1 more card. So for example, I could step into the city now. I'm already at +3. So if I just play Universal Power, I'm at 6 and I can pick up Blood Ritual. But not picking up the Heroic Tail is insane. Yeah, I have to pick up the Heroic Tail first. So, okay. So I'm at 3. The question is if I should use the first card. If I don't pick the units first, I won't get the reputation first. But if I don't pick up the card first, I won't have a card to play with universal power. So I think that's the difference here. I'm not sure if I need a reputation now. So I could do that second. So maybe we go with Blood Ritual first from the level up. Use this with universal power to come up to 6. Learn Heroic Tail. Then we picked up for our last turn. We will still be at -2, but it's +3. And that's enough to just hire them. Yeah. So I think that's the play here. We go with the Blood Ritual. So we picked up Flight. But if we don't hire them in the same turn, then Flight will be useless. That's the problem here, because we can't move after interaction. This is really complicated. All right, so if we do not plan with Tranquility to heal, then we could use the Frost Bridge to get to the city. We should then pick up Heroic Tail as a reward first. Play it with Will Focus for an influence of 9. We are at +3 then with the city. That brings us to 12. That's unfortunately just 13. But we didn't use Universal Power then. So what am I missing? +3, 9. I'm missing 5. The numbers just don't add up. We could play Universal Power and one regular sideways card for 5. That would use all our cards. And we would only have Blood Ritual for our last turn, which doesn't give me 2 movement to actually fly away. Well, I can fly just to the glade instead of the wasteland to see the defenders of the tower. Maybe we just take the Blood Ritual and just don't pick up Heroic Tail. Maybe that's the play here. Then we just need to move to the city to hire once. The Amitab freezes. We are at +3. So we play 1 card with Universal Power to come up to 7 and 1 card sideways for 8. But then we are out of cards. Maybe it's not so bad to start in the city after all, because we can hire and then just use Flight right away. Unfortunately, I cannot fly just to the keep, so Frost Blizzard would be the MVP here. Well, I can take Preparation, so maybe the play is actually to play Preparation on with Frost Bridge to just shoot through to the keep here by just going through the swamp and the lakes. That's highly efficient. That's just 7 movement. Then kill whatever is in there. Then we have our supply line with the motivation skills and just take the city. So maybe that's the play here. So I think I should pick up Heroic Tail. That could come in handy for hiring something huge at the beginning of the night anyway. So that's then my level up. Took Flight and Heroic Tail. And then there's a Peaceful Moment, another influence card, another good one. So the dummy exhausts his deck, and now we are at the beginning of our second to last turn of day 3 with a gold token. We use the Frost Bridge to return to the Green City, because we are not that popular and we still want to do something with this day. Then we interact, use the Heroic Tail, for example with the gold die from the glade, doesn't matter too much. And then we are, due to interaction with the +5, -2, 6, we are at 9 already. So this gives us the freezers. I think I will replace the scouts, even though they have a range attack. I'd rather have the herbalists to ready a unit. Well, it's just level 1 or 2, but it might make the difference with the city assault. I can also gain mana because I don't have that much. So I'm hiring them in the city. Unfortunately, they don't do much for me now. This gives me, for each unit you recruit this turn, I get 1 fame, 1 reputation. So I'm at 104 and I'm up to a -1. And I have 1 influence left. And at that point I can actually leave it be, because that 1 influence with the mana die could give me with Universal Power and 1 card sideways the Blood Ritual. But if I wait a turn, I will have again my positive bonus, which was even greater. So since I'm not leaving, that's the point here. So if I use that now, I can use Flight without movement, but it would only bring me away from the city, maybe to the glade. Well, it would be a bit further, but again, as I have already laid out, I can use Frost Bridge if I don't draw it in the opening hand. I can get it with Preparation and then just glide over to the keep. So I think flying away is not that important. So I leave it at that. I didn't even use a source die then, which I should rectify by playing a gold die for Tranquility. That gives me 2 heal, which does heal the Savage Monks. So I'm throwing away that. That's so perfect. And I will have 1 card left next turn to play with the bonus. I like that. So let's do that. The die stays golden, not that it matters. Dummy announces end of round. And now I'm in my final turn. And I do have a -1 + 5 is already 4. So picking up Blood Ritual only needs 2 influence. So I'm at 8 actually. And I'm picking up the Blood Ritual for the final assault. And I can't use Flight to fly away. So this goes here obviously for Universal Power. I like that. I like that a lot. So that was quite a puzzle. This can happen in the later rounds with Mage Knight. This is why it's an IP-prone game and why these videos get so long. So the die would have been white and we just discard that, and this is the end of day 3. Let's refresh the offer. There's Dodge and Weave, and the dummy picks up a green crystal, unfortunately, due to restoration and pathfinding. So now all the cards in the deck will lead to at least 1 more card, but at least it's not a white, red or blue card, so that's actually quite good. So Peaceful Moment can actually ready units. So I might want to keep that if I need to assault waves for the final city. Dodge and Weave is fine as well. So I can pick them up next turn Yeah, I don't want to toss them. But I think I do want to toss Meditation. Tremor will still be in the offer, so that's fine. Yeah, let's do it like this. So the advanced action offer also shows Shield Bash, and it was the right decision to toss another spell because we have Fireball and Firestorm, which is an option, but also Demolish, so ignore side fortifications. That's huge. We ready our units and they are all healed. That's quite nice. We ready our skills. The tactic cards are burned. And we are left with the choice of going first or doing preparation. That depends on our shuffle, I think. The remaining silver unit is a Guardian Golem. And the 2 gold units are Gunners, which together with Demolish are quite interesting suddenly. And Heroes, the red ones, with a cold fire attack of 6. We are going back to a night side. And the first source, unfortunately, is gold and a white and a green die. So let's shuffle the dummy deck. I think that's enough. And now the most important shuffle of this game, our deck for the final night 3. Alright, so before we choose the tactics, let's see what our starting hand is. And since we are in the middle of the city, we have still a limit of 9. There's the Whirlwind right away, the Tome of All Spells right away, Crystal Joy, Improvisation, Stamina, Determination, Heroic Tale, that's huge. A mana draw, that's 8, and a Blood Ritual right away, okay. I did not argue about the banner, if I want to toss that or not. But still, well, the Freezers have some attack, but this is not the big power of them. So assigning the banner to them is not that useful. I think it's still well spent on them, because now I have an armor 6, an armor 5, and armor 7. So if I activate the Autumn Guardians, I can pretty much block many tokens without any issue. I should probably pick up the Gunners now, because this would be another armor 6, and if I can find the mana to activate them, a range fire attack 6. If I can play Demolish as well. This needs a lot of mana, but I do have a Blood Ritual, and I might be able to kill some token with the ranged fire attack. And I don't think the heroes are that good. They're even more expensive, and I would be at -2 due to doubling, so they would cost 11. Cold fire attack might come in really handy because I do not have that much attack with an element, but I do have Tornado. And the Gunners would also have a way to do fire damage at least. The question is, what do I want to replace? At that point, probably the Herbalist, which means I could use a green token now. So what tactic to take? I think I want to use Preparation and go with the Frost Bridge. I do have Flight, but Flight really doesn't work in this situation here because there's too much blockage and I can't assault with Flight. I have to target a safe space. So with Frost Bridge, I can easily go to the keep. And I think I want to take the keep to, well, just have the hand limit increase. Which does mean that I probably don't even use Flight this game. Unless I fly to the Glade first and just use 5 movement to enter the keep instead of 7. And start with a black token. That's actually interesting that I can use the Glade to produce black mana. I have so good spells in the offer that the city seems almost trivial because the Tome of All Spells can just activate Earthquake, which means that all enemies get armor -4 if they are fortified. All -4. Unless they're arcane immune, that's so huge. If I have Magic Talent as well, I could then use Demolish afterwards to ignore side fortifications and then just gun them down. That's so good. Do I have a spell that I want to cast with sitting on a Glade? Then I could also take that. And the first time I will definitely use Heroic Tale, I think, because I'm already at +4. This brings me up to 10, and so I can easily take the Gunners. So I probably will start stocking up on green mana and just replace the Herbalists. And can even drop a different card to get more crystals to pay for all this stuff I want to use later. But I do have a lot of mana in my skills, so I'm not too worried actually. So these we want to use in the Assault definitely, not for the keep. So these cards are not that important. Mana draw could also give me the black mana I need. This is probably something I want to use in the Assault actually. So we do have white mana in the Source. This green for the replacement of the Herbalist. So this is probably what I play in the first turn. So this leaves these cards. I don't think I want to rely on luck to draw the Frost Bridge. If I don't get a Frost Bridge, what do I actually do? I would need to pay a lot of movement to go to the swamp or the forest and then use Flight to fly over to this forest. Then I'm on the wrong side of the city and wouldn't attack it with the keep. So I don't like that at all. I think I like my plan. Just let's stick with this. So I'm taking Preparation and the dummy then unfortunately goes before me. So we swap the order here. And we are at the mercy of the dummy when it comes to how far he's playing. So there's red, green. So this is 1 crystal, so another blue card. Okay, so this is, I think, gracious from the dummy to play that slow. And the preparation means we will take a card from the deck. We don't have to decide up front. So we actually look through the deck. Temporal Portal would also be good. But I might use that to just jump to the spawning ground to still be in the supply range and get another 2. So the Frostbridge would have been here. And I still like the plan most to just take the keep. That should be trivial to do with all that power and the universal power. So let's pick that and then give this a good shuffle. Okay, so this is then our first turn after the dummy. And the plan is to use the white die from the source for Heroic Tail. Influence 6 plus 4, it's influence 10. So we would use the Herbalist to get a green token from the source and use that for Crystal Joy to gain a green crystal. And then use our 10 influence to recruit the Gunners. And they replace the Herbalists that we just used. And that would be the first turn, to be honest. Well, I think there's not much else to do. We do have 2 influence over. So we could use a universal power with a matching crystal to produce another 4 to pick up an action card as well. But what would we pick up? For example, Dodge and Weave could be quite nice. Reducing enemy attack by 4. This solves a lot of problems as well. We haven't seen the Defenders yet. And it's a white card, and white mana is the only mana color we really cannot produce. And for our spell cards, we would really need a green and a red card to sacrifice, not a white or a blue. I think I will not pick anything else up here because it would also mean I have to activate one of my skills because I'm already using a source die. So let's clean that up. This crystal will be just crystallized. I will keep Crystal Joy, I think, and discard something else. So Heroic Tail is discarded. And I think we won't need Determination. We won't need as much movement too, because the Frostbridge will really get us here already. And then for the City Swords, it's just movement 2. So do we need that many move cards? But I think let's keep one for now to discard this instead of the Crystal Joy. And I want to just throw away other cards here. Let's reroll the die. Comes up black. That might actually be really good because it means that we can just use mana draw to pull one, pull some other color. But then again, we have Blood Ritual. Let's see. So the dummy plays white, green, green. That's very gracious. We now have crystal, another green. Okay, so he might speed up a lot later, but currently he has only played 8 cards from a deck of 21. I have to draw. I'm currently at 8. I was confused there for a second because I have 8 cards left. I played 2, that brings me up to 10, but I should only have 9 hand limit. But I did play preparation, so that makes sense. So I'm at 8 currently, I'm only drawing 1 card, which is the Crushing Bolt. That's a huge card because it's siege attack, and with Will Focus it's even siege attack 6. But it's also a card that I could use with Tome of Spells for Tremor. So I think we have to get going now and activate the next plan, which is the Frostbridge. Unfortunately, the source shows only green and black, as well as one depleted die. To fix that, we would use mana draw to rotate the gold die to some other color, but that would mean I need white mana first. So either I'm creating one somehow, for example with Crystal Joy, or I have to play green first and hope for a lucky reroll, which is not a plan that any good player should have to count on a very specific color. But for the life of me, I cannot create white mana. I should probably have taken the white crystal earlier. So maybe it's time to activate the first motivation, because I can't use both anyway. Take the blue token, use Crystal Joy to make it white. But that's quite pointless, because if I do this, I would have to turn the die from the source blue to power the Frostbridge, but then I would have another blue token, which I can't really use. And Crystal Joy is already used then. So I think I'd rather use this token just to power the Frostbridge, execute the plan and see what the defenders are. And I will draw 2 more cards. And I don't see any other way to get to the blue mana now currently. Yeah, let's do that. Let's use a motivation now to generate a blue token. So I have the source open still for the battle. Draw 2 cards. So one is a swiftness. The other one is another stamina. Okay, so I'm at movement 4 now. I'm able to travel through lakes, and the move cost of lakes and swamps is reduced to 1, which means that Goldyx can use 1, 2, 3 movement to go here, and then I need 4 movement to get here, and I still have 1 movement left, so I need 3 more movement, and that, for example, can be easily achieved, of course, with 2 staminas. If I want to be more efficient, I can't use the mana die with universal power to get 3 and keep all these cards, but I don't draw anything. That's a problem. Because I've used motivation if I'm only playing 2 cards and I don't draw anything. But we didn't battle yet, so I think I will just use the 2 movements to keep universal power open. And I said we don't need that much movement cards today. So this means we would have had movement 8. We needed 7 to reach the keep. So I'm entering the keep. So Goldyx is sitting here. We get a reputation minus for the assault. So I add -2 again. And then we look at the defenders, which are thugs that actually give us reputation. That's nice. So I'm tempted to use improvisation to get to attack 5, because I really don't want to spend any units yet. The Guardian Golems would have enough resistance to just absorb the full attack, but I would be wounded. I don't want to heal them, and I can't generate much attack otherwise. But I would need to power this, and I would need to use universal power with the swiftness to block them first, to generate 3 block, because again I do not have any other way to do that without my units. But I think it's worth it. I'm burning through some cards, but I will have a higher hand limit again. There's a huge deck waiting for me. That would mean I'm no longer using Crystal Joy, but I still have Offering in the deck, so we have to make do with this and then the mana draw and the blood ritual. So this would use the green die. Maybe we do roll it white. Let's see. Because we still have to use that, but 1 crystal comes out as well, and that's actually not a bad crystal to have with blue, because we do have the freezers now. So we really want to have all the mana we can get. All right, so I flip this for a blue crystal and a red token. Blue crystal goes to the inventory, red token goes to improvisation. I then use universal power with a green mana on the swiftness to generate 3 block. Brutal is irrelevant, and then I used improvisation by discarding the Crystal Joy with a red token I just generated for my skill, and this kills the thugs. That gives me 2 fame and a reputation. So I'm at 106 and back to -1. This is all discarded. We used a lot of cards. That's the unfortunate part. That's exactly what in the last night takes so much time. But I think conquering this keep, which I now mark with a shield, is a huge deal for me, because that's my 3rd keep. So I have a hand limit of 10 now, and I still have motivation to get to 12. And if I use the Temple Portal, I might even get to 14. So rerolling the green die. Comes up as blue, and we are drawing up to 10 cards now. I still have 5 here. So there's the Offering, Refreshing Walk, Rage, Will Focus that I will probably keep here, and a Temple Portal. All right, I think that works extremely well. That's my turn. That was the second one. We hired once, and the dummy played this. No, he played it before us, and then he played this, and we took the keep. So now it's his turn again. He goes before me, and he's playing white, blue, and blue, which means 3 more cards, red, green, and blue. This leaves 7 cards, so it's actually irrelevant what he draws. Even in the worst case, he would only exhaust 3. So we do have 4 turns left now. That's more than enough, I think. So let's discard these. And what we want to do is we want to play the Temporal Portal to go to the side here, to the spawning grounds, to have a hand limit of +2. And we want to play the Offering because we don't have any crystals to speak of to play Sacrifice. It doesn't make much sense. And this means I will probably discard these 2 cards to get crystals. Although I should maybe keep the Rage. And I do not have the mana to power them anyway. How many cards do we have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So my plan is to increase the hand limit with Temporal Portal and use Motivation. It's 4 cards. So if I play 4 cards, that's pretty much it, because I would replace the played cards and then use the hand limit increase and motivation, and I have all my deck in hand. So do I want a red crystal, or do I want to keep the Rage to have the firepower? But I think if I'm playing Tremor or Earthquake and Demolish, that's just irrelevant. And this spell I can even play without black mana because of the artifact. Yeah, but how do I power these 2 cards? I can power the Temporal Portal now. Unfortunately, my camera stopped recording at some point, like 5 or 10 minutes into the future from this point here onwards. So I did have to reset that and have to show you what happened. But pretty much after the next turn, so I'm going to use Temporal Portal now, and after the next turn we are in the city battle. So I had to undo using of the units. I was in the middle of planning of the city assault, but I think that's not hard to reconstruct. And I wasn't actually that deep into it yet. So yeah, at that point in the game I was thinking about if I want to use Offering, but then I pretty much decided that I can do this later on, so this does not have to be out of combat. So I can use Offering later, and then within the combat decide what cards to discard, what mana to get, so that makes me quite flexible. So there's actually no reason to do that now. I already calculated that I have 8 cards in the deck, so whatever I play now, I will be able to replace, and then on top of that draw 4 cards. So if I play 4, I will see all of them. if I play only 2, for example, I think I did that, then I will only see 6 of the 8. So there are 2 cards left. But I decided that I want to risk that and rather have another assault with some backup cards instead of now just tossing too many cards. So at this point, I play Temporal Portal to walk through the portal to the spawning ground here to have 2 hand limit increase and be still in the vicinity of my keep. And I decide to keep the Rage, but to toss the Refreshing Walk because I don't think I need that much movement. So the portal brings me to here, and it's also discarded. And the die was re-rolled, and I think it was showing gold, so depleted. So let's put that back here. So it should not be an advantage for me if this is wrong, reconstructed. So what the dummy then did was play 3 cards. 1 was white, so 2 more. But as already told, it doesn't matter at all because it means that I have 3 turns now if I want to use them. But at that point, I have like 8 cards, so I'm still in the vicinity of the keep. I have a hand limit of 10, so I'm drawing 2. So there's another Rage and a Threaten. But I'm at hand limit 12 actually because of the Temporal Portal, so 2 more cards, which is the March and the Magic Talent. And then I flipped the Motivation because I just went for it. I don't think stalling now with Offering does me any good. I could toss Threaten, of course, stuff like that. But again, I can do that within the combat, and it would mean that I see the whole of my deck, but I think at that point I have like 2 cards left in my deck. There's nothing really special that I'm still waiting on, and I want, so I went for it. So flip Motivation here to get a green token. So let's put it somewhere where we can see it. And I do draw 2 more cards. So of the remaining 4, that's another 2. And we end up with Tranquility and a Promise. So that leaves 2 cards in the deck. And at that point, I do want to Salt the City, and I forgot to even reveal the defenders when I was at the keep. I actually did forget to reveal that. So let's reveal that now. And the white city, of course, has 4 white tokens, which are these 1 and 1 keep enemy. So I know already what these are, but let's reveal them one by one again. So there are heroes, so the white heroes, I think, which I can just kill with the monks. That's nice. So then from the white enemies, we have the Delphana Masters, so one of the best tokens there are in the game, with 2 resistances, 5 cold fire attack, assassination, and paralyze. So this combination is extremely hazardous. Then there are another Delphana Masters. So that's really, well, you could call it unlucky, but then again, we will see in a moment that this is probably not a big deal. Then there are Freezers, so comparatively weak enemy, and Gunners. Okay. And now we have pretty much caught up, because I was now planning on how to deal with these enemies, so let's dive into the options I have. So what I notice at first glance is that there are no enemies with physical resistance, and that's huge. That's really huge, because I do have a lot of siege attack, so 5 siege attack from the monks, and I do have this crushing bolt here, and I do have the will focus. So if I make this work, this is 6 siege attack, so we can put that here maybe. And we do have the token from the motivation still, so this would be siege attack 6. And then we have another siege attack 5 from the Savage Monks. So let's see what we can kill with this. But the plan really was to use the Tome of All Spells to cast Earthquake. This is so huge. Of course, these are all fortified enemies. None of these tokens is never fortified. So they will all get an armor -4. And since it's the White City, they do all have +1 armor. So this means net they have -3. Yeah, so they are actually at -3 once I cast Tremor. So I need to decide on what green card I want to discard here. So that's pretty much as far as I've gotten. And we need to enter the city. So we might play March 2 to enter the city. And then it would mean that we play the Tranquility with the Tome of All Spells. And we break it, basically, the artifact. And then we get the stronger effect of a spell from the source without even paying the mana. So if we do that, and just place that over these 2 cards here, we now have cast Earthquake. That means all tokens have -3 net because of the +1 of the city. And that means that these Delphana Masters are actually at 5 armor, which means that the Savage Monks can just kill them. So that would mean we activate them, but we do need some mana. So let's put a crystal here for a moment. So that's siege attack 5, Earthquake is -4, this is +1. So they are at 5 and they are just dead. And pretty much for the same reasoning, if we have siege attack 6, this also kills the Delphana Masters. And at that point, it seems like this will be a massacre. So we have already taken out 2 of the most dangerous tokens, and we really just have to think about what to do with these 3. So the mana situation is fine at that point, because I don't have to pay for this. So how to go on? We do have the Whirlwind left as a spell. Offering can be a mana source, as well as mana draw and blood ritual. So these are my 3 mana sources. We do have rages here that can just produce attack. And then we have promise and threaten just to use with offering, for example, or to cast another spell. So there are 2 red spells still in the offer, and I do have magic talent. So I could, for example, use threaten with magic talent to cast demolish. I would need a red token for that. So after the earthquake, that's kind of the sinister thing about that I first make a lot of armor reduction for them with the earthquake, and then I get rid of the fortifications anyway. And then I could use the gunners, for example, with the range attack 6 to pretty much kill either of these 2 tokens at range. I can't kill these because they have 7 armor, well, even more, they have 8. No, they are all reduced. So I'm already forgetting that again. So due to the earthquake, they are at net -3, so these are at 3, these are at 2, and these are at 4. So 6 attack is even overkill. I could even kill both of them with range attack. But this would need 2 red tokens. But we can try to get these, of course, even with mana draw, but we do not have access to white mana. Actually, we do only have access to green and blue, and don't have a single red or white token currently. So we have to get this going here, this mana cycling here. But unfortunately, the mana draw doesn't do anything unless we power it. And the offering we can't use without powering it. So this pretty much leaves the blood ritual to start it all off. And that's pretty much what I should do here. So I should use the blood ritual, get 1 wound with the basic effect, which gives me a red crystal and a mana token of any color, including non-basic. But I would probably take a white to get other effects started. All right, so one possible avenue would be to use the magic talent with the threaten to this. So I discarding a color of a card of any color, which is red. So you may play 1 spell of the same color in the spell offer this turn as if it were in your hand. This card remains in the offer. So I'm still putting it here, same reasoning. Everything's taken care of. There's no mana involved to get this, so I can't cast this now. And I only need the demolish part, which further reduces the enemy armor by 1 if I pull that off, unless they are fire resistant, so it won't work on the freezers. But that would need a red token. And then activating the gunners will also take a red token. So I could, for example, use the mana draw. I put that here. Let's put it all here. I could use the mana draw with the white token to put a gold die to the red side, get 2 red tokens, and then with those power the demolish and the gunners. And since these are at 2 and these are at 3, and this is fire damage, so they are not fire resistant, this will kill these 2 tokens if I activate them. This would leave only this token here. I could use the freezers, for example, because they are not ice resistant. Funnily enough, this is the same unit basically, so I could use my freezers to freeze them, which would prevent their attack, and the armor would be further reduced. That would also need another crystal, and the armor would at that point be at 1 basically. So they were reduced to 4, and another reduction by 3 brings it to 1. So any other card sideways, even a promise, for example, would just kill them. But it would use all my units. That is actually quite a fine plan. So these would go here, this would go here. We would activate them and then place 1 card sideways, for example, the promise. And we would have the offering left. So we could even turn this into a white crystal if we like, by powering it with the crystal from blood ritual. So we get that back. But we would end up with a wound. And we did have the tranquility here. So if there's any other way to move into this city, I think I'd rather keep the tranquility and discard the march here to get access to earthquake. So this is a card we want to keep. Let's put it away. So we would have to spend a mana or something to play universal power probably, because we don't have any other movement cards to even enter the city. So as you can see, there's probably no issue at all in killing all the enemies of the city. It's a massacre, as I said, with the Defana Masters gone before we even started, really. The MVP here is really Earthquake, of course, but also that I have these Savage Monks with the +1, although I wouldn't even need a Banner of Glory, because the Will Focus with the Crushing Bolt does 6 range attack, and 4 that's a combined 10, and these 2 tokens have a combined armor of 10 after reduction, so I could even group them, so it's not strictly speaking necessary. So I will have 1 more turn after the city, and I'm using so many units. So I'm really interested if there's a different plan that doesn't use so many units. So maybe we go back here and see if we can deal with this differently. So this was a crystal, these were tokens from the mana draw, with the white from the blood ritual. Because I'm spending a lot of resources just to get Demolish going, and the -1 doesn't actually do anything. It doesn't even work on this, and these already have 5 armor only, so after the reduction of, again, another armor. They are at 2 and 1, so it's just a combined 3, but I don't even have a swiftness to just kill them. So I need to use another red mana token and the gunners to gun them down. So maybe Demolish is not really the right play here. I could use Fireball, but for the same reasoning, this is total overkill, because I siege attack 8, what does that even kill? Those have 5 combined armor, and it would get me another wound. So at that point, I think I'd rather think about how to defeat them like in a regular way. None of them have physical resistance, so that's quite laughable. So that's a combined armor value of 3, 2, that's 5, and 4, that's 9 armor. And I have 2 rages here already. So if I just take these 2 tokens and just play them for rage, I again just need 1 more card sideways to just defeat them, but I do have to deal with the attacks. That's the bad thing here. But we do have still the Autumn Guardians here. So if we activate those with the green crystal, for example, all units you control gain all resistances. And at that point I can just, for example, run the freezers into the golems. They have 3 armor. Paralyze is irrelevant if they don't take any damage, and swiftness doesn't do anything. And the heroes, for example, I can just run them into these 2 tokens. So they have an armor of 5 with the Banner of Glory and 6, and this is more than enough to handle a 3 and a 2 attack, which leaves the gunners. And those are really nasty because they are brutal, so they have a fire attack 12, and with my armor that would be 3 wounds. But I do have the Whirlwind in hand, so at that point, so this would be the plan for the 9 damage. At that point I can just cast the Whirlwind, but I do need a white mana for this, so I can just cancel the attack, and then we are also done, I think. And these cards actually freed up because I did not use them to play Demolish. So I can play the Offering with the crystal from the Blood Ritual. This will give me a red crystal that I take to the inventory. And now I can start discarding cards for mana, and I think I will discard the Promise. So let's put that here. And this gives me a white crystal, which I can then use to power Whirlwind. This would leave these 2 cards here, but I do still have to play something sideways to actually move into the city with this card here. So I need 1 more attack and 1 card to move into the city. Well, the Rage, this really, if I use Universal Power for attack, then this will just give me 6 attack already, and Universal Power, even with the wrong color, would just bump it up to 9. But then I would have to move into the city, and I really want to keep the Tranquility for the wound. But I can, of course, spend the units as well to attack, but I do wanted to keep them open for the spawning grounds. But maybe the golems that are not that important, so I can get an attack 2 here. Then we have an attack of 6, that's 8. Yes, and then we have like a 1 card sideways for 9. And then we need Universal Power with the token, which I then get from Rage, so I don't need it there, which is not a matching color, but that's 3 movement. So that's a different idea. It might use more cards, but less units, and that's, I think, the point here. After accomplishing my objective and taking the city, all players have another turn, but not a dummy. This is, I think I played that wrong last time, so I discarded more cards from the dummy, which only matters for score. There's no difference here. But he might, for example, announce end of round, and so for scoring it makes a difference. So after this I will have 1 more turn, and in the White City I could only recruit units, and I think I already recruited everything I do want to recruit, and I'm going down with reputation from the assault. I haven't taken it into account yet. So I think I don't want to recruit in the White City, and this pretty much leaves the spawning grounds to get, well, another artifact, some crystals, level a bit. So I think that would be the best choice here. And then I want my units and not have them all spent, because they're quite flexible. They give attack, block, range attack, target enemy does not attack, and so on. So it's really nice. So we try to keep the Tranquility, and let's play that through. So at the start of the turn, I do want to move into the city with Universal Power with Magic Talent. For this, I do need this token here. So we have to start on the left, I think. We started with Blood Ritual, taking a wound, getting a red crystal and a white token. The red crystal went to Offering, the white token to Mana Draw. With Mana Draw, we took a Source die, a gold one, put it to red, and got these 2 tokens here. With Offering, we got this crystal, and by discarding this, we got another white token. So this takes care of all the mana here. This was already there from the motivation at the very beginning of the turn. And these 2 are crystals I already had in my inventory. So this, I think, takes care of the mana situation. So this is locked in, this is locked in, this is locked in with the die. So we then play Magic Talent with Universal Power with a mana that's not fitting. That's 3 movement, and Goldyx moves into the White City. That's a city assault, so we get a reputation penalty. So we are at -2 now. Unfortunately, we are also battling heroes, so we will be even worse off after the fight. We then encounter all these tokens, and the next thing we are doing is we are taking the Tome of All Spells, removing this from the game, discarding March, to then cast Tremor. No, to then cast Earthquake, so it's the stronger effect of a spell of the same color from the offer without paying its mana cost even during the day. So I'm now casting Earthquake, and all the tokens get -4 armor, and they had +1 due to the White City, so they're at -3 currently. At that point, I'm using a crystal and activating the Savage Monks to, with the Banner of Glory, have siege attack 5, which kills 1 Delphana Masters. And that's 1 fame from the Banner of Glory and 9 from the Delphana Masters, so a total of 10, which brings me up to 116. Then I'm using the Will Focus with the Crushing Bolt, with a green token I got from Motivation to have siege attack 6. And again, these Delphana Masters are at 5, they are not physically resistant, so they are just killed, and I get another 9 fame. 116 and 9 brings me up to 125, so I am at 5 again, because the board ends at 120, which is the same as the 0 space. And we have already taken care of the Delphana Masters, which leaves these 3 tokens here. We will use the 1 token we got from Promise for Whirlwind to have the Gunners just not attack. So the 6 Fire Brutal attack is taken care of. We will then activate the Autumn Guardians with a crystal from the source to give all units all resistances, which means the Freezers can just bump into the Golems and the heroes can bump into these 2 units. And then they are all taken care of. And due to Earthquake, these tokens have a combined health total of 2, +4 is 6, +3 is 9. And if I use 1 token I got from Mana Draw for Rage, play a regular Rage and a Sideway Threaten, I'm already at 7. And with the Guardian Golems, there's another attack 2. None of those tokens is physical resistant, and all these tokens are just defeated. And those have a combined fame value of 19. So 1 back and 20 forward brings me to 24. And that's the White City, and we achieved our objective. And we do have these units still left. Let's clean up the tokens and crystals. Let's go through the cards we used. So Universal Power was used on Magic Talent. This was for range attack. Tremor, of course, goes back to the offer. The artifact sadly is destroyed. Whirlwind be used to make the Gunners not attack. Mana Draw was used. Offering was used to get a red crystal and another white token that we needed. So the Wound will be left here. And the Rage and Threaten was used for the counter attack. So all these cards are discarded. This is placed to the source as red because we turned it red. And we end up with the Tranquility and the Wound. That's perfect. At that point, I'm running out of shields. I would have to place 5 on the city here, but I don't want to take them away somewhere else. So I think what I will do is, I will leave them here, and I will take them from the green city, because we are nowhere near the green city, and I think it's obvious that we are the city leader there as well, and it won't matter anymore today. So there's nothing to level up, because I was already max level. There's no reward. So at the end of the turn, I will just draw the remaining 2 cards here, which is a March and a Swiftness. All right. So the dummy does not do anything, as I said, because we ended the scenario, basically. But all the players get just 1 more turn. And I think already, as I said, there's nothing else to do. The dragon is already defeated. I do not have the cards it doesn't make sense to reveal another tile, even though it would be a core tile. I think the most promising are the spawning grounds here. So I think in this turn I will use Flight to just hop there, because this is wasteland. It would be very hard to traverse otherwise. And if I now enter the spawning grounds, I need to defeat 2 dungeon monsters, which is really nice at that point in the game, because they are not that difficult compared to dragons at least. And I will get an artifact and 3 crystals if I defeat that. So let's see what happens. There's no rush in using Tranquility. I can do that after the combat. And I will draw 2 tokens. So there are 2 dungeon enemies. Let's see what happens here. The first is a Medusa. Very nice. So with the Gunners, I can just gun them down, I guess. That's lucky. And the other token is another Medusa. Okay. Wow, that's lucky. Well, I don't have range attack 8, but I do have the Swiftness. So with range attack 9, I will just kill them both. That's so nice. Medusa is really, if you have range attack and the enemy is not fortified, this is so good to draw them. Because 6 attack paralyze can be nasty, but if you have range attack, it's not an issue. But I do not actually have white mana. I did not get out of the combat with any white, so the Swiftness is quite useless to me. But it doesn't matter too much. We do have the red mana at least for the Gunners. So we can use range attack 6 to at least kill 1 of these tokens. And for the others, we can just use the Freezers. That's what they are there for. I can't really block that. So with the blue crystal, we can activate them. They are not ice resistant, so target enemy does not attack this combat and gets armor -3, so they are at 1. So yeah, these are at one card sideways will just kill them. It's a bit unlucky that I have 1 crystal now, but I will get 3. So okay, so for scoring it doesn't matter, so and preserving crystals doesn't matter at all. Okay, so now after the combat I will use the Tranquility to throw away that wound. And that's the spawning grounds. That's pretty much it. 2 Medusas, 1 are gunned down with the gunners, and the other ones are frozen. That's the power of level 3 units, really. So let's discard this, reroll the die. It's blue, not that it matters. And we have defeated these 2 Medusas, which are combined fame of 10, which brings it down to 34. Well, rather up to 34. And we will get 3 crystals. We have to roll for that. So if we roll black, we will get fame instead, which is also just a point, so it doesn't matter too much if we roll that instead of a crystal. Yeah, but it's 2 white crystals and a crystal of any color. Well, white is the color I lack the most in the game. And I think I will just take green. Again, not that it matters at that point. And we do get another artifact. And the choice is between the Druidic Staff. I like that a lot. And the other choice is the Emerald Ring. Okay. So this is also nice to solve your mana issues. If you break that in a final fight, you have an endless supply of green and black mana. That's huge. And before that, you can get some tokens, a little bit of fame, crystals. It's really nice. And the Druidic Staff, this is just so versatile. Depending on the color of a card you discard, you get moved to reveal spaces. So that's the same as flight, basically. Or the same effect as Frost. Well, not the same effect, but it will also allow you to traverse over lakes. If you discard a blue card, you get 2 crystals of any one color, which is insanely good. Then reading a level 3 unit is insanely good, and healing 3 also gets you out of trouble. And if you break it, you even get 2 options. So yeah, I like that too much to not take that. Yeah. So the ring goes under the deck. But that's pretty much it then. This is the 11-11 Solo Conquest. 3rd attempt. Well, technically it's the 2nd attempt, so last game was a 10-10 city. But I think I'm in practice now again. I realized what to focus on. Hopefully did not do too many mistakes. Well, hopefully none. I have to review the whole session basically. I haven't seen a single minute yet. So I hope there are no huge mistakes. I will figure that out hopefully. And if you find any mistakes, please let me know. That's the problem with such a huge game as Mage Knight, which has so much AP analysis paralysis, and you're thinking so much, shuffling stuff around. You sometimes forget that you did not really produce that token that you are now using, and you can't cheat yourself, unfortunately. I have no interest whatsoever in cheating in such a game, so the pleasure for me is to figure that out and beat the game. But unfortunately, when no one else is keeping track of what you are doing, keeping an eye on it, and corrects your mistakes when they happen, you can easily avoid your run. At least for me, that's voiding, because if I cheat, then it's pointless. I've not really achieved what the game presented me as a puzzle. It was fun, definitely, but again, I'm a stickler for that I really want to beat the game with the rules as written. So what did we do well? We definitely have a nice army now. This was the worst part of the first attempt, I think, that we did not recruit the units when we had a chance. The clutch call to glory of the Autumn Guardians was insane. It's like setting the mana to black for Tornado, then have it black at the last turn of the round, while still being Knight, and to use Call of Glory with Magic Talent, that was insanely good. I can then pick up the Freezers, and finally also the Gunners. And as you have just seen, they are like very strong units. I did not even use them in the City Assault, because I did have access to Tremor and Demolish. I did not even need Demolish. I think the artifact, the Tome of All Spells, and the Magic Talent, the combination even, is really, really good, because you can use the spells just from the offer. You don't have to learn them. They don't clutter off your hand. You don't have to draw them at the right point. I think this was also a major decision to not pick up Tremor, but rather have it in the offer for the last night. So I can just exit it with any of these 2 other cards. And I don't need preparation to get it. I would also never have thought that I play preparation to get Frostbridge. But I think the play with going through the swamp over the lakes to the keep was really good, because it gave me 3 hand limit, and then with the temple portal together that's hand limit 5, and I ended up with a hand limit of 12 plus a motivation. And I think also the skills we picked up were really nice. The flight didn't matter too much. Like in the end, it made me move there. That was nice, but I did not need it technically. The motivation skills, well, it was lucky that these 2 motivation skills give mana, because I was lacking mana severely. And motivation is always nice to give you a bigger hand for a big fight. Universal power is just good. But also this skill, this is just a bread and butter skill. If you don't have any nice mana cards like Blood Ritual, like in the first or second round. I only picked that up at the, well, I think I used it once now for the final round. It was useful there because it just produces without powering 2 tokens, which is insanely good, and one of any color. And this really helped me here because otherwise I couldn't even get the other cards going. Well, with the red, I could have produced white with offering and then powered the mana draw. Okay, so, but nevertheless, just for 1 wound, which does not matter in such a fight, to get 2 mana, that's huge. And if you don't pick up stuff like that early, then this is really a skill that gives you 2 tokens, 1 to like use right away. This is also why I decided to go with this instead of the other color in the beginning, because I could use it right away. And these crystals, as you can see, I don't even have a blue crystal left, so there's something still to clean up here. So I did pick up enough things to do with blue mana that this was worthwhile taking. So the units were great. We went to the core tiles in the 2nd day, I think, which is okay. So I have then the knight to hire something, then hopefully take the city, then I have another. So half of the rounds is basically spent with access to elite units. And I think I did well with positioning. The scouts were really handy, but I had to replace them at some point. They really helped in getting the core tiles revealed. Yes, and we just had access to artifacts, picked up some nice spells. Whirlwind was really good, so we used Tornado once. I think this was really the MVP. We had one idea of how to take the first city, where we would only defeat 2 tokens, and that's really not good. Even if the 3rd token would just fall to a refreshed Savage Monks, that leaves 2 tokens, and I think both would have physical resistance, so it's really hard to kill them. And Tornado just killed us a token with lots of armor and physical resistance without us having any access to elemental damage. And it allowed us to pick up the Autumn Guardians, which we did not pick up in the fight itself. And the Whirlwind part was, I think, even twice used to stop gunners from attacking, because both cities had gunners. And yeah, so this brutal attack is really hard to, well, since it's fire, 6 fire, it's hard to block. If you don't block it, it's 12. And if you are at armor 4, that's 3 wounds, otherwise it's 4 wounds, that's a lot. But we were lucky with healing. But then again, we took Refreshing Walk quite early, which was the MVP in the first round as well. And we had a really nice turn where we could again cast a spell from the offer to heal 5 in the forest and just heal our full hand of wounds. So that was really nice. Yeah, I'm really happy with how this went, and that I finally got the 11-11 challenge done with Goldyx this time. Let's see how the score is doing. So we start with the basic achievement scoring, which is the greatest knowledge. So for each spell we get 2 fame, and we did have 2 spells in the end, the offering and whirlwind, which brings us 4 fame. So we had 38. Then for each advanced action 1 fame, we have 7 cards. That's another 7 fame. Then we have the greatest loot. With per artifact we get 2. We have 2, the Man of Glory and the Druidic Staff in the end, which we never used. That brings us 4 fame. So we had 49. Unfortunately, we did break the other 2 artifacts. So we picked up 4 artifacts in this game. And then for each crystal pair we get 1 fame. So we have 2 pairs, that's 2 fame. Then the greatest leader, so the level of all our units, and we managed to not have any of them wounded. So that's 3, 5, 8, 10, 14, which brings us to 65. Then we have the greatest conqueror, which are the monasteries that we burnt down and the fortified site we attacked. So we burnt down 1 monastery. We had 3 keeps in the end, and we took one of the mage towers here. No, actually 2 mage towers. So the monastery in the beginning, the keep, the mage tower, another mage tower, another keep, and another keep. So that's 6 in total. That brings us 12 fame, and we had 77. And the greatest adventure is all the adventure sites. So we started with a dungeon here. We went on to a maze, which is not depicted here, but I think it counts as an adventure site as well. So that's 2. Then we have the ruins here and the spawning grounds in the end. And I think that's it for adventuring sites. So that's 4, so 8 fame. Should bring us to 85. And we did not end up with any wounds, so there's no minus points here. And finally, for co-op and solo scenarios, we get 10 per conquered city and 15 if all cities were conquered. Of course, because we conquered them both, we get 20 points plus 15, that's 35. We are at 85, so that's exactly 120. So again, back to 0. Then for each unplayed round, well, we did not have an unplayed round, of course. 1 card per remaining in the dummy deck, and I think that's the difference to last match where I did count down the cards from the dummy. Well, it would only make a difference of 2 here. You would not have announced end of round anyway, so that's a difference of 2 points. But let's get these 2 points. And if the end of round was not announced on the last round, plus 5, which brings us up to 7. And I think that's it. This brings us to a total score of 247. So 2 times 120 plus 7 points. I think that's a respectable score, but to be expected if you are defeating so many tokens in the city. So it's 10 tokens in 2 cities. These are not like easy enemies, so you get a lot of fame from them. The Delphana Masters alone are fame 9 each. So with the race difficulty, you automatically score higher, I think. And I'm not sure that score is the most important factor anyway. Alright, that's it. I'm really looking forward to reviewing this match and seeing if I've done any mistakes. I hope not. Let me know if you find any, and see you in the next game.